Alex Ovechkin gets ever closer, reaching 890 goals. He is 5 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's record.
Here's a tip from Ovechkin. And a shot here from the outside, and it's in front, and they score, and Alex Ovechkin got it. The tip of the shot from the left point. The Great H has 890 goals. It's 6-4. He needs 5 to pass Wayne Gretzky for the all-time record.
John Walton, the call on the Capitals Radio Network. Sabres win the game 8-5. Caps at Boston Tuesday. Nationals earn their first win of the season, 5-1 over the Phillies. Josh Bell, 3-run shot. Nathaniel Lowe, 2-run homer, and Mitchell Parker, 6 in the third innings.
Parker starts his windup. The 0-2 pitch to Sosa. Swing and a miss. Down he goes on the breaking ball. And Mitchell Parker picks up his 5th strikeout and becomes the 2nd National starter in this series to toss 6 shutout innings against the Phillies.
Final 4 is set with all number 1 seeds, first time since 2008. Houston beat Tennessee 69-50. Auburn over Michigan State 70-64. Women's tournament, South Carolina over Duke 54-50. UCLA beat LSU 72-65. Today, the Crown tournament from Las Vegas, GW against Boise State at 5:30. Georgetown against Washington State at 11. 5 players and 2 coaches ejected after a fight broke out in the second quarter of the Timberwolves win over Detroit. The Jets named Justin Fields as their QB1. I'm Byron Curp on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. We're way south today, man. I am down in Florida, Palm Beach, at the Breakers Resort for the NFL annual meetings. I'm definitely not staying here. This hotel is super, super, super fancy. B is still in North Carolina, I believe, with his family. Toby's sitting in. Good morning, Toby. How do you do, sir?
I'm a little jealous of you hanging out in some beautiful weather, but it's not too bad here in the district, so I can't complain.
All right, good. Yeah, I'll be honest. The weather yesterday was bad. It was like thunderstorms and raining and windy. Today is nice, but it's almost like hot, and I'm I have created Radio Row at the owners' meetings by doing this now for 3 or 4 years, whatever. There's now like a bunch of us, and because they used to just give me this little table up by the pool, it was awesome. But now they've like built out a Radio Row, which is, I'll show the folks on the stream, like it's like a tent basically, and we're just in a parking lot, and it's a little stuffy. I'm not gonna lie to you, Toby. How are you, man? How was the weekend?
Not too bad. I was over at Nats Park plenty. I don't want to say that I cursed Dylan Cruz, but I talked to him before the game on Saturday, and since he's gone 0 for 8 with 8 strikeouts. So I don't want to think that's my problem, but it has not gone well since I talked to him. So maybe I'll stay away from him.
Putting the bad juju on him, man. It's tough, but we all talk about how Cruz has like the juice to be the face of the franchise and the aura, whatever you want to say. Gotta hit.
Yeah.
You gotta hit if that's gonna work. Toby's gonna give you a full baseball update a little later in the program. He was at all the Nats games so far. Barcelona, no, that's old. I'm down in Florida. The biggest thing to discuss here is the tush push. Maybe we can have a real discussion about it. It's funny, dude. Like walking around, there are definitely, obviously the Packers want it gone. They're the ones proposing it. And then the Eagles don't want it gone. And I've seen overheard little conversations. There's definitely some politicking going on about if people are going to vote for it or against it. And the other part, I think, a lot of coaches and teams don't necessarily want to be on the record as against it, because then Philly's like, oh, you just can't stop us, and now you're like nobody wants to put their name on wanting it gone. If that adds up, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Did you see the comments from Sirianni basically saying that Kellen Moore, Jonathan Gannon, Shane Steichen all got a job because of that? I mean, like, I understand his point, and Sirianni is obviously one to say some inflammatory things, but maybe slightly disrespectful, but I get his point. Like, the play was hugely successful. You got 3 dudes with head coaching jobs out of Philadelphia. You might have a couple of guys at least voting for it from those 3.
Right. Dude, I mean, they're working. I think, the Bills kind of run it with Josh Allen. I think he's got a vote there. And I think you need 20 to pass it. So you really only need, 13 to vote no, and you're in business. So I still don't think it gets passed, but it's going to be really, really interesting. Me and John Harbaugh agreed on this morning that they should go back to the old rule where you can't push forward a ball carrier. Like,
yeah. 100%.
I think the Packers made this too specifically about the tush push and about what the Eagles do, and I think that'll be ultimately the demise of the situation. Speaking of the demise of the situation, I don't know that that's fair to say, but like, dude, the fact that it's 4 1 seeds in the Final Four, and that we'd have to go through and look, but like, I know every 1 seed covered in the Elite 8 game. The only real good game this past weekend, Texas Tech, Arkansas, and then Houston, Purdue. Everything else was a blowout. I think.
The Florida game was good. They were down, I think it was 9 or something like that last TV timeout, and then they came storming back to win their game.
Yeah.
So that was a good one. But to your point, usually you think when you get all these elite teams, there's no Drakes, there's no Florida Atlantics, there's no like Cinderellas here.
Right. We were told, okay, don't worry, there were no upsets, but that just means the Sweet 16 games are going to be awesome. And by and large, they weren't. There were a couple good ones.
I think this Final Four is going to be awesome because this is probably the 4 best teams. They're all the 1 seeds.
Right.
And so hopefully you get some good games here, but it's just a weird tournament. And I don't know if this is just, we talked to Rob Doster last week about this, and he's like, look, it's a couple years removed from a Final Four with San Diego State and Florida Atlantic. So it's,
right.
It's who knows if this is just a one-off. This is only the second time ever all 1 seeds are in it. But, there's no denying that this tournament has not lived up to the usual expectations of upsets and buzzer beaters and thrillers. It just hasn't been that this year.
Yeah, and I don't know that they're coming. Shout out to White Brian. Congratulations, Brian. Your Auburn Tigers, War Eagle, are in the Final Four, just as you expected. An SEC rematch, Auburn, Florida on one side, Duke, Houston on the other. I personally think it'll be Duke, Florida, but, at this point, who knows? I wish I had bet Duke to win it all 2 weeks ago when I thought of it, because now, I think they are the betting favorite. They should be. They're just overwhelming.
JP, I dabble, and I felt pretty good. I went to make the Final Four. I did a little parlay. I had Duke and Auburn to make the Final Four, and then Duke beating Auburn for the national championship. So it's still alive there. Still alive.
Did you get in our thing?
Yeah. That's my bracket. I lost 2 teams early in the Final Four. I lost St. John's
Clemson, right?
and Clemson. I lost both those teams, but I had Duke and Auburn in the Natty, so I'm at least good there still.
Okay. Have we updated that? White Brian, we're going to need you to update this, dog. B-Mitch had a real chance if Texas Tech pulled that upset off, but now he's looking in trouble.
Yeah, I'll get it tallied up.
Okay, cool. My Final Four, I had Maryland, who obviously that was just a straight homer pick. And then I picked Bama kind of as a quasi anti-Duke pick. I got Auburn and Houston, and I believe my finals are Auburn and Houston. So I'm still alive. We'll let White Brian add it all up later. I did get a text from Biaggi this morning. He's like, dude, you should go back and listen. When you had Greenberg on the show last week, he predicted this exact Final Four, and just to be this boring. And maybe boring is the wrong word, but
compared to other tournaments, it has been. It's not that all the basketball has been bad, but I've paid the least amount of attention to this tournament probably in my lifetime, and I also don't feel bad about it. It's kind of what it is.
Right. Well, dude, now Florida's had to come back against Texas Tech and against UConn. So Florida's had a little bit of trouble. There's exactly 2 memorable moments from this tournament that'll like be on highlight reels a couple of years from now, and it's Derek Queen's shot and it's the Houston inbounds play to win that game at the end.
I mean, honestly, going back to that 16 versus 16, the first game of the first 4, JP, that's probably the third best moment, right? That baseball pass that gets tipped around Hail Mary style, Noah Brown, and guy gets it and lays it in just before the buzzer. Like, that's probably the third most memorable moment. That was the first 4 between 16 seeds. I think it was Alabama State. Like,
right, and neither of us can even name the other team playing.
Exactly.
Like San Jose State or something. I don't remember.
Some Tech, some State, who knows?
Yeah. I mean, maybe I can click on it. Right, like, I don't know, man. Like, one shining moment, it's gonna be a lot shorter, or you just show Cooper Flagg dunking highlights. I mean, so Auburn got tested in the first half of a couple games, but I mean, the closest Auburn game was the Elite 8 game where they won by 6. Duke has just killed everybody. The Arizona game was kind of tight, but they were up pretty big, and then Arizona scored a little late. Their closest game was a 7-point win. They won by 20 in the Elite 8. Houston had the tight one over Purdue. Everything else has been blowouts. Florida's had a couple tight ones, but I mean, I don't know. It's not like I haven't enjoyed when I've watched, but it hasn't been riveting. Like Landville, for a guy like you that's a true lover of college basketball, does it even make you want to watch?
Honestly, no. I think that the benefit of the tournament is upsets and the fact that there's a lot of games on at a certain time and they're exciting. When it gets to a point like this, you mostly just have a bunch of guys you don't really have never really heard of playing bad basketball, missing a bunch of jump shots. It's not really all that entertaining.
Now, not everybody agrees with you there, just so we're clear.
They're wrong.
Dude, honestly, Landfill, to your bad basketball, missing jump shots, not the teams that are left. Like, if you watch Duke and Florida and Auburn, Houston's more athletic, but they got shooters now too. Like, these teams are loaded. And I think, dude, if you look at the scores, they're playing less minutes and they play halves, not quarters. But the scoring in college hoops is way up.
Yeah, I mean, you had 2 teams meet that had scored 100 points each in Duke and Alabama in their previous game.
Right.
And, I mean, this is something that gets slept on with Duke. Their defense, just because of their length and their size, is so crazy. Like, Mark Sears had no chance against them. They were just funneling everything into Malawatch in the middle, and there was just nothing that Alabama could do. And I really want to see an Auburn-Duke final because I think having Cooper Flagg, Janai Broome, the 2 best players in the country all year long in the national championship game, it could go either way. Both team has guys that are just so skilled at individually scoring. And, I think Duke maybe does a little bit better job of playing together as a team than Auburn does at times. But Auburn's got so many dudes that can just fill it up at any point. So I would love to see that matchup. But, I mean, it's all 1 seed. So any of these teams can win it.
Right. I think it's also nobody likes boasting about their dominance more than the SEC. And it's interesting that it's SEC versus SEC. Then you get Duke and Houston. Duke and Houston are the best chance, obviously, at this point, but to not let this be an SEC dominant championship. And I think Duke's going to win it all, which is painful for me to say. But honestly, this Duke team is not that hateable, which is also painful for me to say. And seeing John Shire and not seeing Coach K just kind of changes the whole paradigm of watching Duke, honestly. But let's be real. That's not the biggest news over the weekend in D.C. is Obi. Obi gets one. Were you there yesterday?
No, I was not. I was at Nats Park, so I was just wrapping up there. But, yeah, it was just down the road.
I got to be honest with you. I know you're a seam head, but going to game 3 of the Nats instead of that Caps game, that's on you, dog.
I mean, sure. I mean, but also, I'm not paying for a ticket for a Caps game with how much they're going for right now.
Toby, did you have a credential at Nats Park?
Yeah, I have a credential at Nats Park.
Yeah, you'd have a credential for the Caps game.
I mean, I could maybe look at it, but I will say the nice part is
100% get a credential for the Caps game.
The nice part, pulling up today in the studio, looking across to the junk studio, seeing the 6 that was goals to go now down to 5 on that counter. Pretty good.
I
Pretty
bet.
good.
I bet. Have they installed the OV counter in the Prison Cell studio yet? I figured they'd do that just while I was gone.
No, there is not one in here yet.
Oh, that's so weird that the nice studio would get it. And there's what do we have in there? That Prince poster still hanging up?
Yeah, we got a couple posters. We got a couple skins things. I mean,
homemade
yeah,
fan art.
as much as you can dress this up as possible.
Now, I didn't get to see highlights. I don't love that the Caps gave up a touchdown and a 2-pointer to Buffalo, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's what's so weird about this Caps
They've
team.
now lost
JT,
3 in a row.
Is like sometimes they can go out there and you can win a 2-1 battle, and then sometimes they can give up 8. Like, it's just weird.
I also think they're just playing with their food at this point. I think everything is so focused on Ovi getting the record, and those boys are just like probably fiending for the next step. I mean, they've lost 3 in a row, and they're still 9 points clear on the division and the conference. Like, it's just at some point, malaise might set in.
Well, and that's what I'm worried about is like you don't want to get into a funk. You don't want to suddenly start playing poor hockey, and then that carries over into the first round of the playoffs, and a great season ends in a first round exit. So you don't want that. But at the same point, I think having at least this OV goal record to play for gives them something. But clearly last night, defensively, they weren't locked in. You want to see them play a little bit better down here the stretch. But, like you said, they're so far ahead. This is kind of the benefit of playing such good hockey all year. It really doesn't matter if they lose a couple of games down the stretch because they're so far ahead.
Right. And maybe more importantly, honestly, for one game, the return of Craig Laughlin to the booth with Joe B. I saw that. Craig posted it maybe Friday or something. I was so happy to see that. And I follow Craig on Instagram and stuff, and I saw he was exercising and shooting wristers in his driveway and stuff. Like, it seemed like he was really making so much progress. Truly on a personal level, like, I know his daughter Courtney, like, I'm just so happy that he is, come out the other side of this situation. And I'm sure for Caps fans to be able to hear Craig and Joe B again, it had to make folks just so happy. Now, all that said, I'd say the biggest, there's still, this big college basketball story floating around. And it's funny down here. I've had a lot of people, I guess they probably saw on social media, but folks have been asking me about the Maryland job and Willard and all these things. And dude, I'm done. I've said all I can say. I don't begrudge the guy for taking the job. I don't think he handled it well at all. So I'm done with that. I'm curious who Maryland's going to hire. But there is kind of this, dangling participle of a college hoop story, Toby, that begins today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Utah versus Butler, GW versus Boise State, Nebraska, Arizona State, and Georgetown, Washington State. Of course, I'm talking about the Crown, the new college basketball tournament that nobody needed, that Fox Sports basically is forcing on the world with the teams that they air their games. And go Hoyas tonight at 11 against the Wazoo Cougars. You ready?
I don't even know what the heck this is. I got a buddy who works at Georgetown, and I was hanging out with him the other day, and he's like, yeah, Georgetown still got the Crown coming up. I'm like, what the heck is that? Like, their season is done. He's like, no, they're still rolling. So I don't know what this tournament is.
Still rolling. It's the first round, and they got in because Fox has a deal with the Big East.
I don't get it, JP. I don't really understand what this is supposed to be. I mean, I'm glad that some of these teams get to keep playing, but is this like the people that can't make the NCAA tournament and the people that also can't make the NIT? What the heck is this?
That's exactly what it is. Dude, so here's a secret. We talked about this last week, maybe, Landfill, where we discussed all these new sports leagues that are trying to emerge, right? You got more channels than ever. Now you got more streaming outlets than ever. People need content. And then with sports, you got gambling. So there are people, I'm not going to name names, but there are people that will bet on these games today. And then all of a sudden they have a market. Like, is it now, Landfill, your previous claims about bad basketball and missed jump shots, tune in for Utah versus Butler today. Like that what you described will be on display today. And this Georgetown Washington State game is not going to advance the cause of college basketball. However, FS1 will get a decent rating and a bunch of people will bet on it. So that's the reality. I am down in Florida. The big topic down here is the tush push. Maybe we talk about that. I asked the coaches about it. I think there's like a middle ground from what the Eagles do to what Green Bay has proposed. Andrew Siciliano, I believe, is going to join us next. And then I'm going to talk to Adam Peters today. Curious if anybody has any questions. Try to wrangle a whole bunch of NFL guys. It's an interesting period for the NFL because I feel like all these owners meetings I've been to before always have like controversy or some huge topic, and there's just none of that. It's just the world's most popular sport performing at its highest level. And honestly, that made me think of my friend John Leahy. If you want the realtor of the DMV performing at the highest level, you better call Leahy. He can set you and your family up regardless of the circumstances. Think about Amy. She wanted to move closer to her family, but first she had to sell her house in Vienna. Now, Vienna's a dope, nice neighborhood. You could sell that thing pretty quick, but she wanted to make sure she had somebody to help her handle the complexities of a move. She needed a whole real estate team, and then she found the John Leahy Group and the Fine Living Group. And thanks to their knowledge, she sold her house red hot. She got a ton of offers fast, went $65K over asking, no contingencies. That's the kind of process you can get with John Leahy. You can check him out, johnsellsdmv.com. Whatever it is you need, John can set you up. Say you want to just have a conversation about what the market is like in your neighborhood. Just give him a call, man, and he'll talk you through it. Whatever it is you need, he's got buyers ready. He's got that home valuation tool on his website so you can know how much equity you're sitting on. Call him, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This update brought to you by Surfside, iced tea, and vodka. The Green Bay Packers' proposal to ban the push sneak, or the tush push as it's known, has support within competition committee. Alex Ovechkin goal number 890. He's 5 away from breaking Gretzky's record. Caps lose 8-5 to Buffalo at Boston Tuesday. Nationals homers from Josh Bell and Nathaniel Lowe to beat the Phillies 5-1. They're at Toronto tonight. Final four is set with all number one seeds. Houston beat Tennessee 69-50. Auburn over Michigan State 70-64. The Crown tournament tonight, Las Vegas, GW versus Boise State at 5:30. Georgetown against Washington State at 11. Baseball is back, and the tailgate must-have is Surfside iced tea and vodka, and Surfside lemonade and vodka. Each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, and the best part, 0 bubbles. They are absolutely delicious and pair perfectly with a day at the ballpark. Must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan, live in Palm Beach, Florida. NFL, they've changed the name of this thing over the years. It used to be the NFL owners meetings. Now it's the NFL annual meeting. At one point, it was a league meeting. I'm joined by Andrew Siciliano, who knows a thing or two about – how many of these have you been to?
I don't know. Good morning, by the way.
Good morning. Good morning.
It's a good question. I don't go every year. I go most years. Internally, as a former league employee, they always we on the network are always told it is never the owners meeting.
I think
it is the annual meeting.
Annual meeting. Okay.
And for example, if when the owners get together, say in Dallas or New York, or whatever, in season, it's the fall meeting. It's never the owners meeting.
Right.
It's never the owners meeting.
Okay. All right. So it's not the owners meetings. Now that
the annual meeting, the fall meeting, the spring meeting.
Sure.
Yes.
That's good to know. We appreciate that from the Shield. You now are calling Browns games, which is really pretty cool because that's the organization you grew up loving.
Absolutely.
Even as a DMV guy, grew up loving the Browns.
Listen, I grew up in Reston, and the old facility was out on 28, and
sure,
a bunch of the Skins lived in Reston, and I don't get me wrong, they were winning Super Bowls, and as if I was fortunate enough, my old man found tickets. Like, we had neighbors that had tickets. When I'd go when I could go, and I certainly rooted for the Skins as a kid. But my dad is from Cleveland and raised us a Browns fan.
I mean, dude, I get it. Your sports are almost more about family than anything else, and so. And I think, especially in the DMV, I feel like people don't understand Browns fans, but having worked some games there, and I've done a bunch of preseason games in Cleveland, oddly, that fan base is rabid.
I'd say it's similar to the fan base back home in that it's the only sport in town, truly. And that's not a knock on the Caps, who finally got to raise the cup. We'd go to the Caps Center in Landover as kids all the time, and I grew up a huge Caps fan. And that's not a knock on the Nationals. I'm old enough. Like, we didn't have the team there. We'd have to go up to 33rd and see the O's. But yeah, it's a football town, period, full stop.
Sure. Toby, you let me know if you want to jump in here, buddy. But so for the Browns, dude, the Watson contract just kind of seems to be an anchor for them. But what are they going to do at quarterback this season? Because Deshaun's not going to play, right?
Unlikely, highly unlikely.
Achilles and everything. You got the high draft pick. I don't know. I don't know that Ward gets to 2. What's it feel like there?
I don't know that he gets to 2 either, but I think, look, this entire thing, JP, is a show. Right? The draft is a show. When Mike Borgonzi and Chad Brinker in their opening press conference in January say we wanted generational talent, I firmly believe that was part of the show. It's Lions season here.
Sure. Yep.
And so when people say, the Titans took 15 people to the Pro Day in Miami and their whole content team, that means they're taking them. No, it doesn't. Now, they may.
Right.
He's a good quarterback, and they need a quarterback.
Totally.
What do the Browns do? If they had to play a game right now, it would be Kenny Pickett. If it's the Browns and Steelers week 1, and they had to play the game tomorrow, thankfully they don't.
Right.
It would be Mason Rudolph against Kenny Pickett. Wouldn't that be wild? Both teams in the AFC North need a quarterback. The Browns have options. Kirk Cousins was spotted at a Chipotle in suburban Cleveland.
Really?
I was unaware. That's a big
Kirk.
thing on the Twitters. He was not there. Andrew Berry confirmed doing anything related to the Browns, but he was in town. That is always an option as well.
Oh, wow. All right, go ahead, Toby. I didn't know about the Chipotle. That's a major report.
So Myles Garrett requested a trade.
Yep.
Earlier in the offseason, everybody started clamoring. Could you get Myles Garrett? It was talk here. It was talk in Philadelphia. And then the Browns brass seemed pretty steadfast that they weren't trading him. Obviously, they get the deal done. Was there ever any inkling that there was a trade possibility, or was it always, we're going to get him a new deal, we'll figure out what the differences are, and he's staying in Cleveland?
They always intended, from the way I understand it, from the day the season ended, to extend him. He deserved, I think he is the best defensive player in the NFL. The advanced metrics will tell you that he had an even better season in 24 than he did in 23 when he actually won DPOY. So they were going to extend him. Obviously, he requested the trade, but they were going to put a big number in front of him regardless. And they were adamant they were not going to move him, period. And when they said that at the Combine, I don't know that anyone believed them, but internally they were steadfast. I don't know that the phone, to answer your question, the phone ever rang. I'm sure it did, but I don't know that they seriously listened. And listen, to think about trading him as well, what are the Commanders, 27?
29.
29, okay. Sorry.
We're not used to numbers that
No. I mean, NFC Championship game, 29. That's the thing about trading a guy. The teams that would have been likely destinations, like Washington, do you want to trade the best defensive player in the NFL for pick 29 and, assuming they're good next year, let's say pick 25, worst case scenario, or best case scenario? Right. I don't want those picks. Now,
those
if like Chicago called with 10 and something else, I might listen, but I don't know that they ever listened.
Sure. Yeah, I think the Garrett stuff was tricky the whole way. And it's funny because we live in this era where, like, you see it with everything, right? Like, people think they know more than experts or, the leaders on certain topics. Everybody just assumed Barry and Stefanski were lying. It's like, it was impossible that they were telling the truth. We're not moving him whatsoever. It's not a conversation. They were just saying the truth.
They didn't want to move him.
Right.
Now, from a team-building perspective, there is certainly a conversation and an argument about, hey, tear it all down, trade your best guy for the most assets, and start over. They organizationally don't want to take that route.
I believe it. League-wide, the big conversation is tush-push.
Yeah.
Where do you land on it?
I think it's fine. I don't like it personally, but to me it looks more like rugby. But I mean, I'm also of the belief that if you can't stop it, don't try to legislate it. Like, Aaron Glenn just said it. Go stop it. Stefanski was asked about it today, and he is not for banning it either. Unless you show me a massive injury risk and you show me injury data, Sean McDermott thinks it's an injury thing. I respect.
Don't they run
his
it with
opinion.
Allen, kind of?
They run it with him. He's certainly a big quarterback that is effective in the run game. I don't think they should ban it. Now, I do think, like, what happened at the Commanders game with Frankie Louvu going over the top, I think that brought this conversation, pushed it a little bit faster forward, so to speak. But, I think there's a different way to look at it. I think, like, Frankie went over the top and he hit Jalen once. It wasn't horrible. But to me, that should have been a 15-yard personal foul. Because if you think about it, that's unabated to the quarterback.
Yeah.
He flew over the top and hit the quarterback. If he had been rushing around end and blew past the tackle, obviously the official would have blown the whistle, would have been unabated. But if he had continued and hit the quarterback, that's 15. Yeah. So going over the top and hitting the quarterback should also be 15.
That's true. I think what really made that difficult is that then they were trying to go hard count on him.
Yeah.
Like it was it's a tricky situation, but at the core, I totally agree. I think the way Green Bay has proposed this rule is so specific to Philly and what they do better than everyone that it won't pass. I think if they tried to be more generic, like players can't get pushed, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like I think there's that rule used to exist. Trying to ban a player because one team because one team's really good at it. To your point, I just don't agree with it personally.
There are two rule things here that are interesting. That's number one. The kickoff is the kickoff, whatever. It and the Lions thing about the playoff thing to me is interesting.
I like the defensive hold call too. Going to not an automatic first down.
I agree. However, they always in those meetings talk about unintended consequences, and here's where I think they're going to run into massive opposition. So let's say it's 3rd and 14. Jaden's back to throw. Okay. Say Terry McLaurin goes in motion. All of a sudden, he's lined up against a backer. It's a total mismatch.
Right.
Hold him. It'll be 3rd and 9.
Right.
Just tackle him.
Yeah.
What does it matter? And by the way, if there's a similar mismatch on 3rd and 9, hold him again. It's now 3rd and 4.
I hear that. My only counter to it would be the line between defensive holding and pass interference is so narrow that, like, I think if something was egregious, I think they want the hold so that they don't have to call PI on everything. But if that starts happening where defenses realize, all right, we can just hold and not give up the first down, I think they can just call PI and get the first down.
Maybe. Sure. No, I see what you're saying.
I do like the proposal to review blows to the head and some of the roughing calls.
Agree.
And that is, so everybody understands, that proposal is about picking flags up, not throwing more.
So when
we don't need her more.
When Sam Darnold was hit in the face by Jared Verse on Thursday Night Football, that still would not be correct.
I still don't know how they missed that, dude.
They missed it. And if there's one, you want to get everyone in that room to agree on something, it's that they don't want flags thrown from upstairs.
Sure.
Ever.
I believe it. Dude, thank you for making time.
Happy to
Appreciate
do
it. Everybody
Good to
give
see
him a follow. Andrew Siciliano on Instagram, on X, TikTok, whatever you're looking for. Andrew Siciliano.
TikTok, baby.
We'll be right back.
Welcome back. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for B. Mitch today. JP getting set to talk to Commanders General Manager Adam Peters. You'll be able to hear that conversation coming up a little bit later on in the show. Right now, I want to take a look at the weekend, the series for the Nationals. They opened up their season against the Philadelphia Phillies. Talk a little bit about that. And I think you saw kind of what this team could be this year, where the lineup was improved. You had to feel good about what you saw from the lineup overall through their first 3 games. The starting pitching was excellent. There's no denying that. Obviously, on opening day, you get a record 13 strikeouts for Mackenzie Gore, most ever in franchise history, Nationals or Expos, on opening day, and a line that had only ever been matched in the history of baseball by Bob Gibson on opening day. That's how impressive Mackenzie Gore was on Thursday, followed up by not the most impressive outing, but still good for your first start of the year. Jake Irvin going 5 innings, gave up 7 hits, but only 2 runs, walked 2, only struck out 2. He wasn't able to miss many bats, the 2 strikeouts coming both against Kyle Schwarber, but overall he was impressive. And then yesterday, Mitchell Parker was the only one to pitch into the 7th inning, and there was a chance he could have got through there. He gave up a couple of hits in the 7th, and Davey ended up pulling him, but going 6 1/3 scoreless. He had given up 7 hits and 2 walks, so he was able to scatter some base runners, but struck out 5. I thought Parker was really impressive yesterday. I think you could see the difference in the starters and their stuff. Mackenzie Gore was untouchable in opening day. They literally could not get the bat on the ball. Jake Irvin and Mitchell Parker don't have the same sort of stuff. That's why, people that talk about Gore talk about him in a different light than some of these other guys. Gore, when he's at his best, is literally untouchable. These other guys, even when they're going well, they're still going to have to live off of, depending on the defense, and pitch into some contact. And Mitchell Parker did a really, really good job of that yesterday. Gets the first win of the season for the Nationals. I think the story of the weekend, though, was the bullpen. And the bullpen was just horrendous on Thursday and then again on Saturday. The starters pitched to a combined 104 ERA. Through the first 6 innings of work, I want to get this tweet from Mark Zuckerman, who put it out. The first 6 innings of work for the bullpen this season resulted in 11 hits, 15 runs, 14 of them earned, 11 walks, 9 strikeouts, so good there, and 5 homers in 6 innings of work. Again, their first 6 innings, they gave up 14 earned runs, 15 runs total, the one being the ghost runner in the 10th inning on opening day, and they walked 11 and gave up 11 hits, and 5 of them were home runs. Not good. And the bullpen is going to be a big part of the story this season, because when you look at what they did this offseason to improve the bullpen, they went with guys like Lucas Sims. They went with guys like Colin Poche, and they came in and struggled. They really struggled in their first couple appearances. And yesterday, a guy who was the last dude to make the roster, it was between, Brad Lord, Orlando Ribalta, and Jackson Rutledge, one of the last dudes to make the roster. And Brad Lord, he comes out and makes his debut yesterday. Actually like his stuff. I think he's going to be a solid reliever for the team going forward. But yesterday, he comes in the 9th, a 5-0 ball game. And at that point for the Nationals, 5-run lead didn't feel safe with the bullpen. And it felt like a safe situation. He came in, feel bad for the guy, making his major league debut, didn't record an out, and loads the bases, gives up a tough base hit, I think it was Edmundo Sosa kind of fists the ball down the first base line and fought one off, ends up with a double ends up on second base after Dylan Cruz misplayed it a little bit in right field, and then a pair of walks, and he's out. And then to give up you got the bases loaded, and Kyle Finnegan has to come into the game, and Kyle Finnegan is kind of the only reliever that you feel great about right now. I think Jorge Lopez looked good in his one appearance on Sunday, came in 5 pitches out of it. Kyle Finnegan again came in 5 pitches and was out of it on Sunday, but his first appearance on Thursday on opening day was doing everything possible to give up a run and then worked his way out of it. So I think the bullpen is going to be a major storyline this year. Even at their best, I don't know that this bullpen is ever going to be above league average. I think if they all reach their maximum potential and you feel like they had good seasons, they're going to be an average bullpen at best. And to assume that everybody's going to pitch to their best potential is a little bit naive. So I think this could be a well below average bullpen this season. Luckily, it seems like the starting pitching, at least for the young guys, is good. Like I talked about, the starting pitchers' ERA through their first 3 starts is just above 1. Really, really impressive for what the the starting pitching was able to do. You felt great about Gore, Irvin, and Parker. Now it's going to be interesting to see the next two guys. Mike Soroka on the hill today, making his Nationals debut against the Blue Jays. You can hear that right here on the Fan tonight. And I'm interested to see what he can do. He was kind of their pitching addition this offseason. He was probably their biggest splash outside of trading for Nathaniel Lowe. And he wasn't good as a starter last year. Just plain and simple, he was not. He was good out of the bullpen. Part of the reason he came to DC is they were going to give him the opportunity to start. He starts tonight. His first couple of starts in spring training, he looked awesome, was nails. His last couple of starts, not so much. And I think he could decide a lot of what this season's going to be. The Nationals, the last couple of years, have made these kind of signings where, Jeimer Candelario, Jesse Winker, they tried it with Eddie Rosario. I think the first one that really was of this same sort of move was Nelson Cruz, signing guys to one-year deals, veterans that if they can have a good first half, they'll trade them at the deadline and they'll get a couple of prospects. Think about what they did with Candelario, where they ended up with DJ Hers, who was going to play a big part of this team this year before he got hurt, and looks like his season could be done before it even gets started. Potentially going to need either a Tommy John or an internal brace there with a sprained UCL. But having a guy like that added to the organization, Jose Tena last year for Lane Thomas, like those sorts of moves are great. But I think when you bring in Mike Soroka this year, I think it's a little bit different in their thought process, and that I think they want him to stick around in the rotation all year long. So I'm intrigued to see what he's going to be able to do if you have those first three guys. So Jake Irvin, to me, what he did last year was he kind of solidified himself when there were questions after, he made his first full round in the big leagues. Is he going to be able to be a long-term part of the rotation? Last year, he kind of solidified that. Mitchell Parker is kind of a year behind Irvin and kind of on that same track. I think this is his chance this year to kind of prove that he's a part of this rotation long-term. I think he did really, really well yesterday, obviously. So you feel good about that top three, the young guys being a part of the rotation, and, Parker with maybe a little more to prove than the other two. But Soroka could be a big part as to what this season is. If Soroka comes out and pitches well and pitches to what he once was, where he once looked like he was going to be a demon that you were going to have to face with the Braves for a long time, then you could end up a ball club that wins 75-plus games, because then you'd suddenly feel good about four starters, and Williams was good in his 5-and-dive role last year. But if Soroka struggles, then I don't know where you go. I really don't. It was going to be DJ Hers, but I don't know that they have an option right now, because it felt like they had six guys they could depend on, and Hers was going to start the year in AAA after his bad spring. Now he's kind of down. I don't know if Brad Lord gets stretched out. Jackson Rutledge has basically moved to being a full-time bullpen guy versus a starter, so be interesting to see what happens. Soroka makes his debut tonight. I think he's going to be a big part of it. And the bats this weekend were interesting. Some struggles at the plate for the young guys. James Wood, a couple of strikeouts yesterday, looking tough at-bats against Aaron Nola. He also had a crazy double where he just one-hand swung, hits it 104 off the bat, ringing double off the wall on the left field side. Incredible at-bat for him. But Nathaniel Lowe got going. It was good to see Josh Bell hit a home run. I think the most discouraging part, obviously, Dylan Cruz. I don't want to feel like I put the hex on him, but I talked to him before Saturday's game, talked to him about opening day and some of what he did this offseason, and then he proceeded to go 0 for 8 with 8 strikeouts. So interested to see what he does in this series in Toronto, because he needs to bounce back in a big way. Let's take a break. When we come back, we will be joined by Kevin Sweeney of College Basketball Central. We'll get his thoughts on the tournament and potentially on some Kevin Willard leaving for the Villanova job and what could potentially be for the next Terps head coach. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan.
This update brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp. CoachWooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. Stanford is hiring veteran NFL coach Frank Reich as the school's interim football coach for the 2025 season. Justin Fields has been named the New York Jets quarterback 1. The competition committee at the NFL meetings this weekend in West Palm Beach will seriously consider removing the tush push from legality in games. Alex Ovechkin reaches 890 goals. He's 5 away from breaking the Gretzky record. Scores a goal, but the Caps fall 8-5 to the Sabres. They've lost 3 in a row. Caps at Boston Bruins Tuesday night. Nationals beat the Phillies 5-1. Josh Bell a 3-run shot and Nathaniel Lowe a 2-run homer. Mitchell Parker 6 1/3 scoreless frames with 7 hits and 5 strikeouts. The team is off to Toronto tonight, 7:07 p.m. live here on The Fan. Final Four is set with all number 1 seeds. Houston beat Tennessee 69-50. Auburn over Michigan State 70-64. Women's tournament, South Carolina beat Duke 54-50. UCLA over LSU 72-65. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, they instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to rising high school stars and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps. Coach Wooten. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Welcome back. Hour number 2 of B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for B. Mitch today. JP down at we were told not to call it the owners' meetings, so the annual meetings down for the NFL in West Palm Beach. He'll be back in just a little bit. He's catching up with Commander General Manager Adam Peters. But it's time right now to go out to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and bring in our guest, Kevin Sweeney of Sports Illustrated. You can follow him on Twitter at CBB_Central. Kevin, what's going on, man?
What's up, man? How are you?
Doing great. I mean, it's been an interesting tournament, 4-1 seeds. It's been kind of talked about how chalky this tournament has been, and it ultimately ends up being 4-1 seeds in the Final Four. What's been your overall takeaway from this tournament as we get to the Final Four now?
Yeah, look, I don't think it was overly surprising that this is where we wound up. You know, I felt like probably from early February on, you know, these 4 had sort of separated themselves as the clear 4 best teams in college basketball. Obviously, they were all challenged in different ways. You know, Florida had to make that comeback against Texas Tech. We obviously saw Houston need that buzzer beater against Purdue. Even Auburn was down 9 against Michigan and had to rally in the second half. So it's not as though these teams have been unblemished, but I always felt like they were the best teams, the most talented teams, the most complete teams, and that's manifested itself so far in the tournament. We should have an unbelievable Final Four with those four left standing.
I want to get into those teams individually here in just a second, but I'm curious, you know, the discussion has been, is the NIL era, the transfer portal, and all this creating a world in which there will be no more Cinderellas? And then you look back a couple of years ago and you had an 8 seed there. You had Florida Atlantic there, and it was people that you maybe weren't expecting to get there. Is this a one-off sort of deal, or is this a new trend, and we could see this coming more often now?
Look, I think NIL has made it a lot harder for mid-majors to build the level of rosters it takes to go deep in the tournament. Or if nothing else, I think the quality in low and mid-major leagues as a whole is a lot lower than it was 5 to 10 years ago. But I also think the mid-majors we had in this tournament were very good, and it just turned out that, you know, some of them got bad matchups, some of them had bad shooting nights, whatever. I don't think Cinderella is dead by any means. I think it'll be different. I also think, look, I know there's a lot of talk like, oh, you know, the 4-1 seeds must be there. Those must be the teams that have the most money. Like, you know, Florida and Auburn weren't even in the top 5 of the SEC in NIL this year. Right? They built elite teams because they had guys coming back. They did a great job of evaluating guys in the portal. Houston's all been about retention. They're not a team that's dropping crazy bags in the portal. And then Duke's Duke, obviously, they have access to players with or without money. That's the way they've been for a long time. So I don't necessarily view this as sort of the NIL Final Four. I do think the barrier to entry has gotten a lot higher, and you're going to need resources to go get players, and that'll be somewhat of a prerequisite going forward to have high-level teams. But this isn't as simple as though if you've got the most money, you will be one of the 4 teams left standing.
Talking with Kevin Sweeney here on the Rude Guest Hotline on B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for B. Mitch today. JP will be back in just a little bit. So with the NIL stuff, do you think this is going to even out at some point? And in 5-6 years, we see it get back to more of what we knew before, and it kind of evens itself out with some of the regulations that they're going to be put on, and you can maybe see some of these teams rise back up instead of maybe going to some big time school where you're going to maybe sit the bench. Maybe this is something that's more of a football question than a basketball question, but that you could see some of these teams maybe not be able to keep guys for 4 years, but keep them for a pair of years and go on some more memorable runs like we're used to seeing in March.
Yeah, look, I think the gap will always be there now between the haves and the have-nots, quote unquote, just in terms of, we're not putting the toothpaste back in the tube in terms of teams spending $3, $4, $5 million on their rosters. And I don't think there's ever really a world where low and mid-major teams will do that. But I do think that there will be some incremental changes over the next couple of years that help. I think some level of a budget being put in place that teams can't go over, and the hope is that the House settlement does bring that will help quite a bit. I think some form of contracts and multi-year deals so that schools can lock in a guy for multiple seasons would be big. I think one of the ideas that's been tossed around a lot is some sort of poaching fee or a transfer fee like you'd have in soccer overseas, where hey, if Kentucky steals Drexel's best player, like Kentucky's got to give Drexel a cut of what they paid the kid, and I think that would be something that could help even the playing field a bit. Like Duke and Kentucky have never been on the same playing field as St. Peter's and FAU, right? You've always had to do more with less. I think that'll still be the case, and I don't think those stories are going away. I just think it'll be a little bit harder.
When you look at this Final Four, I think it's interesting that, to me, the 2 best teams in the country all year have been Auburn and Duke, and right now, according to the betting odds, Auburn is 4th out of the teams with a potential, obviously all 1 seeds. Anybody can win, but what do you make of Auburn's chances going into this one, and do you have any update on the health of Johni Broome?
Yeah, no updates. I do expect him to play from what I've been told. He's been banged up, but has been battling through it, and now has this elbow injury to add to the mix. It's funny. I feel like a lot of people hopped off the Auburn bandwagon based on really 2 weeks in March once they had already clinched not only the SEC championship, but essentially the overall number 1 seed. And they lost at Texas A&M, who was a top 4 seed, against Alabama by 2 in overtime, and then Tennessee, who was an Elite 8 team. So, they've been very good in the tournament. 3 double-digit wins, and then obviously, controlled things against Michigan State. I feel pretty good about where they are. Obviously, they'll get Florida, who beat them once already and beat them in their home gym. Florida creates a lot of matchup issues just because of their size and physicality. One of the few teams that can match Auburn on that front. But this is a Auburn team that for much of the year looked historically good, and I think they've probably been written off a little too early.
Yeah, and I think the top team right now, tell me if you disagree, is Duke with what they're able to do. I thought their game against Alabama was so impressive from what they were able to do from a defensive standpoint. Who's their best or who's their worst matchup? Who's the team that's going to give them the toughest shot of the 3 that are left?
I think Florida's the best team, but I think Houston's probably the most tricky matchup just because the way they play is so unconventional, right? Houston, the way they defend, they're going to send 2 to the ball. They're not going to let you get into your actions. And when Duke is comfortable, you cannot beat them. The teams that have pushed them a little bit have been able to be a little bit more disruptive defensively, and that's Houston's MO. If they can keep Duke out of the lane, not allow Cooper Flagg to fly downhill, and force them to take, they're a great shooting team, but force them to take contested threes, I think you have a chance to keep the score down and hang around. I just think right now they're playing so well offensively. They have so few holes because they get offensive rebounds. They protect the rim with Malowach. Colin Knippel was unbelievable against Alabama. Yeah, I just think you have to find ways to disrupt them and take them out of what they do. I think Houston's the most equipped to do that.
You know what? It's been fascinating kind of watching the tourney unfold here. I know the first and second round ratings were through the roof. Maybe it's too early for that kind of information, but just in your work, have you noticed any, like just the lack of drama, the lack of buzzer beaters, all that, has it impacted what you think is kind of interest in it?
Yeah, I haven't really noticed it either way. Obviously, that's for maybe for the big wigs to answer more than me, unfortunately. I think there's always been a feeling this year that the elite teams are going to be hard to knock off their pedestal, and we've had some incredible endings. Obviously, Texas Tech, Arkansas, then a couple of days later with Texas Tech and Florida, the buzzer beater with the Houston game. I know that happened real late on the East Coast, but it was a true March moment. So. Yeah, look, I do think it's probably lacked a little bit of the drama we usually have, or maybe the one, super compelling storyline maybe would be the biggest thing is, whether it's the Cinderella or, UConn's back-to-back last year. If they had beaten Florida, obviously they would have become a huge story this past week. We probably lacked that, but I think it sets up for some incredible storylines with two coaches under 40 trying to win a national championship at Duke and Florida, following in footsteps of elite coaches in the past, of obviously Billy Donovan and Coach K, or old guys like Bruce Pearl and Kelvin Sampson, who've done unbelievable jobs for a really long time trying to finally break through.
Yeah, I mean, this Final Four it is obviously heavyweights. Getting all ones to the Final Four is both kind of cool and kind of disappointing, I guess. Duke's the betting favorite. It sounded like that you think they're the toughest team left.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I just think they have so many ways to beat you. That's the thing that's so scary. Like, even when Cooper doesn't play at an elite level, the way that these other guys have emerged over the last month has just made it so hard to play against them.
Yeah, I mean, they're loaded. A big story here in the D.C. area is obviously what's going on at University of Maryland. I'm done talking about the guy that left. But I am curious about what you think are the real options for a new coach.
Yeah, look, it's a messy situation, and it's a really challenging one to navigate right now, because not only do you not have an AD or the maybe traditional infrastructure in place to go make a hire, but you're at the back end of the hiring cycle, and a lot of the guys that were the biggest names in the mix, they've taken other jobs. Sean Miller would have been sort of a layup coming from Xavier, and he goes to Texas last week, and that sets off the quite the chain of events, but it doesn't end up setting up Maryland any better. So I think that's the challenge, right? Is who can you go get that's available? I think the Buzz Williams thing you'll hear just because he's a proven high major name who wants the job by all accounts, but I wouldn't necessarily expect that to be the choice. I think there's mid-major guys regionally, like Tony Skinn, who've done phenomenal jobs and deserve looks. And I think it could totally be a situation where they go to the NBA route, which has been something that a lot of teams have done here in recent weeks and months, starting with BYU going after Kevin Young. I think with the resources at play in NIL, it's a little easier to come in with a pro mindset, and especially with where they are, it wouldn't shock me if maybe that's the direction they go.
Talking with Kevin Sweeney on B. Mitch and Finley, Toby Altizer in for B. Mitch today. I'm curious nationally. I think here the issue that a lot of people have with Willard leaving is nothing to do with the actual Villanova job. It's the way that he left. But I'm curious from a national perspective, how is the Villanova job viewed compared to Maryland? I mean, I understand that it's probably a step up, but is it a big step up, or is it just kind of getting away from the Big Ten and going to the Big East kind of move?
Yeah, I think I have the beholder to a degree. Look, Villanova is very attractive. They have unbelievable money. It's in one of the best basketball cities in America. It's a place that's won national championships. If you're a Big East person like Kevin Willard is, the opportunity to be in that league, get counsel from Jay Wright, like all those things are very, very appealing. And it comes with, maybe fewer headaches than the Maryland job, where you're navigating, DC area high school basketball politics and, national Big Ten stuff. Like everything about that job is sort of politically fraught. I think Villanova may be a little bit more simple to navigate. Look, I agree with you that the way he left is frustrating. It's also exactly what he did when he left Seton Hall to come to Maryland. Like, this is who Kevin Willard is. Love him, hate him, something in between. Like, he's that kind of, he's not been great at making exits, and this one wasn't pretty. But yeah, look, I don't fault him. I think Villanova is a good job. It's probably perceived, I would say maybe a hair above Maryland in the landscape. But outside of the truly elite jobs, I think a lot of them are very much fit dependent and sort of eye of the beholder.
I tend to agree with you there. I think, how much credence do you give to this? I mean, I've heard it more and more in the last week that Big East basketball jobs may be more appealing because they're not competing with football.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's something that a lot of people in my world have been talking about for a couple months as a sort of trickle-down effect from the House settlement. Essentially, if you've got a cap in your athletic department of $20 million, most of that money's got to go to football. You can still spend 20 at Villanova if you'd like, and you could spend all 20 on basketball if you wanted to. Now, they won't, but you could easily get to 7-8 here, and you'll see that with some of the programs in that league. And
hold on. Will they get the same amount of money as those that have football teams, or they get a smaller portion?
So they can. So essentially, the cap is set based on what football schools can spend. That it's a share of their revenue, and then everyone below that can share up to that amount. Even though $20 million would be a huge percentage of a Big East school's revenue versus a football school's. If they want to do it, they could. So if their boosters want to, scrounge together all the money and donate it to the department and then do that, they can. Now, look, here's what I would say. The SEC and the Big Ten will not allow themselves to be outbid long. They will find a loophole. They will find a hole in the rules. This is not something that is sustainable long term. But this spring, yeah, there's certainly a case to be made that it'll be easier to build an elite roster at Villanova than it would be at Maryland.
Yeah, I just, when I've heard that working theory, I can understand and process it right. But at the same time, it's like Florida, Bama, Tennessee, Auburn, they all just kind of, over the last 5-10 years, whatever, have decided to invest in basketball. They're not going to stop doing that.
Correct. Yeah, look, the SEC is not keen on not having the most of everything. They will find a way, better or worse, to make sure that they're very competitive conversations. Again, unless this new enforcement arm, run by Deloitte, has real teeth, which a lot of folks are relatively skeptical of. If it does, then yeah, there's a world where the Big East could just blow everybody's budgets out the water. But I also think at the end of the day, if it settles that most Big Ten and SEC teams are spending $3 to $4 million on a roster, the Big East isn't going to spend $8 million. It's just bad business. They'll spend $5 million. They'll spend $4.5 million. They'll jump you by a couple $100,000. So I don't necessarily buy that long term. Oh yeah, Villanova will be doubling the budget of Maryland until you have to go there. That to me is probably an overreaction.
I agree with that, dude. So how realistic? I don't know if you saw this, but Steve Blake is obviously a legend at Maryland, part of a national title team, played in the NBA forever. He threw his hat in the ring to be a coach via Twitter. Like, how realistic is any of this? And is college basketball just kind of stodgy in that, like, oh, you got to hire somebody with experience on, their third college to be a Big Ten coach?
So what I would say is this: if you're campaigning on Twitter, it means you don't have any traction. Generally, Jay Williams did this with Georgetown a couple of years ago, and it was sort of the same thing. Like, if you had calls to make, you would have made those before you started tweeting about wanting the job. So I would be shocked if it's Steve Blake. I do think, again, you're going to see this sort of rise of the celebrity coach, rise of the guy with ties to the program, rise of guys who can raise money. And obviously, Steve Blake is an incredible basketball mind, knows more than most have forgotten about the game. But I do think some baseline level coaching experience is probably the most important thing. And we've seen a lot of these hires where you do go for someone who is less experienced fail relatively quickly. So I do think if you're Maryland, you probably want someone with a little bit more coaching background than Steve has.
It's going to be interesting. So you think is there any way Chris Beard comes to College Park? He's a former Under Armour guy, right?
I think it would probably be in the hands of Maryland, not Chris Beard. Chris Beard would love to get a high-level job, whether it's Maryland, whether it's any other job. He has not gotten a lot of traction because of his past. I honestly don't know.
He got arrested for something, right?
He did. I don't know what the background will be in terms of the president and the interim AD and everyone involved. But as you said, if there's someone that can make a call, it would be the Under Armour folks. And if they've asked for Chris Beard, maybe that changes things a little bit.
I just Googled that. Domestic stuff is difficult, but he's at Ole Miss. I don't know. That's a tricky line. I know that I wanted them to hire Patino, and they didn't. And the concern, the irony of this, the concern about hiring Patino is they're like, oh, well, how long is he going to stick around? Well, how long did the guy you hired stick around? Kevin, thank you for the time, bro. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Boss.
All right. Kevin Sweeney, Field of 68. Give him a follow at CBB_Central. Toby, I don't know if you can tell. I'm done talking about the guy that left.
I mean,
done with it.
after your opening segment on Friday, I don't know how you have any energy left to talk Willards.
Well, and I did it for damn near the whole show on Thursday. Like, it's just, it's done. I'm moving on. I want to know who the new coach is. I'm going to support that coach. I'm going to support the athletic department, whoever ends up heading that up. And we're all moving forward. We're all on to Cincinnati, Toby. Okay?
Completely.
Right. Now, here's what I can tell you definitively. If you want comfort and convenience wherever your life takes you, then you need to turn to Ruud. Ruud has Wi-Fi compatibility, so you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. It's incredible. Forget to turn down the heat before vacation. You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. What if the temperature starts dropping in the middle of the night like it used to happen to me? These guys don't do that. Ruud is the best. They've installed new systems for B, and their systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Ruud's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Comfort and performance perfectly balanced. And don't forget about the savings. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out Ruud.com/federal incentives to learn more. Ruud is the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
This update brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Biggest news of the hour, Stanford is hiring veteran NFL coach Frank Reich as the school's interim football coach for the 2025 season. Ohio State has landed a significant recruiting upset, getting away from LSU and Texas, a commitment to four-star safety Blaine Bradford. John Keim on X says, Adam Peters says, we want to have Terry McLaurin be a commander for a long time. Alex Ovechkin now at 890 after a goal yesterday, still 5 away from breaking Gretzky's record. Caps lost 8-5, but they're taking on the Bruins tomorrow night in Beantown. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Good conversation there with Kevin Sweeney from the Field of 68. Those dudes are, one thing you can't really tell, like the hardcore hoops heads about, Toby? You know what they're not into?
What's that?
Hey, dude, this tournament kind of sucks. How do you feel? They don't want to hear that, dude.
I mean, there's been some good games. It's just
not a lot of them.
No, not your normal. I mean, my favorite memory is the R.J. Hunter 3 for Georgia State over Baylor, and with the exception of Derek Queen, there just haven't been those sorts of moments.
Yeah, totally. So it's going to be I'm excited for the Final Four. But, Landfill has on here, which I think might be a good question. I don't know that a lot of people really understand what owners' meetings are. And as Siciliano pointed out to us, clearly they want this to be called the league meeting or the annual meeting. So basically, I'll try to explain it in various parts. 32 NFL teams, 31 NFL owners, and then the Packers have a representative. And the owners get together quarterly, but the big annual meeting is always this time of year in really, really fancy really, really fancy hotels across the country. And so, like, the unofficial business is, so the people that come from every team are the owner, the team president, the general manager, and the head coach. And then sometimes other people as well, but those 4 are mandatory because there are meetings for these people. NFL Films is here. They knock out a ton of stuff that the coaches have to do every year going into a new season. Just kind of the coach talking about, hey, I'm Sean McVay. I coached the LA Rams, and they need that for a million different places that it goes. They generally are in Arizona at this super dope resort called the Biltmore, here in Palm Beach at this super dope resort called the Breakers, or they do Orlando at like a Ritz-Carlton near Disney. Basically, they pick these super dope places so the owners can bring their family, and there's a lot of like grandkids, and it's spring break time. That's why they picked this unofficially, they would say, but that's the reality. And then you get here, and the only official media events are the coaches' breakfast. The AFC coaches all talk on Monday morning, and the NFC coaches all talk on Tuesday morning. The fact that it has always been that way, I've probably covered 11 of these things now. I don't know. I've covered a bunch. This is my 3rd one at the Breakers, which is crazy. The fact that they don't rotate the AFC and the NFC coaches is quite a pain in the butt, because the highlight of this trip is Monday night they throw this big party. And at the party, it's like the guard is lowered down for the night. That the owners, the coaches, the GMs, the media, staffers, everybody that's like NFL staff, like everybody that's there, it's everything's off the record, but you're all just hanging out and enjoying yourselves. And I've had really cool, fun, random conversations with ownership of different teams. And I remember one year, like, I sat with Ziggy Wilf for like a half hour. Like, it's a really remarkable thing. Now, so those are the only official on record things are the breakfasts, right? Breakfasts, rather, not breakfasts. But there are most teams do little breakout sessions where the beat reporters get to go talk to, I mean, hell, it just happened. From 10:45 to 11, Adam Peters had a little availability where it was, I'm going to get everybody correct that was in there. I was in there, Standig, Fortier, Chick, Kime, Nikki, and Candy, right? I think I got that right. And then maybe three photogs. My photog, Chris Kerwin, David was in there, and Peters took every question on the record. I don't know. I had some tweets. I think by far the most newsy thing is that he said we want Terry McLaurin to be a commander a long time, and we've had some conversations, and everything's moving forward. I imagine that makes you happy, Toby.
Yeah, big time. I mean, it makes all the sense in the world to keep that guy around, at least for the entirety of Jaden's rookie contract. And I mean, he's edging up on 30, so who knows how long he's going to be a productive receiver. But he's been kind of the banner leading this franchise. And Grant had kind of alluded to this during the season, and we'll see how it changes over time. But even with the quarterback coming in and the popularity of Jaden, like, it seems like Terry still is right there with him for popularity, if not a little bit more. That Falcons game, JP, that Sunday night game where they clinched the playoff spot, fans were chanting Terry's name before he even caught the ball in the red zone. He really didn't do a whole lot that game. Fans were chanting his name, anticipating a touchdown pass to Terry McLaurin. So keeping him around long term just makes all the sense in the world. He's been a banner player, a guy that you love having as a leader of your organization.
Yeah, and so here's the deal. We're going to play this Peters audio at noon. Everybody will get to hear everything Peters said. Probably talked close to 20 minutes, my guess. Toby will front that, get us in and out. But Peters keeps talking about optionality, and I feel like sometimes the media is like the word police, and it's lame. And it's like, they trade for Debo and they trade for Tunsil. Whether or not Washington is getting the all-pro version of those players remains to be seen. But those are all-pro players. Those are Pro Bowl players. Those are really, really high-end blue-chip prospects, Yeah. And so then people want to be the word police and be like, oh, well, he said he wants to build through the draft. Now he's trading away his draft picks. And, like, you build a team kind of by any means necessary. And what you're seeing more and more in free agency, because everybody was so excited Washington had all this cash, good players don't get to free agency, man. Like, the best players that when they're young don't get there. They get tagged or they get extended. And I think if my big ear ass can figure that out, Adam Peters sure can too. And I think that's why you see more big trades going on across the league, because that's how big name players get moved. It's not in straight up free agency. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, my thing is when you're building, basically when you say you want to build through the draft, you're just saying that you want something that is sustainable versus signing everybody in free agency, overpaying by a couple million for every guy, and all of a sudden 3 and 4 years into their contract, you're like, holy smokes, we're playing that dude $30 million. Yeah, that's what you want to avoid. And so when you trade a lot of picks for Laramie Tunsil, that's going to be here for hopefully 4 or 5 years, and as a franchise left tackle, you're willing to trade some draft picks, because chances are those draft picks, even though it's numerous of them, is not going to turn out to give you the same amount of value as what Laramie Tunsil is. And, going with flyers like Debo, like I think they're still, even though it looks like they're not going about what they said in terms of building through the draft, I think they look at last year's draft class. They drafted a ton of dudes last year, and Ben Sinnott didn't do a whole lot in his rookie season. Luke McCaffrey didn't do a whole lot in his rookie season, but you look at what they got in that draft class, it's at a lot of premium positions. Brandon Coleman played, obviously Jaden, Mikey Sanders still. I think when they talk building through the draft, we're always just looking at this year and next year. I think they're still talking about last year. That's a lot of foundational pieces as well.
Yeah, Peters actually brought that up. He's like, dude, we drafted 9 guys last year. They all made the team, and we had 2 undrafted guys make the team. He's like, so that's, we're turning this thing over, but it's going to take time. I also I asked him if he thought they did enough on the D line, and he seems really excited. And he seems really excited about Kinlaw.
At least someone is.
Dude, are you not, Tobe?
I'm not. I don't dislike.
Why?
I don't dislike Kinlaw. I don't love Kinlaw for the number, and I get that's what happens in free agency. Maybe I would have gone somewhere else. Like if you gave me the option of him or DeMarcus Lawrence, who were similar type of deals, I think Lawrence was a little bit less. I would have gone Lawrence. I understand
Tank's
the
also
age thing.
like 9 years older and
Yeah,
coming off a lost season.
Yeah, I get the age thing. I understand it. I just Kinlaw, when the first words you think of when you think of a first rounder that has had the career that Kinlaw's had so far is bust or disappointment, and that's not a guy I'm paying $15 million. But obviously, Adam Peters has a vision. I think if they're going to use him a little bit differently than just saying line up in the 3 technique and go do the thing, like, he's not a great run stuffer. But if they're going to try to use him in different ways, obviously he's had conversations with Witt and Quinn, and they think there's a role for him in this defense. I think he can still be effective. I don't know that I'm in love with that move.
That's fair. We'll have to see, right? Peter seems geeked up about it, which I find pretty interesting.
Yeah,
because he generally keeps it pretty cool, and he's definitely excited about that one. We'll have to. I don't know. It's funny because he's excited about it, and you're kind of cold about it, and it's honestly a great segue to talk about Crop Metcalf because the DC weather is nuts. A lot of days it's warm, a lot of days it's cold. It's beautiful up there today, right, Toby?
can't complain about the weather today.
Yeah, there you go. But last week it was cold and windy. You never know what the hell is going to happen with DC weather. And for just $99, a Crop Metcalf 5-star technician will check both your home's cooling and heating system for one low price. There's a ton of benefits for a Crop Metcalf maintenance check. You can get more efficiency out of your system, and that'll decrease your energy bills. Or if there is a little problem, they can find it and fix it before it turns into a major repair. Not to mention, it is recommended by the equipment manufacturers. Don't wait. Call today. Get peace of mind no matter what the unpredictable DC weather is tomorrow. Do what I do. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician. Around. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I'm live down in Florida. NFL owners meetings. Palm Beach. Toby's holding it down in the Navy Yard studios. Ain't that right, Tobo?
Trying to.
What's all this I hear of you plotting my demise?
I mean, Landfill's making stuff up, but there may have been discussions behind the scenes.
Of what?
Yeah, just chatting, usual commercial break banter.
Yeah, I don't think people really recognize how like when I say crazy, I mean like actually maniacal. Like the radio station vibes are. Like it's a crazy place.
Commercial breaks are a show, just to say the least.
Yeah, it's truly a madhouse, and Landfill is the ringleader. Professor Landini, how do you do?
I'm money, baby.
And what about Jeffrey? He may or may not be there. I'm unaware.
I'm great, man. I'm great.
How was your weekend, Jeff?
It was very eventful.
Please.
Oh man, I DJ'd what, 2 parties and a baby shower.
You DJ'd a baby shower?
Yeah, JP, I have music for all occasions.
Jeff, if I may. Yes. I've been to a lot of baby showers. I've never been to a baby shower with a DJ.
Sometimes it's 2 different Americans, JP.
Okay. I mean, were people like getting after it and dancing, or was it more like setting the mood?
Yeah, it was more like setting the mood, having the music play while, live games going on.
Live games?
Yeah, like they may have guess how many toilet paper squares go around the baby mother's stomach, or
what?
The game.
This sounds a little bizarre, Jeff.
You gotta pop balloons. You never played games at a baby shower? What do you do?
Dog, one, I try to avoid baby showers.
Correct.
The only one I definitely have been to is my wife's, and I think I only go at the end to like pick up the presents. Landfill, if I may just lean on your expertise in the matter.
Well, I'm with Jeff. It's different.
Landfill, can you imagine being in a social setting with Jeff wrapping a pregnant woman's stomach in toilet paper to guess how many squares are required to wrap that woman? Can you imagine that setting?
That's a wild image.
It'd be all types of games, dude. Like one game, the men had to put balloons in their
God,
shirts.
I wish B-Mitch was here. Can we re-rack this tomorrow for B?
B-Mitch will understand. They had to put balloons in their shirts, but they had to tie their shoes and see who could tie their shoes the fastest. Like it's baby shower games. Yeah.
Never heard of any of these. With all due respect.
Toby, do you have any friends of the opposite sex?
I mean, you could have just left it. Do I have any friends?
That's tough.
I mean, you could have just left it at friends, and I probably would have said no. But females, for sure, no.
Because I was going to say, I have friends from college that's women. I've DJ'd their baby showers. I've been to their baby showers. It's always games. You never played a game?
I don't go to baby showers, Jeff. Are you going to baby showers to pick up women because you know they put out?
What if I'm just going to support my friends? They're having a baby. Why everything I got to do got to be woman based?
But you're the one that just said it about all your women friends. And Toby doesn't have any. I got an idea. I think life is all about problem solving.
I don't know if I like this where this is going. I don't know.
I don't know how you can tell, Toby. We need to get Toby to some of these baby showers to meet some women.
I'm gonna pass, JP.
Toby, you got to meet some women, dog. You don't want to go to the club. You don't want to be sliding into the DMs. Go to the baby showers with Jeff. Start wrapping women up in toilet paper and see what happens.
Who says I don't slide in the DMs?
Whoa!
Shoot, Toby. Let him know.
Wait. All right. Well, then let's just ask the question directly. That's what we're here to do. We're paid to ask questions. Do you slide into DMs?
No.
Lies.
Okay. So Adam Peters spoke on the record for about 20 minutes. I was able to ask him some questions. There was a room full of people, but it was a very laid back. One of the best things about this and I was talking with an NFL person that said this. Everybody at NFL annual meeting is in a good mood. Nobody has fumbled. Nobody has missed a field goal. Everybody just got done with free agency. Everybody thinks they crushed it in free agency. So the vibes here are always quite high. I'm curious, each of you, what's a question you would like AP to be asked?
Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of hit on it a little bit earlier. Like, do you feel like you accomplished what you wanted to in free agency? And sounds like all accounts, obviously, yeah.
Landini, what's your question?
I think I'd ask him if they are considering or like planning on trading down to get back some of them picks that they've traded away.
Landfill, you might get what you wish for.
Ooh.
What about you, Jeffrey? Would you ask Adam Peters about baby showers?
He wants to know if he can DJ the baby shower.
Hey, I don't know what I would. It wouldn't be about the baby showers. I don't think. You know what? Toby's probably right. I'll be like, yo, Adam Peters, look, man, look. You ever need a DJ for like your baby shower? Call me.
That's if you had that opportunity, that's what you do. Is you tell Adam Peters.
Is this surprising, JP, that in a professional setting where you can ask professional questions, Jeff is just pitching his business?
Is that not professional?
You know what? His counterpoint stands.
Valid.
I mean, get paid.
I'm all for that.
Jeff is pitching his services.
No, but in all seriousness, I would probably be the one to ask, yo, Adam Peters, what position are you leaning towards going in the draft? Are you going to pick someone at 29 or are you going to trade back? I would ask that question because that's something we're all itching to know.
Okay. Well, if you're itching, Jeff, let's get some answers. When we come back, you will hear from Adam Peters.
This update brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Lots of football news on X Twitter. John Keim reporting that Adam Peters says we want Terry McLaurin to be a Commander for a long time and that they have expressed that interest to Terry's agency. Adam Peters also called Javon Kinlaw a tone setter. Stanford is hiring veteran NFL coach Frank Reich as the school's interim football coach for 2025. Ohio State has landed 4-star safety Blaine Bradford away from LSU and Texas. The Jets named Justin Fields as their QB1. Alex Ovechkin reaches goal number 890. He's now 5 away from breaking the Gretzky record. He scores a goal, but the Caps lose to the Sabres 8-5. They've now lost 3 in a row, so they try to get a win back. Boston Bruins Tuesday night in Beantown. The Nationals win 5-1 over the Phillies. Josh Bell, a 3-run shot, and Nathaniel Lowe, a 2-run homer. Mitchell Parker, 6 1/3 scoreless frames with 7 hits and 5 strikeouts. The Final Four is set with all number 1 seeds. First time and only time it happened before was 2008. Houston beat Tennessee 69-50. Auburn over Michigan State 70-64. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity leader. I'm Byron Curra on The Fan.
Welcome back. B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for B. Mitch today. JP down in West Palm Beach, enjoying some warm weather and the NFL annual meetings. Not the owners' meetings, Landfill. We've been told it is not the owners' meetings. It is the annual meetings. A little bit earlier today, Commanders General Manager Adam Peters met with the media. Here is his conversation with the DC folk down in West Palm.
Yeah, well, obviously I know Debo really well. We drafted him. We were actually coached him at the Senior Bowl, so I got to know him there pretty well too. So I know a lot about him, know what kind of competitor he is, what kind of playmaker he is. I've seen firsthand like him take over games, and it's really infectious throughout the team too. And just a great person, great human. Like they came in, his whole family came in when we signed him, and they're on their way to Disneyland. So the big old crew, they're ready to go to Orlando. But just what he can do for our team, you know, being a playmaker with the ball in his hands, he's very versatile, and he's a great teammate, you know. So he really kind of opens up our offense when you have him and Terry at receiver, and obviously a bunch of other guys too. But being able to get a playmaker like that and understanding that it wasn't a huge cost for us made it something enticing.
What you talk about the offense too, how can he change the dynamics of the offense?
Well, just everything he can do, really. You can put him in the backfield. You know, Cliff's a really creative guy, so it gives him another quote unquote toy to play with, you know, in terms of where you can align him. You can line him wide, you can line him in the slot, you can align him in the backfield. And we do a lot of screen game. And so Debo's incredible in that, just catch it and run, making plays with the ball in his hands. So we thought he was a really good fit for what we do.
To make the trade for Debo and for Laramie and factor in Marshawn, you guys have traded away a lot of picks over the last few months. Obviously, the way you talked early on about, hey, we want to build through the draft.
Yeah.
I think there's some confusion out there as to have you guys like changed philosophy or like what? How do you kind of address the way you kind of gone about this?
Well, I think, you know, you take each opportunity as they come, right? And so understanding where, you know, we were able to get really good players at really good, like, important positions, there's give and take to that, right? And so we did pick 9 players last year. I think they all made the team, right? And then we had 2 rookie free agents make the team as well. So we have 5 picks this year. We could have more, you know, depending on what happens. So we do. It's almost a full complement both years. Obviously, you do want to build through the draft. I feel that all the time. But understanding when you can get, you know, a premier corner, a premier receiver, a premier left tackle, those are things you have to really look into. And we just felt that was the best move for us.
In terms of that, like that was not a strong year for agency with the left tackles. And obviously the draft, you're getting a rookie. Why did you decide that this was a move both for the player and the position that you felt, hey, we really need to be aggressive here?
Yeah, you said it. I mean, those guys don't come on the market very often, right? Left tackles in free agency or any time really, and picking 29. It's not like you're picking your top 5 and it's a sure thing or as close to a sure thing as you can get. So when you have an opportunity like that, and we really wanted to bolster the offensive line, and he's, in our opinion, one of the best. You can say he's top 3, top 2 in pass protection. I think he's underrated as a run blocker too. And understanding too, we have people in that building that really vouch for him as a person. So we knew he'd fit in with our team, with our locker room, within that O-line room. And early returns show like he's been great. When he came out here, he's connected with a lot of our guys, and I think he's going to be a great addition. So, those opportunities are rare. So we thought it was the right to pounce on it.
Given where your complement of picks is, do you have to give extra consideration to trading down to try to pick some picks back up?
That's certainly something that we'll consider. We'll consider everything, trading up, trading down. We always do. With trading down, you have to have somebody who wants to trade up, and that's what I always say, like, I'd love to trade down all the time, but there has to be somebody else that wants to trade up, and it has to be the right deal. And how far do you want to go back, and all those different things you take into account. Who's there on the board, right? Is there just one player on the board that you want? And if that's the case, then maybe you think twice about trading back, because, but if you have 5 players on the board that you really like, you can trade back a few picks and then you can just pick one of those. And I think, with what we did in free agency and through the trades, we have the optionality to really do anything at 29, which we feel really good about.
When you're trying to figure out what other teams are going to do in the draft, how much of your mock, I guess, is based on like the internal polling that you guys are doing as a front office versus some experts who are publicly putting out mock drafts? How do you figure that out?
Yeah, you use all of it. There's so much information out there, and you try to leverage all of it to make good decisions. And our scouting department does a great job of surveying the team needs of all the other 31 teams. Okay, these guys needed this, but they addressed it in free agency, so they may not need that. But okay, they do need this, or the public doesn't think they need this, but this guy's going to be out of contract next year, so that's actually something they do need. So our scouting staff does a great job of prepping us for that. And then the mocks, there's a lot of mocks out there now. There's a lot of mocks out there, and but using the reputable ones, understanding some people really know things that others don't, and understanding, okay, this mock says this, but is ranked, not that high, so maybe he's not going there, and so on. Or the media hasn't caught up with the league in terms of how they feel about a player. So all that goes into those things, but you still can be wrong a lot of the times. And then all of a sudden you think, okay, these guys at 28, they're going to pick a defensive tackle or whatever. So they're not going to take our guy, whoever it is, right? And then they trade out, so all that stuff goes to the waste. But you try to prepare for all those things just to get as much information as possible.
A lot of movement on the D-line. Lose John, bring a couple of new guys in, Kinlaw, Wise. How do you feel about that group, kind of where they are?
Feel really good. Feel really good with the guys that we brought in, the guys that were here, that you're going to have a second year in this system. So, we brought in, we brought in Wise, who's a big physical defensive end. We brought in Eddie Goldman, physical defensive tackle, and then the big one was Kinlaw. And Kinlaw is a tone setter. He's explosive. He's physical. He can line up across the line, and we think he's going to be a great commander. And he wanted to be here. We wanted him to be here. He's from DC, so there's a lot of extra incentive for that. So they're like kind of the bigger guys that we brought in. We brought Jacob Martin, who's going to be able to rush the passer and do a line a lot of different ways. And then with the guys that we have in there, they'll be a second year in the system. So we feel like we have really good depth, really good competition, and but also the optionality, if we do want to add for the draft, we can do that too.
Javon indicated he might. Sorry, I saw your question. Javon indicated he might wanted to get a little bit smaller from where he was last season. Is that something you guys have talked to him about? He said he wanted to get some of his explosiveness back.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any conversation about what size he should be, if you want him bigger or if you want to move him, make him smaller?
Yeah, he's have you seen him in person?
Yeah,
he's a monster. Like the Zoom doesn't it? Like he's unbelievable. You might have seen him if you went to the joint practices against the Jets last year, and he was probably the heaviest I've seen him there. But he can look like he can be 350 and be chiseled. Like he's a freak. Like it's unbelievable. But I've seen him when he's as low as 275 in San Francisco, and then as high as 330 plus last year with the Jets. So he can play at any position or any weight, excuse me. He played a lot last year. It was really impressive to see how much he played. 60% of the snaps at that weight, which is really impressive. But if he loses 10 or 15 pounds, if that makes him feel better, he's still going to be just as effective. He's still a monster.
But
So.
it doesn't change how you guys would use him.
No, I think what the great thing about him is he can line up, wherever we want him. I don't think he's going to be living on the edge, but song reference?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So, see, that's why I picked him. But his versatility, so he can hang in there and anchor, or he can penetrate and do all those different things. So, but whatever weight, there's a weight range that I think is going to be good for him, right around 320, I think. And if that's where he feels best, he's going to be plenty big to do what he needs to do.
The fact that Daryl coached him and that Dan kind of cut his teeth coaching D-line, how much did that go into wanting to get what he can bring here?
Yeah, I think everything that we knew about him, with his relationship with Tap is a big deal. And obviously DQ having an influence in that room. Is Tap's still a young coach? He's doing a great job, but DQ can also help him, and DQ knows that position like the back of his hand. So understanding that we have people surrounding him that can help him, because we really think Kinlaw, his best football's in front of him. He started early in his career. He got hurt. He had a really major injury that, to his credit, he fought back through and came back even better, which was really impressive. And the way how much he played 2 years ago in San Francisco and how much he played last year, he's just those are like his first 2 years in essence. So and he's got the hunger to get better and better. So we like that as much as anything about him, is that his best football's in front of him.
Speaking of weight stuff, Debo has publicly talked about being heavier than he should have been last season. How do you guys talk about that? Like, monitor it? Is that part of a plan or something?
Yeah, I think every player has a plan in terms of their weight, right? And that's not just Debo, that's everybody. Target weight that, or target range that we want you in, that we think. And you really decide that with the player, with the health and performance team and dietitian and all that. And all right, what's the best range for this person to be healthy and perform at their best? And so we'll decide that with Debo, like we will with every other player on the roster. But I'm not concerned about his weight. He's a big dude. He's a thick dude. No, he's a powerful dude. And so he's not going to be, 200 pounds like some receivers. That's just, not possible. But, we're comfortable with where he is and his motivation to be at his best.
Is there a desire to get Terry a new deal before the season starts? Especially with Debo coming in, him having more money than Terry. I don't know if that factors. Is there a desire to get something done with him before the season starts?
Yeah, I think, short answer is we want to make Terry a commander for a long time. He's a great commander. He got better and better as the season went on, not only as a player, but as a leader. It was really impressive to see him grow so much when you think of Terry as this, pristine, polished player, but then he got even better, so it's really cool. Everybody can get better, even the great ones. So, but we've had talks with Terry's representation, and I think just like any talks we'll have, those will stay in the house. But it's been really positive.
The additions of Will Harris and Jonathan Jones. So can you just share what you all saw in them and what made you think that they were going to be really good commanders?
Yeah, you said it. They look like commanders on tape, and everything we've heard about them from New England, from New Orleans, but also when Will Harris was in Detroit, we had Lance Newmark was there. So we have some really good insight with him. And then Jonathan Jones has been a great pro for, since he got he's a self-made guy who has been a great pro for a long time. So understanding who they are as men and who they are as competitors and teammates, but then also their play style on the field. And I think you guys, I've seen them, like the highlights that our fans make are really cool, like on on social media. But like, those guys are physical, they're fast, they're aggressive, they play our style. So we're really excited to have them.
And then keeping the tight end room together.
Yeah.
Just share a little bit more about why that was so important for you all as well.
Yeah, I think just starting with Zach, bringing him in last year, we were really pleased with how he not only played, but what a leader he was, and becoming a captain voted on by his teammates at the end of the year was really, really cool to see just how his leadership grew throughout the year, much like Terry's. And so that was a priority for us to bring him back. And he's been, people can say he's lost a step, but he still gets open all the time, and his blocking got better as the year went on too. So everybody had that mindset to get better, and Zach was fit right in with that. And he's a great weapon to have in the pass game, especially. So that was a priority. And then John Bates, we think he's, if not the best, one of the best blocking tight ends in the league. And his mentality, his tenacity, his physicality fit right in with what we want to do. And he brings an edge to our offensive line. He's almost an extension of that. But we also think with John that he's got, much like Kinlaw, he's got another step to go in the pass game. He's got some untapped stuff that we really want to work on. And when we re-signed him, that was one of our goals. We talked to him about that. It's like, we don't want to just bring you back. We want to get you better and better. And he was really positive about that. So that room's a really good room. It's a really deep room. And that's what we want to create with every room, really, is competition. And that's really the theme of our program.
How do you go about with a young quarterback building the roster to maximize with Jayden, where he's at in the contract window, et cetera? Just that whole process.
I'm just figuring it out right now. No, it's interesting because I've seen it happen where teams have to pay their quarterback eventually, and then you have to make some decisions that you don't necessarily have to make right now. And so to be able, we do have the flexibility right now to get some higher price players around them. So that is a good thing. Eventually we're gonna have to pay Jayden, and I think we'll be really excited to pay Jayden when that comes. But I don't know if Josh will, but so yeah, maximizing that. But it's just the same. Like, we're just trying to make our team as good as possible all the time. And so that does give us more flexibility, but knowing that eventually at some point that'll come to an end.
Along those lines, is that so the primary impetus for signing a number of guys to shorter term deals in free agency, a lot of 1 year?
Yeah. I think that's just kind of how the market is too. A little bit of that also. We do have a lot of flexibility in the future because of that. Like what you're saying, like, we're not tied to a ton of players in 26, 27. And so not a ton of guarantees that are out there down the line. But, just building this team and like I said, we try to build through the draft, and that's, going to be a real big focus here. But, you only have opportunities if a player wants a 1 year deal, then, you can't give them a 2 year deal. And so a lot of the players that we have, we're kind of in that mindset. And so the guys that we were able to sign the longer term deals, we're happy to do that. But this does provide us optionality and flexibility. But ultimately, like I've said, and obviously, you can argue with that, and I understand that argument, but it's, you get the guys that are under 3 or 4 year contracts, essentially that helps build the foundation of your team. And that's where we want to get to.
Time for one more. Have there been any contract talks with Laramie, or do you foresee any of those?
No, we haven't had any of those. And any of those, we'll keep those in house.
The actual draft, you guys have obviously signed a lot of guys. It looks like you've given yourself options if the roster not feeling maybe desperate at certain spots. But what are some of the areas maybe you are looking to address? And then you mentioned possibly trading down. Is trading away picks still an option considering what you guys have already done?
Yeah, everything is an option, just depending on the value, right, and the player and the value. So you never want to close that door. It would be our preference to not do that, but it just depends on the situation. But I think in terms of where we're looking, I think we can look anywhere now. And I think that's, what our staff did a great job of accomplishing by targeting players at all these positions in free agency and signing our own guys and getting the trades. Our staff did a great job of helping us fill in all those spots. So we could go play today if we want to. And I think we'd be pretty good today, honestly. So that gives us that flexibility to go wherever we want to go.
All right, John, last one.
Tush push, that's on the table for what are your thoughts on that, and how much do you think?
Come on, Sean.
Sorry about that.
It's a demerit.
Frankie may have helped push this.
I'll let you guys decide about the Frankie aspect of it. Those memes were cool though. Have you guys seen those? But that's going to be decided, and there's so many things that go into that, and so the competition committee does a great job of identifying all the potential like pitfalls and like unintended consequences. The medical people weigh in on that as well in terms of how safe of a play it is and all that. But ultimately, until they change anything, if they change anything, it's our job to stop it. And so we're just going to keep trying to find ways to do that.
That was Commanders General Manager Adam Peters a little bit earlier today, meeting with the media folks from DC down at the NFL annual meetings in West Palm Beach. JP will be back in just a couple of minutes. If you want to hop in, any reaction to what Commanders General Manager Adam Peters had to say, the MGM National Harbor listener lines will be open at 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. We'll take some of your phone calls reacting to what Adam Peters had to say down at the annual meetings in West Palm Beach next here on B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
This update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. John Keim from his X account on the Commanders. Adam Peters calls Javon Kinlaw a tone setter. And also Peters said earlier, we want Terry McLaurin to be a Commander for a long time. And they've made that known to Terry's agency. More football news. Stanford has hired NFL veteran coach Frank Reich as the school's interim coach for 2025. Ohio State has landed 4-star safety Blaine Bradford. Alex Ovechkin reaches goal number 890. He's 5 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's record. Nationals north of the border against Toronto tonight at 7:07 live on The Fan. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention The Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. You just heard from Commanders General Manager Adam Peters. Hit on a wide range of topics. We're going to open the phone lines up. 800-636-1067. What'd you hear from AP? What do you still want to hear from AP? We'll hear from Dan Quinn tomorrow morning. We are live here in Florida for the NFL annual meeting. Going to hit these phones, 800-636-1067. Toby, what was your biggest takeaway from AP?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agreed with his point that what they've done, they've allowed themselves that they could go out on the football field right now and they could go out and play. So there's no pressing need. I think there's still some holes on the roster and some a little more glaring than others, but they could go play a football game right now. So going into the draft, it's not like they have to go edge rusher at 29 or, they're leaving a giant hole. They've kind of filled their bases so that no matter what they need to do, whatever they deem necessary in the draft, whether it's trade down, whether it's pick somebody at 29, they're kind of improving the football team versus filling a need.
I totally agree with you. Getting a quarterback helps a lot in that regard.
Big time.
You know what I mean? Because if you get that figured out, then you're not chasing at that position, and it completely changes the landscape. My guy Poncho's in Albuquerque, listening on the Odyssey app. Poncho, what'd you think of AP?
I think he's doing great. I really like how he showed some brass with some of his comments. In Peters we trust. Feel really good about the direction. Everybody knows that it's a good place to come, and even Jeremy Chin went and got a big bag after the fact. Can't be mad at him.
No.
Shout out Josh Harris. Shout out Adam Peters for doing the right thing, and some things you can't teach.
Well said, man. Thanks for the call. Phones are open, 800-636-1067. Poncho, you still there? I don't know if he left.
He dropped.
Okay. I don't know if I've asked you this, Toby, but what's your favorite move they've made this season?
It's Tunsil, and the reason being, overall, I'd say it's been underwhelming outside of the Tunsil move. I haven't loved everything that they've done, but the Tunsil move makes it so that I feel good about what they've done this offseason because, like I said earlier, he's going to be here for at least the entirety of Jaden's rookie contract, and you're protecting your most valuable asset, which is Jaden Daniels. So I think getting a guy like that can be here for 3, 4, 5 years, even if it costs a little bit with draft picks, I don't mind those sorts of moves at all.
Yeah, I get Tunsil. I think Tunsil should have the biggest impact, but I still lean. I think it's Debo. I loved Peter's answer today about what he thinks Debo brings them, and then he added, he's like, plus, we didn't have to pay much for him. And that just stands out to me in a major way.
I think Poncho said something pretty interesting there when he talked about how Jeremy Chin left and got a big contract. I think that now the Commanders are like a competently well-run team that actually performs well. They're going to be able to get, the players who are on these contracts where they're looking to go to a place and look good for a year and sign a huge deal. That's always been one of the most frustrating parts about being a fan of the team here in Washington is that, the only time we were ever able to go out and get people is if no one else wanted them or we paid him $6 million a year more than anyone else was offering because the situation was such a disaster. Everybody knew that they were, signing their own death warrant by coming here, and that's just not the case anymore. And I think that's fantastic,
dude. Even to, be a little less hyperbolic than you, but like, even the like to get Ron when Dan hired Ron, he kind of had to give him full control because it was a desperate team. Nobody wanted, you know what I mean? Like, you weren't going to be able to hire a whole bunch of people. So you had to let Rivera get this like inflated title that he probably, in hindsight, certainly we know shouldn't have had. And I think like you're so right that the situation has just changed so dramatically in Washington that these guys want, Debo put Washington on his list of teams he wanted to be traded to.
Yeah.
5 teams.
And I think to Landfill's point, there was another team that did something similar, and then that guy got locked up long term. That's Zach Bond in Philadelphia, right? So you can have a guy come in, play well for a year, and then leave. You could also find a huge part of your team because suddenly you find something, a diamond in the rough that fits in your scheme and plays incredibly well. So it can work twofold, where you end up finding a long-term piece, or they just go somewhere else and you find someone else to fill in. But it's a great point that people actually want to play in DC now.
Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. We're down here at the NFL meetings. Adam Peters is really confident with his team, says we could go out and play today. I also asked him about Laramie Tunsil there at the end, just if there was any talk about contract stuff, and he said no. Then he's like, I wouldn't tell you anyway. But somebody explained to me that knows salary cap stuff that converting Debo's money to guaranteed money actually helps them if they want to get out of that deal, that they won't have to carry over a hit. They were going to pay it anyway as a roster bonus. And then he's got some incentives. So the Debo conversion makes a lot of sense. I personally would like to see Tunsil play a while, whatever, before you give him some cash. Does that sit right with you?
Why is that? Is there a little bit of hesitancy there? Are you worried at all? Or is it just strictly you don't want to tie yourself down just in case?
I have no concern about the level of play. The dude's a stud player. I don't know. It's weird a dude's been traded 3 times when he's a stud. Sure. So I just would like to see him on the field 4, 8 games, whatever. But everyone I've talked to, he's never been a problem. You know what I mean? And I think for Houston, it really was about – I asked D'Amico Ryans about this morning. I don't know if we have that, Landfill. I asked D'Amico, what was it like to trade that away? And he's like, yeah, I didn't really want to, but it was just kind of how we needed the picks, and they're getting a great player, and I think it's a win-win.
Well, and I think the funny part about it, JP, is like the way that everyone that we've heard from Houston kind of talk about him, anybody that feels negative about Tunsil and like the deal just getting rid of him, it was like he's not a leader and this and that. And it's like, well, not everyone's built to be a leader. I understand that if you're one of the highest paid players on a team and you're kind of the face of the franchise in some cases, left tackle kind of usually isn't that. But I'm not that worried if the guy isn't that outgoing and isn't trying to force his way as a voice of the team. That doesn't bother me. I care about what you're able to do on the field, and they've got the culture thing figured out. Wagner is going to be a leader. Ertz is a leader. Like, they've got guys in that locker room to be leaders. If Tunsil steps into the locker room, never says a word to the media, never, forces himself being a leader on the team, but goes out there and plays, why do I care?
Right. Well, dude, you bring up a great point, because I think in a lot of capacities, John Allen was forced into a leadership role that really wasn't natural for him.
Mm-hmm.
And especially in the old days, because John was this local guy with, military upbringing, whatever, like the marketing machine in the Snyder era oftentimes dictated to the football machine, which is just so, emblematic of how broken that organization was. But John was a cover of the program guy and like, oh, let's go meet the sponsors guy. And that's just not who he is. Not in a bad way. Like, he's a relatively quiet dude, and he is cool in the locker room and friends with everybody. But like, they wanted him to be this rah-rah guy that I don't think is him. And I think that's okay. And I think this new group I mean, I just talked to DQ for a few minutes in the hallway, and like, it's all about letting people be comfortable where they are, finding people where they are, and then bringing them together to be their best together. And if Tunsil's not give a speech in the tunnel before before the game kind of guy, he doesn't have to be.
Exactly. I don't know why that's such a negative piece. Like, if you didn't have leaders on the team and they expected him to be in Houston, and that's the reason, maybe I can understand it a little bit, but that's not going to be a problem here in Washington. They have leaders already. If he wants to step in and just kind of fit into the locker room and not worry about being a leader, that'd be just fine here.
Yeah, I agree. Phone lines are open. At some point, Toby, I'm going to need you to explain these torpedo bats to me. Is this Chaz on line one, Landini?
I just wanted to I love you guys. JP, you went to school with my boy James Slaughter at BC.
Oh yeah, dude, go Barons.
I follow you guys a lot. And you know the LA culture. I'm a DC native. I'm back and forth bi-coastal, but the LA culture of just winning. It seems like, you know, when I come out here and I see and I'm in these, you know, in SoFi, you know, watching how a couple of years ago. And I went to Vegas. I go to all the away games, like, you know, the Vegas one. And I was in Dallas. And just the culture of LA winning, it seems like Adam Peters is bringing that, you know, like that mentality. And it's like, you always got to win. And that's what I love about, you know, what he's doing for DC. And I'm just happy about just the culture shift and the change. And he's answering all the right questions. He's not shying off. He's not just saying things just to say things like we've heard before in the past.
Totally.
By other GMs and coaches. So,
well, Chaz, to your point, dude,
respect it.
think about this. We have not, I don't believe any radio show, but I know ours has not. Nobody has like a funny, goofy drop on the radio that they play all the time because Peters messed something up in a presser.
Right.
And we couldn't get two pressers in a row without some funny, goofy thing from everybody that's been running this operation the last 20 years.
Yeah, it's a lot of us out here, man, and it's a lot of Skins fans out here. We're kind of scattered. We all come together when the time is right, but it's just refreshing. Like, I was just listening to him. I'm like, he's not cutting no corners. Even when he went back and said something about the picks, and he was like, yeah, you know, we got 29. But, you know, it's not like we're in the top 10. And he was like, you know, that's not a sure shot all the time. And he clarified that. He was like, even though, you know, we might have a top 5 draft pick, it's not guaranteed that we're going to get the right guy for this culture. So I think bringing, you know, Ken Law back and, you know, he's a DC guy. You know, I'm a Archbishop Carroll graduate. So, you know, I'm in that, you know, that WCAC. So
the Lions,
it's all
baby.
about competition. Yeah.
Yo,
it's all
appreciate the call. Chaz, good call, man.
Thanks,
Thank you,
man.
buddy. We'll keep the phone lines going. Come up at 1 o'clock. We're going to talk to this dude, John Talty, that wrote a story about Kevin Willard's departure from Maryland. At 1:30, so a little bit of news just came down concerning the Commanders' global rights in the United Arab Emirates, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, the UAE. Pretty damn interesting. I'm going to try to get some more information about that because, to be honest, I'm not exactly sure what all that means, but maybe I can find somebody that does. Shireen Williams just wrote a story on that. But we're going to keep your phone lines going. Adam Peters talked, I thought, really, really insightful. There's a way to be insightful and open without disclosing information. And I think AP does that really well. Basically, what you need in life is somebody that can do multiple things really well. And if you need new windows, Paul Henry is that dude. Paul Henry's window installation has changed things significantly at my home for the better. Redid all the windows and the doors. And what that does is it lowered my utility bills and it just made my house that much more livable. It stays cool in the summer. It stays warm in the winter. And in the crazy, you know, March month where it's cold half the time and hot half the time, it keeps things regulated. It's been a true bonus for my family working with Paul Henry. If you call this month, you get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors with Paul Henry's window installation. He's done work at my house. He's done work at B's house. He's been fantastic. Contact Paul Henry's Windows today. Tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you, paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. All right, folks. This is scary. Richard Sherman does the Amazon Thursday night broadcast now. Obviously, won Super Bowls with the Seahawks. Dude, Richard Sherman's his home was just robbed at gunpoint, man, and his family was there. That's crazy, man. That's scary stuff. Crazy.
So many big time people. Like, it's just insane how many high profile people are having their houses robbed.
Yeah, man, that's no good. It really is not good. So I'm going to try to get us an expert on this because I don't think the 5 of us are going to know what we're talking about here, but we're going to talk about it anyway. Also, at 1 o'clock, we're going to talk to
I think we lost JP there. 1 o'clock, we're going to end up talking to John Talty. He wrote a piece for CBS Sports talking about Kevin Willard. Going to be interested to get some of his thoughts on the whole situation with Maryland. It's been crazy. Real quick, before we get back to JP, we'll try to get him reconnected here in just a second. Want to get back into some of the Commanders. Saw that there's a chance and looks like a report that Ryan Leonard is going to be signing with the Capitals for the rest of the playoff run, and he's going to be with this team making his debut tomorrow night in Boston after they fell out of the hockey playoffs in college, and all of a sudden he's going to hop right into a potential playoff run for the Capitals and hopefully playing a big role. It'd be sweet to see him on the ice with Ovi and the guys tomorrow night. But getting back into the Commanders, with some of the moves that they've made this offseason, I don't know that I felt great about them, but I do feel like they have set themselves up so that they go into the draft now where they're fine. And when you look at what their options are at pick number 29, I think trading down to me makes the most sense. But at some point, too, you have to consider that they need to add elite players still. And so there's a balance there if you're Adam Peters where they're missing draft picks because they've traded a lot of them. There was a lot that went into the Laramie Tunsil deal. There were a lot that went into the Marshawn Lattimore deal. Obviously didn't cost a lot for the Debo deal. When you look at the number of picks that they have traded versus you might like all 3 of those deals individually. But when you look at the collective, maybe you still feel fine about it, but there is no denying that they gave up a lot of draft picks. And so they drafted a lot of dudes last year. They had 9 guys drafted. They made the team. They got a couple of undrafted guys as well. Tyler Owens was a good special teamer. And, I think they still have high hopes for Jordan McGee and Luke McCaffrey and Ben Sinnott and Johnny Newton and some of those guys. So I think that they still have some hope for some of the guys that maybe didn't have a good rookie season. But they have flexibility. And sometimes we look at these things and, yeah, it's nice to have a quantity, a volume of guys, but if you get a chance at a real legit edge rusher or whatever they deem most valuable or best player available, if they have someone that they thought was gone at 15 but is suddenly there at 29, I wouldn't blame them on taking the pick there and making it and finding out if they can get some more blue chip talents on this team. Because really, I think at that point, that's kind of the stuff that's lacking for this team is the true difference makers, the true star players on this team. I think is kind of what's lacking because you feel good about the depth at this point, I think. But I think at 29, if you have the opportunity to get a stud to add some more top-end talent to this team, JP, I think that's going to make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I agree with you, Tobe. I think there's a better chance of trading back than landing the game-changing stud at 29. But there's nothing that prevents it from happening. Kittle was what, a 3rd rounder? Or Kittle was a 5th rounder.
Kittle was a 5th.
Warner was a 3rd.
Well, and this is my other point about this, JP, that some people look at it and say, well, now all their first-round picks are going to be late, and it's practically a second-rounder. Miss me with that because this is what they get paid to do. Like, you don't get off the hook for draft picks because you're picking 29th because you're good all of a sudden. You got to hit your draft picks. It doesn't matter where you pick, whether you're picking 2nd overall, whether you're picking 29th overall, you have to hit your draft pick. That's what those scouts get paid for. That's why Adam Peters gets paid the big bucks. You've got to hit on these draft picks, and I think they will, but it'll be interesting to see how they maneuver in the draft.
So we do not know what this means, but the Commanders have added new international marketing rights in the United Arab Emirates Let's tell everybody what that means. Wrong answers only, Toby.
Means you're going to see a lot of Jaden Daniels jerseys in Dubai.
Maybe. Landfill?
Or JP, you're going to get a bunch of Lambos and sick cars with Commanders wraps in Dubai.
That'd be cool.
I think we're going to have an Emirates Air sponsorship.
That tracks.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Jeff, what about you? The Commanders now have international marketing rights in Dubai, in UAE. Now, they don't have them alone, though. They share them with the Rams and the Niners. So, I really don't understand it. I guess, does that give them some level of, no other NFL team is allowed to post marketing here and we get, rights to do? You know what I'm saying?
That's what I think it is. I think, maybe the NFL still does some marketing, but team specific, maybe it's just those 3 teams you mentioned can go around, and if they want to put up a billboard or something, and because they do this with different markets. I saw that Green Bay was doing some in the UK, and I don't know exactly what it means, but
all right, the Commanders have now sent out a press release. Ready? Today it was announced that the Washington Commanders have been granted international marketing rights in the United Arab Emirates as part of the National Football League's Markets program. This marks the Commanders' first entry into the Global Markets program, and the first year teams have been awarded rights in the UAE. All right, so they're in on the ground floor. Quote from Josh Harris. Ready? Washington Commanders are excited to join the NFL's Global Markets program and become one of the first teams to expand our marketing and fan engagement efforts into the UAE, an increasingly influential financial, economic, and sports hub, said Josh Harris. What do you think the odds are of them playing a game in Dubai in the next 5 years?
maybe it increases them with this. I don't know. I mean, them playing internationally is 100% a lock in the next couple of years.
I think them opening the season in Brazil is about a 97% lock.
You excited about that trip, JP?
I am. I know B really wanted them to go to Madrid. I've never been to Madrid. I think that would be dope. The flight to Brazil is quite long, I have found out. But I like traveling. I like seeing the world. I've been to South America. I've never been to Brazil. I hope, like, if you remember last year when it was Eagles, who was it? Eagles-Packers, right?
Eagles Packers, yeah.
The game kind of sucked. The field kind of sucked. Ideally, they work through all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, I definitely, in these international games, I definitely would prefer to be second or third than first, because there's probably a lot of quirks to work through that they're not all completely aware of. What we're aware of, though, is the University of Maryland needs a new head basketball coach. The old guy left him high and dry, and John Talty wrote a hell of an article about it. He'll join the program next.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. NFL news from John Keim on his X account saying Adam Peters said, quote, "We want Terry McLaurin to be a commander for a long time." They have spoken with Terry's agent. Also, Adam Peters called Javon Kinlaw a tone setter. Commanders have been granted international marketing rights in the United Arab Emirates through the NFL's Global Markets Program. Stanford is hiring veteran NFL coach Frank Reich as the school's interim football coach for the 2025 season. They do play at Virginia this year. Ohio State landed a significant recruiting upset in the 2026 class, grabbing four-star safety Blaine Bradford away from LSU and Texas. Alex Ovechkin now at $890 after a goal yesterday. They take on Boston Tuesday. He is 5 away from breaking Gretzky's record. Buffalo Sabres outscored the Caps 8-5. Nationals beat the Phillies 5-1. Josh Bell, 3-run shot, and Nathaniel Lowe, a 2-run homer. Mitchell Parker, 6 1/3 scoreless frames. Toronto Blue Jays tonight, 7:07 on the Fan. Final four is set, Florida versus Auburn and Houston against Duke. The Crown Tournament, Las Vegas tonight at 5:30 for GW against Boise State. Georgetown takes on Washington State at 11. South Carolina beat Duke 54-50. UCLA over LSU 72-65 in the women's tournament. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Little Willie getting us through a Monday. All right, I'm in Florida. Toby's in the Navy Yard. And I've avoided this pretty well today, but can't avoid everything. Got to face bad news head on. Joining us right now is John Talty. Excited to get to chat with John. And John, you wrote a hell of a story, sir, about the way Kevin Willard departed the University of Maryland. Thank you for making time for us. John, of course, joins us on the Rude Guest Hotline, the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You can give John a follow if you'd like at jtalty, Talty. How are you, dude?
Good. Appreciate you guys having me on again.
We appreciate you coming on. So I'm a Maryland alum, and I don't begrudge anybody for leaving for what they perceive are better jobs or getting more money or whatever. This is America, man. Get the bag. I think there's a right and a wrong way to do things. You wrote a story, the headline of which says, "He played us like a drum inside Kevin Willard's turbulent Maryland departure." Get us up to speed on how this all went down.
Yeah, and I think your point there is why there's so much frustration from Maryland fans. It's not simply just that he was leaving, or it's not just that some of his complaints don't have validity, which we can get into in a second, but I think it's the way that he carried himself toward the end, the way that, looking back on it, he was clearly at best misleading people, at worst just straight up lying about what he was doing behind the scenes. That led to kind of this moment that we're in right now where Maryland's in a tricky spot, having to replace head basketball coach without an AD. Transfer portals all rolling right now, and I think a lot of it could have been avoided. But I think what I got into in my story was that this was building for a while. I think that Kevin Willard was never maybe truly happy at Maryland. If you've been around Kevin Willard, you might question whether he's ever truly happy. Not always the most sunshiny guy, but I think that from the get-go when he got to Maryland, from the people I talked to, there are always kind of comparisons back to the Big East, and the Big East does this better and the Big East does that better. And I think people thought and hoped that over time he would settle in and realize, the benefits of being at a school like Maryland and having the Big Ten and all that comes with that. But I think that, looking back on it, now seeing where he's going to a Big East school in Villanova, I think that he just never felt fully comfortable at Maryland and never felt like he got what he thought he deserved. And of course, we can get into what that exactly is and whether he was right in that perceived notion.
From your reporting, did you get a sense like when the timeline was that he started leaning that he was going to leave Maryland? Because it doesn't seem like this is something that just popped up in the presser right before the NCAA tournament. He
Correct.
Airs out all this stuff. Do you get a sense of when, maybe it wasn't finalized that he was leaving, but when it started to become I'm more likely out than I am in for next season with the Terps?
I think not long after Kyle Neptune got fired, to be honest with you. I mean, his name was associated with the job pretty early on. Now, people close to Kevin Willard will say that, like you said, it wasn't finalized until after the tournament, that he still had to meet with Villanova, which he did on Saturday, that, it could have still not worked out. I mean, whether you want to believe that, I guess, is in the eye of the beholder. But I think, really, you could say, even before that first NCAA tournament game against Grand Canyon, when all this stuff really came out, I think people at that moment were already afraid that he was going to, ultimately go to Villanova. And I remember at the time there was some mixed reporting, some people saying, Kevin's coming back in his contract extension. And I remember checking in with a couple people, and they're like, I wouldn't go that far. Like, it's still very much up in the air whether Kevin's going to stay at Maryland or go to Villanova. And that was, again, before even that first NCAA tournament game. So this was, as you guys mentioned, weeks in building up to this moment. Whether he kind of verbally committed even before the NCAA tournament, my sources and what I've heard kind of lends me to believe that he did. But there's always the possibility that deals can fall apart at the last minute. It's happened in the past. So his people will at least claim to you that it wasn't truly done until he got face to face with them, which was on Saturday after Maryland got knocked out.
I don't believe any of that.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
Yeah. I mean, I've lost the bandwidth to get upset about this dude anymore. What did he seriously say goodbye to the team on Zoom? Does that surprise you?
I mean, that's what I heard. It's a bad look in this, for a lot of reasons. I think it's a bad look because you have Rodney Rice, one of the players talking about, hey, he said he was staying and he's fighting for, more resources. I'll be honest with you, I don't get quite as riled up about that as maybe others, in part just because those teams are going to be so awkward as it is. It's kind of like, what is he going to say? They're going to be mad as it is. I can remember, I had a college football book that came out last year called The Price, and in that book we detailed Jed Fish leaving Arizona for Washington, and it was just a super awkward 5-minute exit meeting. Everybody was kind of mad. Nobody really wants to talk. I think kind of like you at a certain point, if you're leaving, just go. And so is it a bad look that he did it on Zoom? Sure, it is. But also I can remember, if you guys can remember, what was it, 15 years ago, decade ago, Randy Edsall, when he left UConn from Maryland, I think he did it on a conference call. So those things are always going to be messy and kind of
what a
weird
terrible
at the end.
Maryland's athletic directors have been so god-awful. Kevin Anderson's dumbass chased Ralph Friedgen out, who was an alum and won there, to get Randy Edsall, and they were awful. And I think they were going to hire Mike Leach, and then
Mike Leach, yep.
He insulted the university president or something. I mean, that place is there are times where it seems like Michael Scott from The Office is in charge of Maryland athletics. It's just so hard to figure out. John Talty, CBS Sports, joining us now. You can give him a follow, Jay Talty. Wrote a hell of an article about Kevin Willard's departure from College Park. I feel like because of kind of the controversy that has surrounded Willard's departure, we kind of are ignoring what should be the most important part of this. How good of a coach do you think Kevin Willard is?
It's a great question. I was talking to some of my Maryland friends and kind of was joking, but it's like, if you said at the beginning of the season, Maryland's going to go to Sweet 16, would you take it or leave it? And I think most fans would have said, take it. Great. I think I can finally be all in on Kevin Willard. But I think equally, if you said at the beginning of the season, by the end of the year, Kevin Willard's leaving, I think a lot of Maryland friends of mine would have been like, yeah, I'll take that too. I'm not fully bought into this guy. I think that both of those things happened the same year is what's pretty wild about this. But I think, he went to one Sweet 16. He has been to one Sweet 16 in his career, which just happened and was overshadowed by this entire drama. I think he's a guy who is a good coach. Is he a great coach? I don't think he is. Certainly the records don't indicate that he is. I think that, them working with an analytics team this past year seemed to finally open up what's been some pretty ugly offenses that he had at Seton Hall and other places. Maybe you can buy into he's willing to evolve and adapt offensively, add some good players that he could do well. But I just think I was just in Atlanta for, the South Regional and, watching Tom Izzo, Bruce Pearl, Chris Beard, Dusty May. I don't think he's on the level of any of those guys, to be honest with you. I mean, I just think that when you see adjustments, changes guys make, I just never really felt like I saw that with Willard. Again, I think he's a good coach, probably a top 30, top 40 coach. He was going to be paid top 10 at Maryland. I think he'll be top 10, if not more, at Villanova. So I think he's top 10 worthy. I don't. And so in that sense, there is an opportunity for Maryland maybe to upgrade here. I think the real issue, of course, is just that the timing stinks, not having an AD, transfer portal going on. If he had left 2 weeks earlier, if they went one and done and got knocked out, you probably could have gotten a better candidate a little early on in the process. And that's the thing that I think is just disappointing for Maryland fans.
Talking with John Talty here on B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for B. Mitch today. Really good article about Kevin Willard leaving the Terps on CBS Sports. And you mentioned going from $3 million to up to maybe $4.5 million in terms of what they're going to be able to spend on the team, and understanding too that like college football is the driving force and how much that costs. The question, John, is like, does this season kind of just end up being an anomaly where there's no AD, who knows who's going to be the next coach for Maryland? And it seems like they were taking strides, and then Willard was maybe getting some improvements for the program, and now he's gone. There's no AD. Like, where is Maryland basketball now? Like, I think that's what so many people they hate that Willard's gone, but it also leaves Maryland basketball in such limbo now.
Yeah, it does. And yeah, I think it does. And I think, the good and bad of this current world is that I do think you can flip a roster really fast, and that guys are coming and going, really easily. So if you want to take the negative side of things, I give Willard a lot of credit for his, identification of, Kobe Gillespie and Rodney Rice. Both those guys were slated to come back next year at Maryland and probably would have been, in many ways, the centerpieces of that roster. Are those guys going to be back now? I don't know if they are. I think Gillespie is probably the least likely of the two. There were rumors even before Willard left that he could be headed to Tennessee, Kentucky type place. He's going to get a huge number NIL-wise / rev share-wise. So that's the disappointing side of things. The positive side is that you hire the right guy. We're seeing really fast turnaround of rosters. Todd Golden at Florida, his third year, he's at a Final Four. John Shire at Duke, his third year, he's in a Final Four. It doesn't have to be this 5-6 year thing. It could happen in a year or two. You get the right guy. So is next year going to be a down year? It's definitely possible. But it might, by year two, you might be in a place where you can make a real run. So they have to hire the right guy. They have to hire someone who can acquire talent and who can maximize that talent. I think there's a real opportunity. You get the right kind of X's and O's guys. You give them the right amount of rev share, keep raising NIL money. I think the money will be there for them to put together a good roster. It'll be tough just kind of coming in late in the game, but they'll still be able to add some quality pieces. And can you have a guy who can build them up and build them to greater than just the sum of their pieces? And that's what I think Maryland really has to add here. A guy who can embrace this current era of college basketball. He's not just going to complain about what he doesn't have, but instead it's going to maximize what he does have to be the best he can be.
For sure. And I think, honestly, I'm kind of surprised it hasn't gone better at Georgetown for Cooley. Dude, these rosters flip every year. There's nothing stopping you. Maybe they're too late in the portal right now and guys are going elsewhere, but there's nothing stopping the new coach from showing up and getting good guys in the portal. There's no developing anymore. You know what I mean? So you got to get the hire right, but to me, this is obviously a setback. I don't want to doubt that at all. But I think the ceiling at Maryland is the same as it was. Maybe things have changed that dramatically that the Big East becomes significantly better because they don't have to deal with football. But I think Maryland's ceiling is more impacted by Maryland than it is by their place in the Big Ten or the college basketball landscape. Does that make sense, John?
Yeah, I agree. And I think there's going to be stories and narratives about, whether the Big Ten needs to look itself in the mirror going, it's a 24th year without a national championship. SEC's got 2 teams in the Final Four, Big Ten has 0. So there could be some broader questions about, where does the Big Ten fit in? Are they putting enough necessary resources? But to me, Maryland, they have what it takes to be, one of the best programs in the country. They have a great arena. They're building, I think by next year, that $52 million basketball only facility will be ready. It's going to be really nice. Again, from what I was told, they're going to give Willard $4.5 million in rev share, which is going to be number 2 in the Big Ten and one of the top probably 15, 20 across Power 4. That number even went up beyond that. I think maybe even as much as $500,000 to $1 million when they were negotiating. So you're willing to give those resources, like you're going to be at the very top upper echelon of any college basketball program when it comes to rev share, outside of course some of the Big East programs. So you're going to have the money to compete. I think it's again just whether you have the right guy and whether people buy in. I think that one of the things that Maryland unfortunately has had of some of its basketball coaches that guys who just are not good at rallying the fan base, who are not good at kind of selling the program. I live in Birmingham, and I've seen what Bruce Pearl did for Auburn and what Nate Oates has done for Alabama. Those are not traditional basketball powerhouses, but those guys have gone out. They've done what they've needed to do to get the fan base on board. They're going on all the TV shows, radio interviews, all these different things. Whereas I can remember Mark Turgeon complaining about having to do College Game Day. Like, that's not what Maryland needs. Maryland needs a guy who can, again, bring that X's and O's plus marketing to sell the program. It can't be solely reliant on whether they're good or not. You have to go out and kind of earn the fan base's trust. And I don't think Turgeon did that. I don't think Kevin Willard really did that. And I think that's what Maryland needs to think about in this kind of current era of you got to fight for dollars with all the other things you can do in the D.C. area. You need someone who's going to really sell the program and get them in front of people. And I think that's something that needs to be considered when they hire the next guy.
How much of this is a Maryland thing versus how much of this is just some programs struggling with the NIL landscape? Because I work with the Hokies, and it seems like they were struggling to find the right mix of this amount's going to football, this is going to basketball. In turn, both of their programs probably had underachieving seasons. How much of it is that, where some programs have nailed it right out of the gate with the NIL, they understand how much should go where, and obviously the coaches help with that, but how much of it is a Maryland thing versus just a college landscape thing?
I think it's both. I mean, I think it's absolutely a college landscape thing. And, a little preview, I'm working on a story right now just about kind of these rev share battles that are happening across college sports. And moving forward, one of the challenges is going to be the more good teams that you have, the harder it's going to be to kind of cut up that money. I was at South Carolina recently, and their football program is very good. That's going to take a lot of the resources. The women's basketball team wants money, and Dawn Staley thinks she deserves a cut. And this past year, their basketball team was not very good. And from what I was told, they were at the bottom 2 of the SEC in NIL. Guess what? They're one of the 2 SEC teams that didn't make the NCAA tournament. So, it's going to be tricky to try to navigate that kind of stuff. Every AD is struggling with that. But to JP's point earlier, I mean, Maryland just seems to have been kind of wandering in the wilderness for a while now. They're always referred to as a sleeping giant, but the reason why they're always sleeping is because they haven't had great leadership for quite a bit of the time, at least since I've been aware of what they've been doing. I think Maryland fans can be tricky to pin down. They've never had the greatest donor support. So I think some of the issues that everyone's dealing with can be a little bit magnified at Maryland. I can remember talking to Damon Evans, the AD who's now on his way to SMU, and some of it was complaining, but he told me that, listen, when I was at Georgia, it was not hard to raise money. Like, that place, when things are going well, you ask for money, it's flowing in very easily. He's like, it's hard to raise money at Maryland. It's hard to get people to want to give us money, especially outside of those heavy hitters like Kevin Plank and Barry Gossett and guys like that. So Maryland does face maybe a slightly unique set of challenges, just kind of where it's located, historically, what fans have given. But it is facing general challenges that I think every university is right now. And I think that's why, we're talking all about basketball coach right now, understandably so, but they need a new AD right now too. And that's also a critical hire for them to, again, can they hire a guy who gets Maryland, knows what it needs to be successful, and wants to be at Maryland long term? They've had a problem with people who want the job but don't necessarily embrace what makes Maryland unique and special.
Yeah, dude, it's tough. You almost have to get somebody that went to Maryland, and then how much does that limit your options? And it is a tough place to win. It's a tough place to succeed, but if you get it going, it'll cook. I really tend to agree with you on all the stuff, John. If you had to predict the next hoops coach, who you got?
It's interesting. My Maryland friends, they're all about Luke Murray right now, and I do like the idea of it. Yeah, I like the idea of it because I think that, again, in this next generation of college basketball, I think that the X's and O's advantage could be matter even more, right? If you look at the NBA, everyone's playing under the same salary cap, and there's certain teams that always seems to be at the top. And again, talent's a huge part of it, but a guy like Forestra at Miami seems to always maximize his talent, right? And so Luke Murray, by everything I've been told, an X's and O's savant. We've seen what he's done offensively to take what was a pretty ugly offense for years under Danny Hurley and turned it into this beautiful thing that was so fun to watch. So I think if you pair him with maybe a veteran coach, maybe a guy who's been a head coach in the past, get a good recruiter on his staff, again, you give him a good rev share number, I like that idea. I think you got to take a swing right now. Again, it's a tricky time, but go for the home run. If it doesn't work in 3 years, all right, well, maybe the timing's better and you can get a more traditional, established guy. But I think the time's now to take a big swing, and I think Luke Murray could be that guy.
Get Luke Murray and put Jimmy Patsos on the staff. There's your answer, man.
Yeah.
I mean, bang. Dude, all right, last thing, John. I don't know who this guy is. I this reeks of fake news to me. Some dude named Rob Reinhart, real Rob Reinhart, is saying that I also think he misspelled Nate Oates. How does Nate Oates spell his last name?
OATS.
Oh, okay. I wasn't. Maybe he did spell it right. This dude says, breaking, Nate Oates has emerged as the front runner to be the next head coach at Maryland, per source. I'm told Oates has become increasingly frustrated with the NIL situation at Alabama, as most of the funds have been diverted to football. Does that sound remarkably plausible? Like, to me, that just sounds like fakest news of the highest order.
Yeah, I'd put it in the fakest news of the highest order. I don't believe that. A couple years ago, Nate Oates was a name that popped up when they ultimately hired Kevin Willard. And
right, I wanted him, but there was no way we were getting him then.
Yeah, I mean, it was a money thing. They weren't kind of willing to pay his buyout and pay what he was going to take. So, to my understanding, none of that's changed. They have basketball doing pretty well, NIL related there. He's got that thing cooking. I think if Nate leaves anywhere, it's NBA or the word on Nate has been in the past, like maybe he wants to replace Izzo at Michigan State, but because he's a Detroit guy, but he's done so well now that, again, it's hard for me to see him leaving for any college job at this point, other than, maybe, again, an absolute Kentucky, Michigan State, but more likely I think he stays at Alabama and then maybe goes to the NBA one day.
Okay. John, thanks for the time, man. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate good talking to you guys.
All right. That's our guy, John Talty, CBS Sports. Really good article if you want to be depressed about Kevin Willard.
JP, there's only like a few famous alums of Maranatha Baptist University. Me, Tom Allen, who's now the defensive coordinator at Clemson, and Nate Oates. So maybe I can put in a good word for you.
Shoot a text, Toby. Slide into his DMs, dude. Nobody go anywhere. We're checking in on Tennessee and the number 1 pick in the NFL draft next.
This update is presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. Adam Peters, speaking in West Palm Beach, says we want Terry McLaurin to be a commander for a long time, and he also said that Javon Kinlaw can be a tone setter. This is from John Kimes' X account. The Commanders have been granted international marketing rights in the United Arab Emirates through NFL's Global Markets program. Alex Ovechkin now at 895 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's record after a goal yesterday's 8-5 loss to Buffalo. The Capitals signed Ryan Leonard, the 2023 first-round pick and the NCAA's leading goal scorer, a 3-year entry-level contract. Bruins and Caps tomorrow night in Beantown. Nationals in Toronto tonight against Toronto Blue Jays after a 5-1 win over the Phillies. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. Byron Curran on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, we are live. Palm Beach, Florida, baby. NFL annual meetings, all the coaches in the AFC talk today, and that's where we land with our friend, Mr. Jim Wyatt, the dean of the Titans beat. Jim, what's up, dude? Thanks for making time.
I'm glad to be here. I guess that intro music was intentional. What? All my exes live in Texas. I'm coming here working for the Titans, formerly the Houston Texans.
Did you move from Houston with the Oilers?
I did not. I started covering the team in '99. Now, they came from Houston to Nashville in '97, played a year in Memphis at the Liberty Bowl, played a year in Nashville at Vanderbilt Stadium in '98, and then I started covering them in '99.
Okay.
Nashville's my hometown. It's where I grew up, but certainly, and I was just touring with Texans radio a little while ago, certainly a lot of interest still in Houston and Texas in the Titans.
Would they ever – this is not at all what I planned on talking to you about.
Yeah.
Would they ever – like, I don't know how you do it. Would the Titans organization owns the old Oilers logo?
Right.
Would they ever sell that to Houston or allow them to wear that in Houston again?
No, I could never see that happen. And people in Houston in uproar when the Titans were the Oilers throwbacks. And certainly there's a long history there with Bud Adams and how the Oilers left the city. So the Titans would never allow that. You know, people in Houston and people that aren't familiar with the history as much get on the Titans about, you know, wearing the Oilers throwbacks and feeling like they're rubbing it in the faces of people in that city. It's the rights belong to the Tennessee Titans. That is their history. Warren Moon, Robert Brazil, you know, Elvin Bethea, Earl Campbell. I mean, all these guys come to Nashville and they have homecoming weekends. They don't go back to Houston just because that's where they feel welcome and that's where their past is, even though it's odd because it's many miles away up the road in Nashville.
I do love that logo, man.
It's a cool logo.
It's a cool.
Titans aren't wearing it this year either because they've worn the throwbacks 3 times over the last couple of years. Decided to kind of make the Columbia, I guess it's Columbia blue. They call it Titans blue. Decided to make the light blue their home uniform this year. So no Oilers throwbacks this year.
Oh, that's a bummer. All right, we're talking with our friend Jim Wyatt from Nashville, covers the Titans. You can follow him at J Wyatt Sports. Obviously, you guys control this draft. You're sitting there number 1. To me, I think it's Cam Ward, and I don't think it's close. But they're going through the song and dance of looking at all the options. What do you think ends up happening here with Tennessee at the top of the draft board?
Well, I mean, certainly all signs pointing that way. I mean, if you'd asked me a month ago, I might have told you that wasn't going to happen. But I've been around these long enough to know how things change. I was around for the Vince Young draft, and in 2006, when finally the owner stepped in and said, VY is my guy, he ends up being the pick. You know, they picked Jake Locker. Several years later, Marcus Mariota. I was working for the Tennessean then and got the feeling that they weren't real high on Marcus, weren't going to pick him in January, February, and then it gets to be April, and they had decided that Marcus Mariota is their quarterback. They've done their homework on all these guys. They haven't reached a conclusion yet, but certainly spent a lot of time with Cam Ward. They had him in the building. They went to his pro day. They're having a private workout with him. I think they've gone a little bit deeper just into his skill set. Brian Callahan said this morning he's watched every single one of his throws from Incarnate Word to Washington State to Miami, and they realize this guy's a really good prospect. So he said there's not a leader in the clubhouse now, but certainly feels like they're kind of falling in love with this guy. A couple of things to keep in mind. They're going to Colorado to see Shedeur Sanders this weekend, and you never know what other teams are going to offer as part of a draft package that makes you pause and think, should we consider this?
Yeah.
To steal a bit from JP, 100 chips. If I gave you 100 chips right now, 3 different options at number 1. They draft Cam Ward, they draft someone else at 1, or they trade down. Where are you putting your 100 chips?
Oh, man, I'd divide them up. Cam Ward, I think, right now is where I'm leaning. But if I had to rank those 3, I'd say pick Cam Ward, trade the pick is number 2 option. Number 3, pick somebody else. I guess if you trade the pick, you're picking somebody else. But picking another quarterback, I guess, would be, other than Cam Ward, would be the 3rd option, I think.
I think it's fascinating how. So we got to see the Titans last year.
Boy, that was a mess of a game because I was 28-0 after the first quarter.
Well, I was going to ask you, if you get Cam Ward, how close are they to being competitive?
Yeah, and that's the thing and that's why you have to consider a potential trade, because the Titans need more than a quarterback. They've signed 13 guys in free agency, not a lot of real big names, but certainly are trying to rebuild this roster, but they still need edge rusher. They need receiver desperately. They need help on the defensive line still need help in the secondary. They need more than a quarterback. That's why I think you have to consider it if somebody gives you a tremendous offer. If they pick Cam Ward, it takes quarterbacks. Now, exception being Jaden Daniels, but usually it takes quarterbacks a little while to get comfortable, to get good. And the Titans not going to have a great roster around them, just as it stands right here on the last day of March. So it would be hard. It would put him in a tough spot to come in with high expectations as a rookie if they don't do a lot more to help his supporting cast.
Sure. How is Callahan? Does it seem like that operation is at least running tight?
I think so. He's a great guy. He was put in a tough spot when he came in because, again, he took over a quarterback in Will Levis that he didn't draft, and certainly he is doing his best to develop him. A couple of games early in the season, Levis made some, lack of a better term, boneheaded mistakes, including the opener against Chicago when he just tries to flip it, and the ball is a pick 6, and the whole game changed there. The next week in Nashville, week 2, they had a good chance to beat the Jets. Loses another ball on a fumble late. They could have potentially had another game against the Colts in week 4. They let slip away. So instead of getting off to a good start, they got off to a terrible start. Levis pressed even more.
Yeah.
He had to end up benching him because of a 4-turnover game against the Bengals. So he was dealing with all that in addition to having an offensive line that wasn't very good. First-time a lot of first-time guys on his coaching staff at coordinator on offense and defense and special teams. And he's a really good guy. I'm glad they gave him another year just to give him a chance to prove it.
Yeah, absolutely. You're also a really good guy. Thank you for making time for us.
Appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll check in with you after the draft once we know how it all shook out. It's our friend Jim Wyatt from Nashville, covers the Titans. You can give him a follow at J Wyatt Sports. Kind enough to join us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Always enjoy getting to talk to Jim. You know what else I enjoy, though? That is throwing a bet or two in. Whatever it is you're looking for, the March Madness action has been heating up, and it's the upsets to the buzzer beaters. You can get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Now, normally, once the Final Four is set, we got to wait a week for hoops. Not anymore. We can bet on the crown, baby. You could do a local double parlay. GW is playing Boise State at 5:30, and then you could bet on the Hoyas tonight at 11. I don't know what that parlay would pay, but you could find out on the ESPN Bet Sportsbook. All tournament long, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Odds and lines are subject to change. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Final couple minutes here of B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for B. Mitch today. JP had to step away. He'll be back tomorrow coming up at 10 a.m. Back to your regularly scheduled programming tomorrow. B. Mitch going to be back tomorrow as well. Want to get into the torpedo bat real quick before we get out of here. I heard it here first. Torpedo bats. Jeff, what's your take on a torpedo bat? You a big fan of what your Yankees are doing with this torpedo bat? Obviously in the news because of all the home runs they hit over the weekend. Fan of the torpedo bat?
Yes. One, how can you hate it? How can you hate it?
Because the Yankees were hitting home runs?
Because the thing is,
pretty plain and simple.
In order for you to hit a home run, what you got to do? You got to make contact with the ball. Meaning you got to watch it from that pitcher's hand to the bat to out of the park, right? This is the thing. It's not cheating. If it coincides with the rules, nobody's getting hurt. It don't mess up no play. Yo, it's nothing to think about it. I love it. The other teams want to get involved. Get it. Get the torpedo bat. The thing is, can you hit the ball as efficiently as we are hitting the ball right now? I know it's still early. It's really early in baseball season, but still.
So according to John Heyman, tons of requests are coming in for the torpedo bat, says MC Huntsberry of Marucci Sports, the big torpedo bat supplier. Says no surprise there. So we'll see. It might become more prevalent. It might be something that comes out and you see a little bit more on the Major League Baseball field. I saw that WIP, the guys up in Philadelphia, were talking with Bryson Stott about this, and he said that this isn't anything new. This is something that usually they'll hook you up. You know how they have like these golf fitters where you go and you swing and they fit the golf clubs to your swing? Well, they have the same sort of thing for baseball. And if you're someone that uses the entire barrel and you're getting jammed and it's hitting off the end and kind of all over the barrel, it's not necessarily for you, but some people, apparently it works. And Jazz Chisholm, Anthony Volpe, a couple of people that it seems to be benefiting early on in the baseball season. But let's get to heard it here first. Real quick, before we get to Heard It Here First, be caller number 10 to win a pair of tickets to where the Party at Tour featuring Nelly and the St. Lunatics, Ja Rule, Eve, and is that Chingy? Wednesday, July 23rd at Jiffy Lube Live. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Again, caller number 10 right now wins a pair of tickets to the Where the Party at Tour. So getting out of here, a couple of picks for us. Where are we going today? What do we like? What do we like? I can give you mine. I was already looking during the break. I like the Cincinnati Reds. I forget who they're playing. I like the Cincinnati Reds against the Rangers tonight. Kumar Rocker on the mound tonight for the Rangers. I think having an experienced starter for the Reds. Brady Singer gets the win tonight. And why not? If I'm in for B. Mitch, I got to go with a parlay, right? Give me the Athletics getting a first win of the year for them, or a first win ever for them in Sacramento as they open their home schedule against the Chicago Cubs. What do you guys got for tonight?
Give me the Orioles because bleep the Red Sox.
Sounds about right. As long as it doesn't rain, which it looks like the rain might hold off. They had to move the start time up about half an hour. Should be good, though. I like it.
I'm going with the Rays. I love the fact that they're playing in the spring training stadium.
So that's my thing. I want to hit all 30 ballparks, Landfill. I kind of feel like this year, so Sacramento is going to be used for a couple of seasons.
Right.
But Tampa's a one-year deal.
But they're actually in Tampa now, right?
They are. They're actually in Tampa.
They're not first time ever.
They're not the St. Petersburg Rays. So maybe that's a play. I like that. Brian, what do you got for tonight? Excuse me. White Brian, what do you got for tonight?
Nebraska -5.5 in the Crown.
Are you actually going to watch that?
Probably not.
Who are they playing?
13 and 19 Arizona State.
I just don't understand. I don't understand this at all. I don't get this at all. There's other basketball going on right now, which just makes no sense to me. Why are you? What even is the Crown? What is the Crown? It literally just you making up an extra tournament so that you can have basketball on the TV to bet on. What are the games tonight? let's see. Let's look at what these games are. I know that a couple of local teams are in action. So at noon Pacific time, so 3:00 here, you got Utah and Butler. Then GW taking on Boise State. Then Nebraska takes on Arizona State, and Georgetown, Washington State. Landfill, do any of those intrigue you? Do you care about any of this?
No, not even a little bit.
Are you in favor of postseason basketball tournaments for the sole reason to give you something to bet on?
I mean, there are already multiple other postseason basketball tournaments. They exist.
Is this a little bit of an indictment on baseball? The fact that college basketball is taking crappy teams and making a tournament, thinking that they can steal viewers because no one cares about baseball?
That's why they have the torpedo bats now.
I want to parlay my bet with the Lakers.
I wish
money
you would
line.
parlay your bet with answering some phone calls, Jeff. A little bit.
That's where you gotta mind your business because the winner already got picked.
Jeff always doing hard work behind the scenes, or at least doing some work. Appreciate everybody that joined the program. Andrew Siciliano. Appreciate Kevin Sweeney. Appreciate John Taltzy. And who was our last guest, Landfill? I can't remember his name.
Jim Wyatt.
Appreciate Jim Wyatt for joining the program. JP's still down in West Palm Beach. He'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. And Brian Mitchell will be back as well coming up at 10 a.m. So keep it tuned right here to The Fan. Grant and Danny coming up next.
The news this hour from West Palm Beach. John Keim reporting that Adam Peters says we want Terry McLaurin to be a commander for a long time. He also said that Javon Kinlaw is a tone setter. This is Adam Peters. Commanders granted international marketing rights in the United Arab Emirates through NFL's Global Markets program. Stanford is hiring veteran NFL coach Frank Reich as the school's new interim football coach. Ohio State lands four-star safety Blaine Bradford. College basketball, UAB's Yaxel Landeborg has entered the transfer portal. Alex Ovechkin now at 890, 5 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's record after an 8-5 loss to the Sabres. They're at Boston tomorrow, where they can say hello to Ryan Leonard. The 2023 first-round pick and NCAA's leading goal scorer has signed a 3-year entry-level contract with the Caps after BC lost in the NCAA hockey tournament. Nationals beat the Phillies 5-1 with Josh Bell and Nathaniel Lowe hitting homers and Mitchell Parker 6 1/3 scoreless.
The 3-2 pitch. Swing a belt to deep center field. Rojas going back. Way back he goes, and it is gone! The hill in center field, a 2-run shot for Nathaniel Lowe makes it 5-0 Nationals. That's number 2 on the season for Lowe. He put a charge into that 3-2 pitch and drove it out to the deepest part of Nationals Park.
Tonight it is the Toronto Blue Jays against the Nationals at 7:07 on The Fan. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Good Monday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan. We've got Darius, Ryan, and Toby behind the scenes working hard on the show. We are looking forward to hanging with you until 6:30 today. There's a lot going on in DC sports. One of the big stories has been the exit of Kevin Willard, and we've got you covered with a couple of great guests today. At 3 o'clock, Tony Massenberg, he a Terp. I worked with him on an altcast watching the Wizards this weekend. Good dude. Chris Naki, who is one of the voices of Maryland basketball on their radio calls, their color commentator, will be on the program at 6 o'clock today as well. Got a nice little show planned for you, Danny.
I have a quick question. Is my mic buzzing again?
I believe it is.
Cool. I'll be back in a sec.
Yep, your mic is buzzing. We'll have a weekend coming up where we can get it fixed, though. Don't worry. There's going to be a couple of days where there aren't shows going on, and we can get everything ironed out in the studio so that Danny Huhe can join me in the early parts of a program. Speaking of the weekend, a lot happened. Ovi, 1 goal closer to Alex Ovechkin. The Nats lose their series to the Phillies, but did avoid a sweep with a strong Mitchell Parker start, another Nathaniel Lowe home run, and the first Josh Bell home run of the season yesterday.
The starting pitching's been excellent through 3 games.
Do you
Excellent.
like 17 1/3 innings of 2-run ball?
The starting pitching has been excellent. Not the pitching overall, but the starting pitching. If we could just...
We'll recap the weekend in a few.
Yeah.
I want to start, though, with the news of the day and Adam Peters, because the league meetings are taking place, the owners' meetings down at the Breakers. We were just in West Palm.
We were just there.
If we extended our stay just a week or two, we could have been there for the owners' meetings because we were about 10 minutes from the Breakers where we were hanging out. It was a good time. Such a beautiful place. That entire palm tree-laden, sunny... Like, West Palm's a little bit complicated because block to block, you don't really know what you're getting into.
It's a bit of a coin toss. You know what I mean? You're not really sure. It's a roll of the dice at certain blocks. And then the next thing you're going, this is immaculate.
But West Palm Beach, the site of the NFL owners' meetings, we've got a lot to get into on the owners' meetings front, but I want to start with some of the Adam Peters content today. So let's begin with what Peters said about Jaden Daniels being a recruiting tool. This was Peters with Kay Adams on her show on FanDuel.
How big of a recruiting tool is Jaden Daniels? Because from my perspective, as just a fan and someone who talks to players on television, they all love him.
Yeah.
They all want to play with him. Like, how key is he?
It's huge. It's huge. It was like last year when we hired DQ. All these players wanted to go play for him. All these coaches wanted to go coach with them. And now getting a great quarterback like Jaden, a great young quarterback who's not just a great quarterback, but a great person that people want to be around, that people want to play with.
Slam dunk.
I know, it's great. So that, I mean, you get a guy like Debo because of that. You get a guy like LT because of that want to come and play for us. So it makes our jobs a lot easier.
So I wonder, how much of those two guys being in Washington is Daniels related. Clearly, they're more excited to be here because Jaden Daniels is the quarterback. But if Daniels is not the QB, they don't trade for Laramie Tunsil. Does he somehow stop that trade? I don't really believe that. The Deebo Samuel one's interesting because there was a market there for him where it seemed like a couple teams were curious about his availability. And specific to just Deebo again, I think Samuel had some say in where he was going to end up because he was going to be an agitator and kind of dictate some terms with San Francisco. So I'm more inclined to say when he comes out and tells you, I really like Jaden Daniels because I started watching him because Brandon Ayuk's his best buddy. And if Brandon Ayuk's his boy and Brandon Ayuk's my boy, then we're going to get together just fine. But the Tunsil thing, I don't think has anything to do with anything.
So I think that you could parse apart each individual person or signing that comes here and say, well, that's not totally Jaden Daniels. And I think people will dismiss that, the kind of like the entirety for part of it. The big theme is correct. Like, in other words, this is such a net positive that it's not the only reason Deebo Samuel's here. Washington traded for him. They wanted him. They're going to give him some guaranteed money. They converted his whatever. It's a good situation for him to thrive. It's not the only reason Laramie Tunsil's here. It's not the only reason Bobby Wagner signed here in Washington was that he likes Dan Quinn. It's not the only reason they were able to get Austin Eckler because Anthony Lynn on the coaching staff. But the point is, you keep doing that enough times, you win some of those, right? You're not just the team that has to pay the loser tax anymore. You could go market value and it could be a tipping point. All of these things are so overwhelmingly positive that's the big takeaway. So you're 100% right. I agree with you. I don't know that Laramie Tunsil would have gone, like if this was, Tampa for some reason needed the trade for him. I don't think it would have gone, no, I don't see it. I'm only going to play with Jaden Daniels.
Also, unless I'm not remembering something, I don't think he had a no trade clause. Like a team calls the Texans say okay, and now you're going to Washington. Where the Jaden Daniels element is in play, and it is a reality, in my opinion. He is a guy that everyone's going to want to play with, and you've got one of the cool kids, and he is going to be a recruiting tool. It's all true. I just think it's more in free agency. When you're courting a receiver, and we didn't really see them go out and sign a quality receiver this offseason. They kept Noah Brown internally. They brought in Michael Gallup externally, who didn't have much of a market, I wouldn't imagine, and the ties to Dan Quinn were probably a factor there. But that's where it's going to happen. When two teams want an offensive tackle at right tackle to replace Andrew Wiley next offseason, and it's Washington and someone else, and that tackle goes, I'll take $1 million less, but I'm going to play with Jaden Daniels to try to get the Commanders over the top. That's when you can sell me on the Daniels got it done. But when you just picked up the phone and called the Texans about Laramie Tunsil, I'm not so sure. But the point is the point, and the point is true. They do have a recruiting weapon at quarterback for the first time in probably my lifetime. I mean, I guess it's possible that after the 99 season, someone wanted to play with Brad Johnson, but Dan had him benched 2 weeks into the next year. So I don't know what that guy was thinking if he came over here to play with Brad.
Seriously.
They just haven't had it, man, and they do now.
Like, you wonder if maybe Griffin had some of that rep going, but with the injury and the way that thing ended, it didn't turn out like this. I mean, I took one of the worst franchises in the sport to the NFC title game in year one. That cologne smells sweet right now.
Dan Quinn is also a bit of a recruiting weapon. That has been proven to be the case. For all of my issues with the overall philosophy of the defensive-minded head coach, what they banked on and were 1,000% right about was that he is so beloved around the league that he would be able to put together a great staff. And then he and that staff would then become recruiting assets. And that totally happened, whether it's Bobby Wagner wanting to come play for his linebackers coach, Ken Norton Jr., a former great player, or Austin Eckler wanting to come here because Anthony Lynn had coached him in LA. And we could do 10 of those. I mean, there are examples all over the roster from last year, from this year. I just mentioned Gallup, who's got ties to a bunch of the people in the building because of the Cowboys. He is now a Cowmander, so to speak. So, yeah, they definitely do have some well-liked, successful people. And it's good to be popular. It is good to be in a place where people want to come to this building to work with you. The other thing that Adam Peters talked about today that I thought was really significant was we got an answer for him about trading draft capital to acquire veterans. Because the philosophy that he has discussed, he's made it very, very clear. He is a guy that wants to build through the draft as a GM. He said it over and over and over again. But the moves that they keep making over and over and over again are trades for veterans where they give up picks, which I have not had a problem with. But I know a lot of people have a hard time juxtaposing those two things. You can't tell me in one hand that you don't drink soda. And then in the other hand,
you're holding a cup of soda.
Get a case of Coca-Cola Zero from Wegmans, right? My point is you can have your cake and eat it too. Doesn't mean you're going to drink the soda. Both can be okay. Maybe I'm bringing it home for my wife. You don't know. Don't judge me, right? This is what Adam Peters had to say about draft capital being given up in mass this offseason.
You take each opportunity as they come, right? And so understanding where, we were able to get really good players at really good, like, important positions, there's give and take to that, right? And so we did pick 9 players last year. I think they all made the team, right? And then we had 2 rookie free agents make the team as well. So we have 5 picks this year. We could have more, depending on what happens. So we do. It's almost a full complement both years. Obviously, you do want to build through the draft. I feel that all the time. But understanding when you can get, a premier corner, a premier receiver, a premier left tackle, those are things you have to really look into. And we just felt that was the best move for us.
So that's a really interesting way to think about this that I have not considered. We'll get back to the idea of pitting the two against one another, building through the draft and all the trades they're making where they give up picks. But the math that he just used, if you notice, that was kind of a subtle thing. He goes, we had a full allotment of picks. They all made the team, right? Everyone goes, yeah. So that's 9 guys. We had 2 free agents that we didn't draft make the team, right? Yeah. Okay. That's 11 guys. And then he didn't spell it out this way, but I think this is what he was suggesting. We're going to make another 6 picks, maybe more, but as of right now, another 6 picks, 5 picks this draft. So let's say it's 15, 16 picks. That's if they don't trade back. How many picks do you get to start a draft every year?
7.
Okay.
Right before you start doing
times 2. How many? If you have 2 full draft classes, how many players do you add over 2 years?
14.
He's saying we'll have 15 or 16 even if we don't trade back, basically, is what he's suggesting. So he said we'll have 2 drafts worth of players. Now, I don't think that's apples to apples because respectfully,
that's some colorful accounting.
Yeah, when you are going with 2 undrafted free agents last year, and then of your 5 picks this year, 2 are going to be effectively 7th round picks. Having 6 7th rounders is not the same as having a pick in every single round 1 through 6. So the accounting that he's doing doesn't work that well.
Yeah, and even I'm making up a name. One of the undrafted free agents. I don't know. Name your guy. Whoever did, is he guaranteed to make it year over year? You're probably trying to do better than that guy with a roster that you're inheriting that was devoid of talent.
That's a good point.
You know what I mean? So there's no guarantee that the 7th rounder that cracked the squad last year is still there. I mean, obviously on an individual basis, you feel for that guy, but that's life at the fringe part of the league. So I understand what he's doing. He's offering a different perspective, and there is some merit to that. I mean, to me, the thing that you could say, and he's smarter than me, he knows what he's doing, is we all have the same amount of allotment capital, and all we're doing is pulling different levers to make the football team better. So I know they had this desperation to hold on to we're building through the draft. I promise that's what we're doing. You could totally say we saw great opportunities to make the football team better, and he did that to a degree.
Yeah, I think that's what he said.
But sometimes it's salary cap. Sometimes we use a draft pick to not just in the conventional way, which is the draft a 21-year-old. Sometimes we have a more proven commodity.
Well, here's the quiet part that he can't say out loud. There is no young talent on this team that we inherited.
And that's it.
We don't have players developing that will become household names or stars. And because we'll get those guys, asset we really have to do that right now, to do it quickly anyway, because you could do it in free agency, but now you're just picking through who's available, is to trade. So I think it is true that he could both be draft first, free agency, and trade second, and also have been way more aggressive on the trade market early as a general manager than maybe in a perfect world he'd like to. Because his number 1 goal is to win football games. His number 2 goal is probably to be true to his cultural philosophy. And maybe someone would argue with that. Like I read the book that Bill Walsh wrote, The Score Will Take Care of Itself. And I guarantee you he would argue with that. He would say, no. The number 1 thing you do is lay out basically your morals as a coach, your foundational philosophies and your paradigms. You stick to those, and everything else will eventually happen. Winning does not supersede that. You cannot bend to win. But I think Peters has shown he will bend a bit here on this philosophy, or that he's writing it in pencil, not pen. And if you want to scream it into a megaphone for everyone to hear, because it's a nice thing to say, we're going to build through the draft. We're going to go get the kids in the draft. Then you could do some funny accounting, which I think is what he's kind of doing.
Right.
Hey, I'm giving you 2 draft classes over 2 years. We're going to have 16, 17 players. He also hinted at the possibility they could absolutely trade back, which I think is almost a lock at this point.
Yeah, I think it's offer dependent, but yeah, I think that's the plan going in, right?
Imagine if they move back twice, and now you've got a few 3rd-round picks and a couple of 4th-round picks. They're going to have a sizable draft class to add to this. Maybe it's devoid of the star in the next year or two, unless you hit a real home run that nobody sees coming. But I think the quantity is what he's talking about more than the quality. Like, look at all these players. We only have 53 spots. We're going to have 16 or 17 of them that we've brought in 2 draft classes, basically. Which I understand that thinking. I wouldn't even try to explain it away, though. I don't think you have to waste your time with that. I know there's a fan somewhere that needs to hear it because they just want to know that you care about the draft so much. And I'm probably the opposite, where I'm wearing the Bleep Them Pick shirt. But I think all you have to say is it is really hard in this league to get a top 5 left tackle. And I got one for you this offseason. Jaden will benefit from it. It's really hard in this league to have a great cornerback. And while I'm not so sure that they have one, at this point, they think they do. The cornerback that they need to be great, they had to trade some picks.
Yeah, because you end up having to sort of knock the free agent market and the guys that are in it. But the between the lines reading is, guys, just look at who's in free agency. Now, cornerback was different this year. There was actually some players that I thought were difference makers. And again, I'm as expert as anybody else that reads the articles that you guys can read. But you know what I mean? Like there were some names where you go, hey, at a pretty decent cost, DJ Reed could help you, and you can kind of go down your list. Carlton Davis from Detroit and a few others. There were no premium pass rushers. There were no premium left tackles. Like last year, their best left tackle was Tyron Smith, who was 38 years old, who took up a few $million to go try to win one more time. Premium position players at the most important spots, tackle is one of them, are simply not available via conventional means. And now, if you want one, you're probably going to have to draft in the top half of the first round to get a guy that, again, guys emerge all the time, whether it's a second rounder or somebody in the mid rounds that turns out to be a star left tackle, whatever. But the point is, through conventional means, these guys are not available. We have to do unconventional. You end up running down the free agent market. He doesn't want to do that. He's too nice of a guy trying to treat people well. But that's the between the line subtext here is there isn't anybody good via normal means.
My job is to protect Jaden Daniels, people. I went and got Laramie Tunsil to do that. You're going to have to be okay with that.
Yeah.
Because whoever I was drafting at 29 and beyond was not going to be Laramie Tunsil early on. And I'm trying to make sure that Jaden Daniels plays 17 games. Because if that happens, you got a chance to win 12 of them every single year, probably. And I think that's where his thinking is right now. He did, as I mentioned, at least hint at the possibility of trading back when he talked about adding more picks. This was Adam Peters meeting today at the owners' meetings with the local media on the potential of draft day trades.
That's certainly something that we'll consider. We'll consider everything, trading up, trading down. We always do. With trading down, you have to have somebody who wants to trade up, and that's what I always say, like, I'd love to trade down all the time, but there has to be somebody else that wants to trade up, and it has to be the right deal. And how far do you want to go back? And all those different things you take into account. Who's there on the board, right? Is there just one player on the board that you want? And if that's the case, then maybe you think twice about trading back but if you have 5 players on the board that you really like, you can trade back a few picks and then you can just pick one of those. And I think, with what we did in free agency and through the trades, we have the optionality to really do anything at 29, which we feel really good about.
Until he said 29, Darius could have been playing a clip from 1 year earlier.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of Adam Peters, who's great as a GM. He says very little and he gives you almost nothing. He kind of talks in a bigger picture way. Hey, do you guys think this year you could be a candidate to trade back? And he'll tell you, we'd always like to trade back, but it takes this. I like that he gives very little. They operate in the shadows. No one really ever knows what they're doing. The Laramie Tunsil deal happens, and not a single person has linked them to Houston or Tunsil at any point. I like how he operates in that regard. But I would bet on them trading back. Because I think at 29, you're deep enough in the first round, just a couple of picks from the end of that round, where someone's willing to come up to get that extra year of whatever player they draft. If it's an edge, if it's a tackle, if it's a receiver, I doubt it's a quarterback, but I guess it could be. I think Lamar Jackson, who was the last pick of the first round by Baltimore. The Ravens went up. They weren't sold on him. Nobody knew he was about to be a multi-time MVP at all. But the Ravens said, well, if we're taking a QB, let's make sure we get him in round 1 rather than a handful of picks from now, because we get the 5th-year option and we extend the window of him being cheap, basically. You could do that at every single position. So that's why I think at 29, it is actually a pretty good range to possibly try to move back a few slots.
I think it is too. And the scenario that I could see, just sort of playing that out, is if there's one of these premium spots where they still have a pretty glaring hole. Thinking about a defensive end, whether it's Mike Green from Marshall or you could pick your guy James Pierce from Tennessee that they love and doesn't go where they think he's going to go. Like they got him pegged. He's going to, I'm making this up. He's going to,
if they think he's going 14th overall.
Yeah, he's going to Miami at 17. I don't even know if that's their pick, but like he's going there and it doesn't happen. You go, actually, we don't really need to trade back. We'll just do this. But I think probably if it plays out the way that they think it's going to, they'll go, we're probably better off instead of just picking the next defensive end on the list. If there's a drop off in our minds, we'll go back and, it be in the mid-second rounds, probably maybe pick up a third rounder this year or the like. We're not going to get a king's ransom for 29, but we'll get a nice haul. And that nice haul is worth more to us and on a roster that just needs positive bodies at this point than where they are.
Dan Quinn speaks tomorrow, so we'll have plenty of content from him on tomorrow's show. But there is more coming from Peters. We'll dissect a lot of what he had to say today on Grant and Danny. Next, though, our weekend recap. Ovi, a goal closer to Gretzky. The Nats' first win of the season. Kevin Willard is officially out. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. College hoops. Maryland's guard Rodney Rice has entered the transfer portal, and tonight some local teams in action. Georgetown and George Washington. Yep, they're playing basketball. Georgetown taking on Washington State at 11 o'clock tonight. You can hear that game over on the Team 980, part of the Crown Tournament out in Vegas. George Washington taking on Boise State at 5:30, also a part of the Crown Tournament. In the NFL, Adam Peters told Kay Adams at the NFL annual meetings today that, quote, we want to make Terry a Commander for a long time. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Heat at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. tip-off over on the Team 980. The Nats taking on the Blue Jays in Toronto at 7:07 tonight. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Mike Soroka takes on Bowden Francis. And the Capitals signed forward Ryan Leonard to a 3-year entry-level contract. Should make his debut tomorrow against the Boston Bruins. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention The Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
It's a picture-perfect Monday in D.C. Absolutely beautiful. This is one of those days where, like, you want to go walk your dog. You want to go out and turn on your Odyssey app and just take a stroll with the fellas in your ears. Appreciate everybody checking us out on Grant and Danny. The Caps lost yesterday. They do a really bad job when they play the Sabres generally. They score a lot of goals against Washington, and it was an 8-5 game. But in that game, Alex Ovechkin did score and got one goal closer. It was in front of the net on a ricochet redirect off the leg, it looked like. Ovechkin, in a way that he did not score early in his career. He has continued to add to the repertoire throughout his entire time in the National Hockey League, is now 5 away from immortality.
Here's a tip from Ovechkin. And a shot here from the outside. And it's in front and they score. And Alex Ovechkin got it. Shot from the left point. The Great H has 890 goals. It's 6-4. He needs 5 to pass Wayne Gretzky for the all-time record.
So he's 4 from tying. He's 5 from breaking the record. By the way, he's got 37 on the year in 57 games, which is astounding. But this goal yesterday kind of introduced a new fear into my worries as an anxiety-ridden sports fan. I am now a little bit shaken by the possibility that Ovi could break the record on a goal like that. And I want it to be the clean Joe B, John Walton, wines and fires kind of shot. You know what I mean? I want a one-timer from his office. I want it to be so obvious it's Ovi. Maybe it's a breakaway and he goes forehand, backhand, and beats the goaltender. But on that one on the call, and this is Walton's doing a great job, you have no idea that he scored because the shot was not from Alex Ovechkin. He just happened to get the last piece of it. And you get what I'm saying? I want a clean call of the Ovi goal where it's patented, it's textbook, it's just Ovi, Rocket, he's done it, whatever. Not the, well, let's wait a minute and see who they give this one
it's
to.
Like, and hold on, who's raising their stick? Yeah, I see what
it's
you're
like the no-hitter being broken up with a, bloop shot.
And we're all waiting for the score.
Is it an error? Is it a hit? Is it fair or foul? Are we going to challenge it? I need Ovi's goal. And I'd never thought about this for 1 second until yesterday. I'm like, thank God that wasn't the one. Walton's like, hang on now. Sammy, what'd you say down there? Like, I needed to just be clean. And just like calling it. I remember one time I was calling a game in college baseball, and the pitcher had like a no-hitter into the 5th. And I think it got broken up that inning or the 6th or whatever. But all I was thinking about is, oh my God, please don't have this be an awkward call.
That in-between three-hopper where the guy kind of has to go into a slide, not a full dive.
Just give me a line drive into the outfield, Scorers think about this all the time.
Of course they do.
You think you want to have to go hit or error as the official scorer?
There's a guy, one of DiMaggio's in the 56-game hit streak. He's 0 for 3 coming into his final at bat. It's a dribbler to the right side, and no one's really sure. The whole place is looking up at the press box going, what are you going to do, dude? What are you going to do? Little hit flashes.
So I definitely think he's going to tie him. To me, that's a lock. Through 9 games, he needs 4 goals. The breaking of the record is still kind of the line of demarcation of I'm not so sure. But what I said going into yesterday on my Caps text thread was if he scores today, I got a feeling he'll do it. If he doesn't score today, might have to wait till next year. So I'm back on the train of 5 goals, 9 games. Ovi will do it.
I'm in a it's happening situation. It's fate. It's meant to be. It's what he's doing. And I'm not going to say no to him at any point in time again.
He's probably also got a 2-goal game in here somewhere.
Yeah, it feels like it.
Could be tomorrow. It's one of these games coming up. It could be in Boston tomorrow. By the way, Ryan Leonard likely to make his NHL debut.
Hi, Ryan.
That escalated quickly.
Did it? Real quick.
Ryan Leonard was playing for Boston College last night in college hockey and going on a run. They get eliminated, unfortunately. But because they were eliminated, he was able to start negotiating with the Capitals. They put pen to paper today. I'm told he is expected, barring something unforeseen happening, to be in the lineup in Boston.
Yeah, they go to Boston.
Storybook.
Yeah.
Sports, man. He's 20 years old, the kid.
Just go down the street from where you were going to classes 10 minutes ago, right?
It's so
Maybe
sick.
you go to your morning comms class, your elective, and then go play in the NHL that night. It's pretty dope.
But it feels like a multi-goal game still in the offing for Ovi.
Yeah.
And if he were to get 2 in any one game, now you've got 8 to get 3, basically, and that's a lot.
It's what it feels like for him, right? I mean, to me, so I understand your point about you'd love it to be clean. I think of McGuire's 63rd, the ball, like he missed first base and it, barely cleared the left field wall when he's just done nothing but hit these majestic moonshots into Big Mac land and beyond. To me, it's still so great and celebratory that it doesn't have to go as planned. I see your point. And I get it. To me, like the fact that it happened as a grimy goal is I want more of those. You know what I mean? Just to shut up every one of these stupid critics.
Yes.
That has been wrong throughout, continues to be wrong, should just have to swallow the fact that he was like, you know what, this shift I'm doing, I'm going to park myself in front of the goal like a Mike Knuble 10 years ago.
I would love a grimy goal. I actually think that would be fitting because he did reinvent himself, because he's not a one-trick pony, because he does score in a lot of ways now. I think that would be amazing. That's a different thing, though, than did he score or was it someone else?
Was it someone else? It's like, can you imagine, by the way, if it's an Ovechkin shot and there's a bunch of traffic
that's
in
the
front.
other thing I'm talking about.
Yeah, there's a bunch of traffic in front, and initially it's Ovechkin's goal, and then they go, so we've got some news. They've now given that goal to Dylan Strome, who probably feels worse than anybody's ever felt.
Willie got a piece of it, right? No, what would be perfect is, obviously, from his office on the power play would be great. I think that would be, that's what the statue should eventually be outside of Capital One Arena, is Ovi with his stick ready to go, teed up, ready to deliver a rocket into the back of the net on the power play. But I think next best could be like him down low for one of the goals that he scores a ton of now, where loose puck in front, he just bangs it home and then does the celly and goes into the glass behind the cage. That would be perfect, as long as right away we can see that was 8, that was his stick, that was a goal. And this is probably just the play-by-play nerd in me. This could be me and no one else who cares about this. But I just want it to be obvious. Almost as bad, to your point, would be the he shot, but was it his? And now we're debating
and now we don't know.
We're watching the tape for 3 minutes. And I want the Joe B, the Walton calls to go down in all time as just the most obvious Ovi goal off the jump.
So now that you got me fantasizing a little bit, like what do we want? How do we want it to happen? My new favorite one is the right off the draw, where
he's good at that.
The referee has dropped the puck. It's somehow set up where that animal has sort of slid into perfect shooting position. And before anyone else has lifted a skate blade, before anyone else has moved, they're not really sure if play has begun yet or not. He has already wound and fired an absolute rocket past a goaltender that can't believe what just happened to him. And it's puck drops, goal, stoppage of time, everybody goes nuts. I think that's what I want.
So his release is ridiculous. That's obvious. But he also has this innate ability. I'm going to comp it to Drew Brees moving in the pocket as an undersized guy to find passing lanes. So Brees used to talk about this and got so much credit for this, lauded over the years. But he would navigate the pocket by like setting up in the lanes between his linemen as they were blocking one-on-one with big D linemen, because that's how he had to see. He couldn't really see over the top. It's a subtle thing, but it's amazing that he was able to do it at that level. Ovi off those draws finds these little lanes where the goalie can't really see him or can't see, they could see him, but really can't see the puck or his stick. And he finds a way to put it through these tiny little avenues.
These wee creases.
And it is just, it's a God-given, you're born with this. No wonder why you're about to get to 900, man, kind of skill. He's awesome at it. So I'll take one of those.
Yeah, I like those.
Just give me something obvious. That's all I ask for. But they got to get it going a little bit here. They've lost 3 in a row.
Yep.
Now, I'm not concerned because the first of the 3 games was kind of the most important of them. That was a get up for it game when you're playing the other best team in the league, possible Stanley Cup preview. And they went to overtime on the road. I thought they played really, really well against Winnipeg. They had a lead and lost a game against the Minnesota the next time out on the road trip. This was the first dud, though. This game against the Sabres. I thought Logan Thompson played maybe his worst game of the year. It's one of the few times all season he's been bad in net. Defensively, they just weren't that good. And overall, for a home game with 10 to go in the season, as good as they are, I just thought that was a complete clunker.
Great chance to beat a bad team. Like, I know you don't have whatever Buffalo is or does has bothered them over the years and seasons, but I can't give up 8 goals at home. I can't do that, especially when it's time to start ramping up for playoff time here. Even though, overall their last, 12, 13 games, I take an 8-4 record, in that span, which is what they've done. Having lost their last 3, even, some of the games that they've won, they didn't look quite as crisp as they had. I understand it's human nature. You haven't been challenged in your division in the conference for a long time, but you're about to be. This is a great opportunity to kind of say, okay, let's reset. We can punch the mouth a couple times. Just a reminder, we ain't perfect. We still have to do things the right way at all times. I trust Carver to do that. But this reminds me of some of those Nats seasons, right? Where the Braves would be competitive through July, and then August 1st, they would fall apart, and the Nats won it by 15 games. And I would ask Mike Rizzo, hey, do you wish someone was pushing you? He'd go, no, what are you, crazy? Yeah, well, then you weren't that sharp come playoff time. I sort of wish somebody was zipping at their heels a little bit to keep that competitive juice. It's inevitable, right? You relax some. You can't help it because you're so far ahead. You kind of are turning around and stopping going, I can't even see the team behind me. If we don't win another game, we're still winning the division. I understand that there's it's easy to see the finish line. You've been waiting for it, but now's the time to ramp up a little bit.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
I'll give you that excuse like a week or two ago, or even right now, but that has to end.
Agreed.
This is now playoff preparation time for the best team in the Eastern Conference and maybe the best team in hockey. One of the 8, by the way, was an empty netter. A couple were on the penalty kill. So it wasn't like they just got worked over at even strength. But the point is the point. Too many goals, bad performance. I think they need a jolt. They need a little bit of a spark. I don't know if Ryan Leonard's going to provide that as a 20-year-old who was playing college hockey yesterday. But he's going to get a chance to, it sounds like, as they sign him to a contract today, and a much-anticipated debut for probably the most famous player in the world right now that is not in the NHL. Certainly one of the top prospects in the world that is not in the NHL as he makes his debut for the Caps, likely tomorrow night. You mentioned the Nats. We'll get into them and the exit of Kevin Willard. Much talked about. It happened, and in the most fitting fashion. In the middle of the night, and he told his players over Zoom, keep doing you, Kev. You're listening to Grant and Danny. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Coming up in 15 minutes, Tony Massenberg, former Maryland star who played well over a decade in the NBA, going to give us his thoughts on what's going on after Kevin Willard's exit and who should be the next head coach for the Terps. But speaking of which, we did the show Friday knowing it was likely that Willard was out. Seemed like a formality at that point, almost a certainty. And it happened. And fittingly, it happened in the middle of the night. It happened that he didn't tell his players first, according to a report, that they were informed ultimately via Zoom. All that's missing was the Mayflower trucks. And you know how I feel about this, Danny. I think the leaving is not the problem. Even the leaving, I'd like to not have a Zoom call about it. I'd like to have a team meeting. Even the leaving in the middle of the night, I think there's better ways to do it. The problem for me was always that he just lit fire to everything on his way out, that it's harder to get a great coach because of all the terrible things he said about the program publicly. If you're going to air out the dirty laundry of the family, you can't leave the family right after that.
Yeah, it's a selfish me-first weasel move from a selfish me-first weasel who was always, at all times, even when Maryland fans incorrectly, again, you were so incorrect, were pumping their fist because he was airing out the quote-unquote dirty laundry, stuff that needed to be said about the program. So it's like your ex-girlfriend said, hey, you're out of shape, you're lazy, and you're stupid. Those things may be true and needed to be said. Still kind of a bitchy way to do it. And that's exactly what he did. He did a self-serving me-first deal where there's a bunch of kerosene that he dumped, holding a lit match going, I'll drop it. Whether either you do exactly what I'm saying and I'll holster the match, or I'm going to Villanova, who maybe gives me those things. That's what he was doing all the time. It was always a self-serving move to capitalize on the best season that he ever had. He deserves credit for that season, by the way. But he also showed you exactly who he was.
He wanted to be back in the Big East.
Yeah.
He wanted to be at a school where they care about basketball and nothing else. And he got those things at Villanova. It's a great job, by the way. I think you can make the case. It's
really good.
That's one of the 10 best jobs in America. I've seen some debate from Maryland fans about whether it's a better job. I think that that's silly. This is a much better job. That isn't the conversation that needs to be had, though. There's only two ways to go. You can either crush Willard for how he handled everything, starting with the infamous press conference, or you can kind of talk about what's next for the program. And I think in that regard, and we can talk to Tony Massenberg about this coming up in a bit, this sets you back years. It just does. When you lose a head coach with the momentum that they had in this, to who was on the Junks today talking about this? They had suggested that Rodney Rice, it was Jeff Ehrman, the newsbreaker, that Rodney Rice might be the one guy that would come back among the Crab Five to be a starter for them this year. He's already in the portal. I just saw Toby say.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Gillespie or one of these dudes is back, but essentially the Crab Five is gone. I bet you the top guys in your rotation beyond that, not that there were a ton of them, but those guys will also transfer. And here's the bigger problem. The portal's open. So you were already 22 miles into the 26-mile marathon at trying to land the transfers from everywhere else to come to Maryland, and you would have been able to get, in a normal end of season where he doesn't act like a fool and he's still here, you'd be able to lure over 2 or 3 really good players now because you're a top 20 team in America going into next season or whatever. That's not happening. All those transfers are gone. All of the players you've been recruiting at the high school level no longer come here because they were indebted to Willard or had a relationship with him more than the school itself that they've never been to at this point. So in every way you look, this is a debacle of epic proportions where 3-4 years from now, you're going to be hopefully finally picking up the final pieces.
This is one of those crossroad times for the university. And again, I think Willard's a twerp and I've been very clear about how I feel. So to me, though, this is a great opportunity to realize that you've got to go through some pain here. The things that he said about you are right. The things that a lot of people have said about you are right.
He's just the wrong guy to have said it.
Yeah.
But they are look in the mirror moments. Let's learn from this.
Behind the scenes, the way you're supposed to do it like an adult, not a selfish guy that just made yourself the story while this great group of kids was on the best run the school's had in 10 years plus. But as you went about this, we need to figure out what we are, because you've been wrong for every year. Every day you wake up and get out of bed, you've been incorrect about what you think you are. You're a football school, despite the results that say you're not. And the way that the money comes in and the revenue that hasn't been there, the attendance that hasn't been there. There's no casual fan, to my point, in Northern Virginia that's going, you know what we should do tonight? Let's drive around the Beltway in rush hour traffic and go to a Maryland game.
Hang on. You're saying, though, you're not saying they're a football school. You're saying they're claiming to be one.
They've thought they were. They went
Correct.
to the Big Ten.
I just want to be
thinking
clear about
that was their deal.
They're not a football school.
No, they're
you're
not.
saying they're pretending and moonlighting like
Yeah, they pretended to be one. And
yeah, they're a basketball school, and they need to acknowledge
yeah, and or don't, by the way, and continue to do this every few years. You'll have another Willard, you have another enemy, you'll have somebody else that can't do it. You either find a guy that's not in demand that nobody else wants if they have a good year, or you find some silver bullet Gary Williams type lifer that already loves an affinity to come in and rescue from the depths of hell, go through some terrible times, and build you a program. I don't know if that's possible in this kind of day and age. So you're going to be doing this dance for a while unless you make some fundamental changes to how you go about your business. And I don't know that they will.
Well, here's the other problem about when he leaves. In addition to all of the portal issues that I talked about and the recruiting setbacks, and those are obvious. It's so late in the game in terms of the coaching carousel. Yeah. You're pretty screwed. I mean, a lot of the qualified coaches that you would want are no longer available. Now, there are a couple of local options. I don't want Tony Skinn to leave Mason as someone who went there and really enjoys where the Patriots are in their build. I think he's awesome. He would make sense to me. But a Skinn from Mason, a Simpkins who's got the Maryland ties at American, those are the types of hires now that I think you have to probably look at locally. There are some other names nationally we could talk about with Tony Massenberg, but this couldn't have happened. The timing of all of it just couldn't be worse, just in terms of replacing a coach. Oh, by the way, who's your AD? Who is even negotiating and figuring this out? You don't even have an athletic director. Seems like a problem as well. Coming up at 3:25, Zach Taylor, the coach of the Bengals, was asked about if Trey Hendrickson is going to be in Cincinnati at the start of the year, if he's still available. I think that answer will be interesting to Commanders fans. But Tony Massenberg does join us next on G&D here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the annual meetings are underway in West Palm Beach, Florida. The Tush Push is on the agenda. Also, Adam Peters was on FanDuel earlier today talking to Kay Adams, in which he said, quote, "We want to make Terry a commander for a long time." The Final Four is set. All 4 1 seeds advancing to the Final Four for the first time since 2008, just the second time overall. Florida going to take on Auburn, and then Houston going to take on Duke. Also in college hoops, Maryland guard Rodney Rice has entered the transfer portal as Kevin Willard officially headed to Villanova over the weekend. Georgetown going to take on Washington State tonight in the Crown Tournament, tipping off at 11. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. George Washington also in action in the Crown Tournament, taking on Boise State at 5:30. In the NBA, the Wizards in action tonight at home, taking on the Miami Heat. 7 p.m. tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. In baseball, the Nationals got their first win yesterday, beating the Phillies 5-1. They take on the Blue Jays in Toronto tonight, 7:07 p.m. first pitch. Can hear Charlie and Dave on the call right here on the Fan. Michael Soroka making his Nationals debut. He'll take on Bowden Francis. And in hockey, the Capitals signed forward Ryan Leonard to a 3-year entry-level contract. Going to make his NHL debut more than likely tomorrow night against the Boston Bruins. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan, sponsored exclusively by the law firm Kandorian Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with our buddies, their team, today at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We will get into the Nats getting their first win of the season yesterday. They are on to Toronto to take on the Blue Jays tonight, looking to even their record at 2-2. Also, a lot of news coming out of the owners' meetings. That's doing some heavy lifting for us on Grant and Danny today. We'll get into what Bengals coach Zach Taylor said about Trey Hendrickson, the defensive end Washington's been sniffing around on, possibly still being available. That's coming up at 3:25. But right now, on the Rude guest hotline, we find our guy Tony Massenberg. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Tony, of course, covers the Wiz over at Monumental Sports. I was actually alt-casting with him watching the game on Saturday night. We were talking a bunch about the Terps. He's a Maryland legend, and he's got some thoughts on the program. Tony, it's good to have you back on with Grant and Danny here. How are you?
I'm good, man. Good seeing you then, and good hearing from you now, bro.
So, Tony, just give me your 30,000-foot view here. What did you make of this whole situation, the season, the way it ended, Kevin Willard leaving, and the kind of fallout?
Well, I thought the season was fantastic. I thought that we had a great unit, great group of guys. And, the only weakness I really saw that we had that I was worried about as the season progressed was just a lack of depth. But, I soon started to realize that the starters were really good, exceptional. Derek Queen was, exceptional and as good as, better than advertised, I think, in most people's estimation, because he's really worked himself into being one of the top draft picks in the NBA, I believe, with what he was able to show. So, and I thought that notoriety he gained as freshman of the year really brought some great attention to the program. Now, that all being said, that speaks great for the team and the players on the team, and obviously, they had a pretty good season. As far as Coach Willard leaving, I think that's just when you look at it, the biggest thing there to me is just a byproduct of the business. This is where it is. Players come and go, and now that, with the transfer portal, and now that's trickled down to coaching. I'm sorry to see a successful coach leave, and, the coach and a team that, got to the Sweet 16 for the first time since 2016. With that core group of players and coaches. And now that's all going to be broken up. And, this is just a change that happens in a lot of programs. I didn't care for the way some things came out, as far as, some of the other situations, the way things were happening between him and the athletic department. I thought those things should have been handled in-house and, just wasn't a good look for the program. But as far as him leaving, when you look at the way business is conducted now at the college level, this is really kind of par for the course.
Tony, you were there late 80s, right? 1990 NBA draft. You've seen all the different iterations of this thing all the way through as an NBA player, watching them win a national championship. I know from talking to you yesterday, you're still very close with a lot of the guys that have been through the program and were on that team. I want to know, what do you think they should be? Like, how should they be viewing themselves? What should their look in the mirror reflect as a basketball program and their standing in the country?
Well, I think it should reflect what put us on the map in the beginning, and that was the fact that we won games. We were a very successful program in the 80s, and again, that goes back to Lester Giselle and the tradition that he helped establish with Maryland basketball. Even you can go back as far as the Gary Williams days. There's been a level of excellence, and I'm talking about Gary Williams as a player, not as a coach. We know what Gary was able to accomplish as a coach. What I'm talking about as far as the tradition of Maryland basketball, it's been consistent throughout decades. And I think once we kind of got to a place where, after the death of Len Bias, we have 3 coaches in 5 years, and I played for all 3 of them. And so the change, at the University of Maryland really kind of started there. And once Coach Gary Williams got there, the third coach of the 3, between Lester Giselle, Bob Wade, and then eventually Gary, then Gary was able to unite the program in a way that really nobody outside of the program could have, because he was one of the University of Maryland's own, and he was an up-and-coming coach in the college ranks and had proven that he was, exceptional as a coach. So when the opportunity arose for him to be able to come back to the program at a time when the program really needed it and was, coming out of dealing with some NCAA things and obviously still reeling from the controversial, situation, the way the Len Bias situation played out. So, that was a ripple effect of years. And then you have Bob Wade come in and there was more turmoil with his departure. So Gary was viewed as that guy, as one of Maryland's own, who could really bring it all back together. And when I look at the program now, not that it's in that type of turmoil in comparison to the past, but it is in a place where we are feeling like we need someone who is actually a part of the program to truly be the one to sort of galvanize the alumni and the fans and get back to the historical aspect of, Maryland guys being part of it. That was the one thing. There were some Maryland players on that staff that Coach Williams won the championship with. And myself and Walt Williams and other guys were very involved with that team and the program in general for all the years that we played. So I think we need to really find a way to be a Maryland family again, because I think we got away from that once Gary retired.
Tony Massenberg with us here on G&D. And Tony, this is kind of where I was going. You mentioned this. This is the landscape now. For better or worse, you could complain about it, but I'm not saying you, but anyone could be mad about it, but that's what it is. And when you hire somebody that's going to do probably something similar to what Kevin Willard did, like where you could either hold the university, for lack of a better term, hostage, or he might sign a better deal elsewhere. You're kind of part of that system now. To me, that moonshot is to find this 2.0 version of a Gary Williams, right? Someone that's not just going to leave because the next program comes calling with maybe a bit more money or whatever, that's got the affinity for the place and wants to make it work there. I just don't know where that's going to come from. Is that something you co-sign? And it sounds like you were talking about that, sort of bringing that Maryland family aspect back together.
Yeah, that's where it needs to come from, because when you look at some of the other top programs in the country, across the country, that's what they have. The Carolinas, they had, Carolina guys. You can go to a bunch of traditional schools, Duke and so forth, and you can see it's people who have ascended to being the head coach or athletic director, whatever it is, but it's people who have ascended from within the program, who started there and have some type of personal connection, because sometimes to really have that type of loyalty and to draw others in and to really kind of have that other factor that's outside of the brand of the school, you need that family atmosphere. And the only way a lot of times to create a family atmosphere is to hire people from within the university family. So I think we have to find a way to get back to that.
So
And
who
there
are those guys,
some
Tony?
guys out there.
Like I know Dwayne
Well, I
Simpkins
think-
at American, but he's the one name I keep hearing. But are there other Maryland alums that are coaches? I mean, it's a small pool, right?
Well, yeah, it's a small pool, but there are guys that have been that are assistant coaches. There's a Dwayne Simpkins who I think would be great when you consider the fact that his second year as a head coach, he wins his conference. I think that says a lot about him, and he was a longtime assistant coach as well. And he's also a guy who's well known in this area, and has a great name, family guy, great reputation. And a guy that all the University of Maryland players and alumni respect because he is someone who deserves to be respected. He would be someone that I think should be considered mainly because he has everything that I just illustrated about the same qualities that Gary had. Gary had more head coaching experience, I think, at the time because he had been there longer. But I think that in this age where things have shifted, where coaches and players tend to move, sometimes from year to year or every couple of years, then I think you could look at someone like him and make a case, that he could be a great hire here, especially with his local ties and just the fact that he's had success during his brief head coaching career, which says that he seems to be prepared. I have seen other people get opportunities with less of a connection than Dwayne Simpkins has to Maryland, and less of a resume from a coaching standpoint than what he has. So I just don't believe that it's out of the question that he should be someone who should be considered.
So as we go forward here, in terms of the search and what's next, the timing of it's terrible, Tony, right? This is so late in the game. And I know they're not the only school to have this happen to them. Other teams that are successful probably aren't dealing with this. So is there a short-term version of a fix or kind of what should they do here? Like right now, this minute, if they're meeting over there at Maryland, whoever they is, I don't know who the AD is going to be. Like what should be happening right now?
Well, first of all, the timing is awful. And the AD leaving just complicates the situation even more because normally the AD would be, the person who would obviously be instrumental in picking the head coach. But, when you have vacancies at both those positions, I think it's even more important that you take time that's, obviously you don't have a lot of, but you have to allocate some of that toward finding the right people. And I don't think that's a process in itself that can be rushed. I think you'd be better invested. I think you'd be better off investing time in the front end of trying to have a search to where you can find the most qualified person so that in other words, when you make that move, make sure you make the right move instead of, saying, well, we'll just hire this person. And we're not sure if, this is who we're going with long term or whatever. I just think it's important that you invest the time wisely because you're not going to have a lot of time on the back end once you start talk about, the season will be here before you know it. There's, football season. You're obviously going to need your AD there. So I just think you have to invest that time in your search and make sure you hire the right two people in the AD and the head coach. And hopefully that, you can make things happen pretty quickly on the back end with some assistance from other people that are already in place.
Tony, Saturday was fun. So was this. Thanks, buddy. Good catching up.
Thank you. Always a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Hey, you got it. So did the altcast last minute filling in. Had only done Caps, did a Wizards altcast.
That's cool, dude.
But it was him and Chris Wright, the former Georgetown star.
Absolutely.
Who was a great player at Georgetown.
People sleep, man.
He used to get buckets at St. John's College High School, too. But, he was a walking bucket. That kid could score.
He could. If he was a couple inches taller, ...
Yes,
like
exactly
one of those
right.
like type guys. Yeah, he was a player, man.
But those two just really, really fun to work with. And it was actually a great Wizards game. It was two bad teams, them and the Brooklyn Nets, and it came down to the wire. And they had a couple of career nights from a couple of the guys deep down the roster. And it was entertaining to watch.
Kind of what happens this time of year, right?
Yeah, sitting and hanging out with those guys watching basketball was really insightful. So I really enjoyed catching up with him. Maryland fans obviously annoyed by what's going on with Kevin Willard.
Should
There's
be,
no doubt
yeah.
about that. I think there are two things that could possibly be annoying Nats fans right now. They got their first win of the season on Sunday. They lose 2 of 3 to the Phillies, but they avoid the sweep. There was a lot to like in that series, by the way. Their starting rotation was great. Mackenzie Gore in game 1, 6 shutout, 13 strikeouts, no walks, 1 hit. Jake Irvin in game 2 was solid, 5 innings, 2 runs. And then in game 3, Mitchell Parker pitched into the 7th and was fantastic. 6 1/3 innings of scoreless baseball for him with 5 strikeouts. Can't do any better than 17 1/3 2-run innings. Number 2 ERA in the sport out of 30 teams this deep into the season in terms of rotation ERA. Other things that went well. Nathaniel Lowe homered 2 times. Back-to-back games 2 and 3. Keibert Ruiz is in line to have a better year than last year. We heard from everybody down at spring training. He's homered in games 1 and 2 of the season. He got off to a fast start. Josh Bell, who's got just 1 hit on the year, hit a big 3-run home run to get off the schneid. They hit for more power. This is a team that hit 135 home runs last year. They've already got 6 home runs through a couple of games, which is really, really exciting. But I tell you that, Danny, to then also tell you their bullpen is going to be a problem. And I don't think it's as bad as it looked in the first 2 games, but I don't know how much better it is either.
Yeah, let's say it's 50% better. Still awful.
They gave up 16 runs in the first 2 games. In fact, the Nats have allowed 19 runs through 3 games, 17 from the bullpen, basically all of that in what was 2 dreadful performances that completely blew chances to win on opening day, and in their second game, they probably could have and should have won both games. Not with a bullpen, walking the yard and giving up big flies.
No, and you added a couple other things you're kind of, making that Michael Scott cringe gif to start the year. Dylan Cruz doesn't look great at the plate with 8 strikeouts and his 0 for 11 start. Those are small sample things.
That's number 2 on the list of things that probably drew the ire.
But yeah, so, and a couple guys are off to sluggish starts. But through 3 games, these are things you don't notice if it's June. You'd probably notice 8 strikeouts and 11 at-bats. In June, you'd go, well, that's not a great stretch. But that's all it is so far is a great stretch. Now, if we're doing this in a week from now, 2 weeks from now, we can have another conversation. But yeah, the bullpen, to me, there's nobody that, when that phone rings right now, other than Kyle Finnegan, who was shaky on opening day in typical early season Kyle Finnegan fashion, who has a track record at this stage, right? I mean, there's not a good answer down there at this point, which is, for a team, again, in their internal message that they turned around and showed us all. This is what we're saying to each other. This is our organizational culture. This is our mantra. This is what we want you guys to know about us. It's not development time. It's winning time. Ooh, man, like that can really put a damper on some things where you've got some leads, you got competitive games, you got great starts from your starting pitching, you're scrapping and clawing on an opening day or whatever, and you just got the kerosene boys trotting in for the bullpen.
Well, you can't be a playoff team with a bad bullpen. It just doesn't work. And you can't win very often if your bullpen's terrible. And theirs has been through a series. I don't think they think it's this bad, but my question, rhetorically or otherwise, would be, what am I missing exactly? Finnegan, they decided they may not keep. Like they let him walk. They basically said, we don't need you anymore at the amount we're supposed to pay you. And he was a free agent for months. At any moment, he could have signed with any other team they were willing to move on. Eventually, it just so happened that he was worth enough in other teams' eyes that the Nats said, if you're not going to make any money, we'll pay you that money.
We could not pay you too.
But he's the best they got. The guy that they said no thank you to at the start of the offseason.
And now I still like Ferrer. I think he'll end up turning in a good year. I think there's plenty
this
there.
is the point. So Finnegan is the best that they've got in terms of proven commodities. He'll pitch the 9th inning right now. He was very good yesterday. He is okay. He's aggressively solid, I would say. Jose Ferrer is the one guy in this bullpen with tremendous stuff. The power lefty who can touch 100. He's not off to an awesome start. He needs to throw the ball over the plate. But I do believe very much so in Jose Ferrer. Otherwise, you're hoping that Brad Lord, who debuted yesterday and didn't get a batter out, ends up becoming a real nice piece for you, throwing 97 out of the bullpen. You're hoping that 27-year-old Orlando Rebalta, who looks the part, a former 12th round pick, can become an important member of the bullpen. Like Colin Poche is a last guy in for me. He's pitched twice in big spots and just given up 1 million runs. Lucas Sims didn't have a good season last year.
No.
Gave him $3 million, brought him in. Jorge Lopez got booted off of a team last year. Has been on 3 teams since the start of last season. What am I missing here? I know that Derek Law is hurt, and when he comes back, at least he can give you some innings. Maybe Zach Brixey, similarly, is somebody with a strained quad that could help them. But again, he's completely unproven. Hasn't pitched very well at the major league level when he's been given a shot. it's not like they have dudes in their bullpen that have long track records of success. That's my point.
Yeah, there it is. That's your summary.
You have to spend money to upgrade your bullpen. They did not do that.
Yeah, and that's one of those places where you can have a pretty good economic return on investment, if you will, right? The starting pitcher who's a frontliner is going to make, I'm making up a number, 25, 30 million bucks a year. If you can't spend that, you could spend 5.5 or 6 instead of spending 3 to get a more proven commodity. And historically, one of the areas where Rizzo and company, they haven't overspent on bullpens because, and I understand this, by the way, just as a general pathology, you don't want to go, I don't want to pay for the guy coming off the career year where he made 75 appearances, probably got up another 25 times, and he was Old Faithful, so the manager ran him into the ground. Bullpens tend to fluctuate. Bullpen arms tend to fluctuate. You look at the list of closers right now versus 3 years ago, it's almost an 80-some% turnover for almost everybody around baseball.
It's a volatile game.
And it's so volatile, right? So you don't want to pay too much for premium, but that's the spot where maybe you could have. If again, the rhetoric is we are trying to win right now, that's an effective, cheap way to improve the roster, right? In terms of money spent. You can't have everybody making $40 million a year. Even the Yankees can't do it. Even the Dodgers can't do it, right? You've got to have some nice, cost-cutting spots. This is one of those places where I go, God, I wish it wasn't Colin Poche. With all due respect to him, you know what I mean? Like you could have upgraded a couple spots here for a few million more bucks and been serviceable. I'm not talking about having a lights out bullpen, not the bullpen de la muerte that the Braves had a handful of years ago. Where everybody coming out was
here's
nasty.
the bottom line: there's not a bullpen in the sport that's going to the playoffs that doesn't have a reliever in it that's making good money. It just you're just not going to find it. Finnegan again is the high water mark. Who they said you're not worth $9 million, and they brought back at 6. Right. Otherwise, it's kind of dudes that were available on the scrap heap or young guys they're projecting some success from. And I like Lord and I love Ferrer in these roles. But you need 7, 8 guys that are going to be pretty consistent to have a good bullpen. I just don't know where it's going to come from. The Nationals now 1-2 to start their season. You want to weigh in on that? You can go to our poll of the day to give us your thoughts, and we will tell you what it is in just a couple of moments. Our Grant and Danny poll of the day is presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Every coach meets with the media at the owners' meetings. They have a breakfast. So everyone sits down at these round tables. There's 16 coaches in each conference. They're all at different tables, and everyone walks around and talks to them. Bengals coach Zach Taylor today was asked about Trey Hendrickson being available for teams like Washington. We'll tell you what he said next on G&D. Hey guys, it's GP and Danny for Window Nation. April is a great time to spruce up around your house. It's like getting rid of those old, ugly, drafty, hard to open windows and starting fresh. Especially during Window Nation's buy 4, get 4 free sale going on right now. That's pretty damn good.
It's pretty good.
Buy 4, get 4 free. There is no limit to how much you could save. And if you buy a house of windows like I have, like Danny has in the past, they're going to include a free entry door too. That's a hell of a deal.
It's fantastic. And it was so hot this weekend, right? That AC is going to be blasting. You want to keep that good air in. 0% financing, 0 down, no monthly payments. You could get new windows and pay nothing until 2027. No idea how they do it. Window Nation partners with top window manufacturers in the nation to build windows to their high quality specs. They pass the savings on to you. Protect your homes with the best windows money can buy at a fraction of the price of those other brands. Just imagine what you can do with all that extra moolah. The sale ends soon, so don't miss your chance to take advantage of the buy 4, get 4 free and pay nothing until 2027. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp, CoachWooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. College hoops. Maryland guard Rodney Rice has entered the transfer portal, and all the 1 seeds making the Final Four for the first time and only the second time ever, the first time since 2008. Florida going to take on Auburn. Houston going to take on Duke. Both those games getting underway on Saturday. In the NBA, Wizards taking on the Heat tonight at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. tip-off over on the Team 980. The Nats in action, taking on the Blue Jays, looking to make it 2 wins in a row. 7:07 first pitch right here on the Fan. Michael Soroka taking on Bowden Francis. And the Capitals signed forward Ryan Leonard to a 3-year entry-level contract, set to make his NHL debut tomorrow night. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, they instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camp's Coach Wooten. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're with you until 6:30 this evening. Nats baseball tonight. They are in Toronto to take on the Blue Jays. Michael Soroka will make his first start as a National, a Canadian right-hander pitching north of the border.
How about that? That is a good deal. He's kind of the tipping point guy in this rotation, I would say. Like if he works out, could either be here or it could be somebody they could bring back a nice haul for a competitor.
Head coach of the Bengals, Zach Taylor, is one of the AFC coaches who met with the media today at the coaching breakfast at the league meetings. The owners' meetings are taking place in Florida. So let's play the clip. It's a little hard to hear this, I will say, but bear with it. It's about 20 seconds. I think you can kind of make out what he's saying. It's just not awesome audio, but we couldn't find a better version of it. But this was him when he was talking about Trey Hendrickson as a Bengal and the fact that they want to keep him around. This is Zach Taylor.
Very consistent, not just 2 years, 4 years for us. And I think he's one of the premier pass rushers in this league. Teams have people a lot of attention to him as they start their game playing each week. He's been a guy who works his tail off day in, day out, 365 days a year, which I can appreciate. So then we'll just continue working on the process.
So there's a reason I thought it was worth just grinning and bearing it through that. When you're in a negotiation with somebody, to heap that kind of praise, to me, is something that the agent's going to find out. Like they're scouring over all the quotes. They're using everything against you. Here's what he said there. He said he's one of the harder working guys in the building. He corrected the question when someone said he's been amazing for you guys for 2 years because he has 17 and a half sacks 2 straight years. Actually, it's 4 years. 4 years ago, he had 14 sacks. Said he's one of the best pass rushers in the league. He went through how complete a player he is, acknowledged that that offensive coordinators are basically game planning for him. You're just doing the agent's job at that point. A lot of times coaches aren't playing that game. Now, I guess it could go one of 2 ways. Maybe they think he's leaving and it almost is like they're building up the profile because they're trading him. Because again, if you're negotiating, you're not saying all those positive things for the agent to then use against you normally. So you could say this is evidence that maybe they are still thinking about trading him. Or the flip side is he just wasn't thinking about that element of it, the business part of it, and he's just complimenting one of his
It's
guys.
also not a secret, right? Like you can't pretend that he's not good.
No, but there's a difference between Dan Orlovsky
Totally.
saying it and the head coach of the team. When you're negotiating and you're going, we want 35, and the Bengals are going, dude, we can't. We got to give you 31. And he's like, you just said that. This is what Zach Taylor said this week. Offensive coordinators have to plan against him. He's been great for 4 years, not 2. That will come back in this negotiation.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, he was going to command a bunch before, and he'll command a bunch after this. But I see your point. If it's an organizational stance, right, where you would say, we all know that he's good. He knows that he's good. That's where we're doing business, but no need to be overzealous about it. So maybe there is something to that. Maybe there is kind of the second order effect. Maybe there is some 3-dimensional chess going on here that they may still plan on moving him. But the point is, at the end of the day, it sounded to me like a coach that knows, man, oh man, I don't have much on that side of the ball, and that guy's great. Like, that's my linchpin. That's my star. That's the dude that we need, and I really love to have him back. So maybe he was probably let the kind of gave away the business there that he was overly complimentary.
Yeah, know that he suggested they're working through the process. And he said that another time as well during this press conference where he was asked about like where the negotiations were, and he wouldn't really give much. But the Bengals reportedly think they could still get something done. I don't want to say they've taken him off the market. I don't think that's factual. But there was a report from Jordan Schultz, maybe some other people last week, that the Bengals think they're going to get a deal done with Trey Hendrickson.
Mm-hmm.
I just took all that complimenting as, I'm not so sure about that. This could still be the drumming up of a market because you're getting some offers for threes, but you wanted two, and you're putting him over in a way that every time you get to talk about him, you're only selling him more and more. We've talked about this with Washington for years.
Yep.
They couldn't do this with their own guys. They did the opposite. They would run them down. They would not build them up. It's just marketing, right? You are marketing a player. You're selling a player. And I heard some of that maybe when he was talking. I think it's all true. I think he means every word of it. But I still have a sneaking suspicion they're going to trade him for like a second-round pick, if I had to guess. The keeping and paying him, while it would be an amazing accomplishment, it's hard for me to fathom they pay Chase, they pay Higgins, and they pay him after paying Burrow crazy money. I know the cap's getting bigger and bigger, but they would be the ultimate stars and scrubs operation. I don't know how you field a quality roster around those guys.
I'm not sure how you do either. And that's kind of I think the thing that damned them in this regard was the Higgins contract, right? Where Higgins is very good, but not Jamar Chase. And that's obvious that you could see it in the different payment structure. Joe Burrow is incredible. You have to keep Joe Burrow, for God's sakes. I've always thought they were going to keep Hendrickson, and I still think they are, but I'm kind of looking at the roster the same way you are, going, I don't know where the rest of this is going to come from. You put a lot of pressure on your GM to find a bunch of unbelievably low out of the ball, especially last year. So I still think they're keeping him against better judgment. Like, to me, once you signed Higgins, you said, for me, okay, bye. We can't, because we've got two birds in a hand here. We're going to have to move on from Hendrickson. I don't think they're viewing it that way.
But that's why I would have picked Chase and the edge.
That's what I would have done. Yeah,
I'm with you. Yeah. The two receivers and an edge, if they get it all done, awesome cap manipulation, great job. I just think that you're signing yourself up for no wiggle room to be able to pay anybody else in the next couple of years. Yeah. And it's not somewhere I'd want to be. I just want more flexibility than that, to be able to manipulate the cap a little bit differently and better moving forward. Another AFC coach who spoke that I think Commanders fans will want to hear what he had to say. This was our JP Finley was asking the questions down there with NBC4 of DeMeco Ryans of the Texans. They were talking about left tackle Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah, with trading Laramie, thought it was a move that was beneficial to everyone. At the same time, it was a move where we were able to get some valuable draft picks out of it, and Washington was able to get a really good player as well. So I think it benefited both teams.
What is Washington getting in Tunsil?
Yeah, you get one of the top one-on-one pass protectors in the NFL. So I think it'll definitely benefit Jaden from having a guy who he knows can protect his blind side.
I think this will eventually be a trade that works out really, really well for both sides. When the Texans originally traded Tunsil, my reaction was, how on earth are you going to give up a quality left tackle when you've got a good young quarterback on a rookie deal, a lot like Washington does, a year further advanced theoretically in CJ Stroud. But when you start to ask the people around the Texans, folks that covered them, we had a lot of those guests on, whether it was the penalties or the fact that they want to philosophically change what they are a little bit, be more of a road grading, physical, run first team, maybe with Stroud as kind of a play action passer. That isn't necessarily Tunsil's game. Doesn't mean he can't do it at a high level, but he is the ultimate pass protector. He is elite dropping back and protecting one-on-one, as you just heard his former coach say. The rest of it, he does really well. But I think the Texans are kind of just going in a different direction. They wanted to free up some of that money, and they know that they've got not only having to pay Stroud, they've already paid Nico Collins. There's more where that's coming from, right? In terms of kids, they got a great defensive end they're going to have to pay in short order who gets to the quarterback. So they needed that cash that Washington had plenty of.
Yeah, I still was surprised, to be frank with you. You know what I mean? It's one of those, I'm so used to getting the bad end of a deal that my initial reaction was, okay, what happened? What don't I know about? What's coming down the pike? Enough Donovan McNabbs have happened over the years where Washington's going, look at this, and the other team's going, look at these guys. You know what I mean? I don't think that's the case here, though. I think this is one of those. I think you're right. I think your assessment's right on. They had some sort of organizational sea change or a different idea of what they wanted to do, and I think they did something foolish here. Now, those draft picks will help them, but to me, you don't give up a left tackle that's really good. I know he may have relative weaknesses and may not be as good in one area over another. I would change what I wanted to do because I had him. I got Stroud. I got him. I got a good receiver. I don't care, frankly, about getting Joe Mixon in his age 30 year, a couple more carries off the left side. I care about keeping my quarterback I'm going to go as far as he takes me upright.
Another part of it to feel for what could be coming down the pike. And they've already added Cam Robinson as their left tackle. He's 29. Robinson was the former second-round pick in the 2017 draft by the Jaguars who came into his own as a really good player. I'm not pretending like he's Laramie Tunsil, Danny. Laramie Tunsil 5, Robinson is not. But he's a legitimate
good player.
Starter at left tackle. He is, I would say, like a better version of what Washington had in Charles Leno. When they just, for a couple of years, didn't have to worry about it, if you remember. The Vikings, when they lost Christian Darrisaw last year, the Virginia Tech standout,
and our producer,
who's become a very, very good left tackle. He goes down for the season. I think it was in that Rams game, and they had to go sign Cam Robinson. He came in for 10 games and played pretty well for Minnesota. I think they said, are we getting worse from Tunsil to Robinson? Yes. Is it a big enough step back to justify not adding these picks, not clearing up this space with where we're at right now? I don't have a huge problem with that logic. I think you're right generally. Just the exception to the rule might be this trade. But it's like Peter saying, I actually am a draft first guy. I just have to do it now. I think they'd like to never trade a great left tackle, but the stars aligned this time to make it work a little bit. We'll get you more NFL content as we go today, as the coaches have been talking. Some news is being broken, including where Washington's going to be practicing this summer and where they're going to be playing a preseason game. We've got that for you on Grant and Danny. Our double play is next. And at the top of the hour in 20 minutes, right at 4 o'clock, we're giving away a 2-pack of tickets, a pair to the Wolf Trap Pick Your Own Show series. You're listening to The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? Danny Brugge here for my friends and my realtors. That's Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home Team with Keller Williams. If you're thinking about selling your home, that's who you have to call. I know firsthand they sold my family's place. My wife and I bought our first condo a handful of years ago. As the family started to expand, we needed some more space. We didn't know if it was going to sell, to be honest with you. We didn't know what kind of offers we were going to get. We didn't know what kind of deal we could strike. We were sort of confused. It's an older building, maybe an area that wasn't that much in demand. What do we do? What do we replace? What do we upgrade? Where should we be spending our money, our resources, our time, etc.? They had answers to every one of our questions because they have the experience. They net their sellers $30,500 more dollars in their pocket on average, 6.1% more money on average, and they get things done quickly. Our whole process was done in a weekend. Open houses on scheduled for Friday, Saturday. We had offers in hand on Sunday. We took the best one, all cash, way over asking. We're in our dream home because of them. Have the same experience that I had and so many others in our area have as well. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or go to DebbieAsTheBuyers.com.
It's time for our double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
So we got a little bit of a problem here, Jeeps. Not you and I, but I'm facing something. So the Chiefs dropped the game this weekend. My 7-year-old's flag football team. 13-12, heartbreaker. Happens, whatever. It's youth sports. Nobody really cares who wins or loses. Here's the deal. My guy Matt is our OC, and he should be the OC. He knows what he's doing.
Matt Canada, very good OC.
Yeah, well, this Matt is very, very good. Not just being kept around because he's buddies with the head coach or something. This guy knows what he is doing. The offense is better when Matt runs it. So Matt was there for 80% of the game. Then he and his son had to jet. They had obligations, right? So I had to run the offense for the last part of the game. 4 plays, we did not gain a yard. A 4-and-out, other team gets the ball, they get the first down, we lose, ball game. Everyone's kind of going, you know who the OC was when they couldn't get a yard. I mean, if we'd gotten close, if we'd had a little bit of progress, that's what they're doing a little bit.
Was that with a talk at the water cooler?
People are frustrated.
Getting to the bottom of why the series went awry.
People are frustrated. And I understand the frustration. It's like we're trying to, because football's such an interesting thing with the other sports as your kids start to grow up and play these different things. Soccer's so free flowing, and until basically age 9 or 10, it's just a little group of hornets, sort of like moving around with the ball, and no one knows anything, and you're just trying to get them to compete or whatever. Baseball is a lot of standing around and some fundamentals, but it's still free flowing. Once the ball's hit, it doesn't, you're not controlling anything. Football is interesting. It's more intense because it is a specific set of instructions every play. You go here, you go there, you do this, you do that. And then when they don't do it, everyone kind of looks, first at the kid, then they look at you. Like, what did you tell them? Like, what happened? And we just couldn't do it. We're supposed to fake on a given play. Fake to Carter. Fake to Lincoln. Hand it to Connor. We did none of those 3 things. And then everyone's kind of standing around. Connor just took the ball, got tackled right away. Not tackled, but you mean the flagpole.
Seems like a complicated play that the coach called.
It's not like we didn't work on that stuff. We worked on all of it. There's a messaging issue. There's a formation issue. There's been a lot of texts going around among the coaching staff. Nobody's blaming anybody specifically, but there's
How old are these kids?
7 and 8.
Okay.
But there's a subtext there. It's like, hey, let's try this. The thing we need to try is not have me call plays anymore. I think I'm on the verge of getting fired.
So what happened? He left. There's no one else that could have done it?
Well, we're all trying to help out and pitch in. Luke's got the defense. Did his job. You know what I mean?
Seems that way.
13-12, Luke did just fine. That the defensive
I think
team.
Matt's getting off the schneid a little easily here. He had 12 points when our guy was calling plays.
There was a goal line stop in there where, just sometimes it doesn't work, but the possessions are moving. The ball is moving, matriculating up and down
We're
the field.
moving the football.
Yeah, there's some first downs. There's time of possession. Not the 4-and-out where we don't gain a foot. Not a foot. We didn't have – if we had a fruit by the foot, we would have fallen short of the fruit by the foot. You see what I'm saying? Bad.
Oof.
My possession was awful. I kind of trotted to the sideline, head in shame. And as an added bonus, I bought one of those coaching whiteboards with like a field on it. Brand new as of Thursday, gets delivered to my house. The marker that came with it already didn't work by Sunday.
Bad sign.
It looked so unprepared and amateurish. My guy Jimmy showed up with some. He goes, "I have some dry erase markers at home. Want me to bring them?" I said, "Yes." Oh, just bad. It's bad. That's all. That's what I got. It's not going good for the Chiefs. There's turmoil.
You need Mahomes to save you.
It would help me so much.
Was at a birthday party for the niece yesterday. She turned 1. Happy birthday, Zozo. I bring up the birthday party, Danny, because food. So the eats were good, I will say.
Mm-hmm.
Was trying to do my best. What with our co-pair efforts here, trying to cut down on some LBs where we can. They bring out ice cream cups, little frozen ice cream cups. I was reminded of being 7 at a birthday party at a bowling alley or something, where you peel back the little paper top and you go in for the ice cream. This was, I don't know if it's just because I was saying no to everything and I said yes to this or what. It was the best ice cream I've ever eaten. How familiar are you with the Bluebell Ice Cream Company?
They know what they're doing over there.
They make a good ice cream.
The Bluebell folks have the old Randy Douye seal of approval.
But I want to show you these cups and these sleeves.
Mm-hmm.
And these little, and it's the perfect amount. Now, I say it's the perfect
I was going to say
amount.
perfect amount. Excuse me?
I would eat 4 of them,
Yeah,
if we're
thank
being
you.
honest. But you feel like when you eat one, you're like, you know what? I didn't do anything that terrible. I didn't do anything that great either. But I didn't do anything that
Right.
terrible.
It's not like you ate a salad with no dressing, but it's also you didn't,
Now I got chocolate
Mhm.
and only chocolate because that's how I roll.
Sure.
It was a kid's birthday party, so chocolate was available because kids eat like kings. But I feel like I need to start buying, and you probably have to do it in some weird way that's a little bit embarrassing, as if you're about to have a birthday party. I don't know if you would get this at like the party store or if this is just an Amazon purchase, but the ice cream that comes in little cups, reminisce,
The little
and
shooters,
be
yeah.
nostalgic of my yesteryear. The other thing is you don't have to scoop it, right? What's more annoying than you're about to eat some ice cream, but first it's all frozen and I got to hurt my wrist trying to get ice cream out.
You either wait for a while. Like you can't, when it's ice cream time, it's not wait time.
Does anybody do that where they have little cups of ice cream in their freezer available rather than having to go into a tub and
I've seen
scoop it
that.
out?
It's usually a spacing issue, right? So like if you're going to get say like a 6-pack or a 12-pack of those cups, it takes up more space than just the one tub of ice cream.
Not by much, probably, though. You're probably right, but you could just throw them in there loose, into the freezer and have them sitting on bags of peas or whatever. You don't have to overly organize.
No, you're preaching to the choir here. I mean, to me, it's one of those things where I know if I let's say sake of argument, I go to a 7-Eleven or somewhere and I grab myself 3 Bluebells. Like, oh, I've got 3 of them. They're going to get eaten. I'm going to have to go back to the 7-Eleven.
So
to get more.
you get this sometimes?
Yeah.
And what do you get? You're getting a pint when you do that?
I don't know how to describe it. It's not the full pint, like the Ben and Jerry size.
Because
or those.
you would not be able to get this at a gas station. These are birthday party packages where they come 12 or 14 of them in a sleeve. And they're very small little, it's for little kids at a birthday party to just have a few scoops of ice cream. I think that's what I need in my life, maybe.
Just I always call them the little shooters, whatever those are. You're like the it's not a shot glass, but it's not the full sized situation. They're meant to be individually served.
I think I might have to do the individually packaged ice cream. Some restaurants, our buddy who runs a great restaurant in New Orleans, Christian, runs Brennan's. They started getting their ice cream pre-scooped, which you have to pay a lot more for. But the way they justify it is it saves on man hours. It takes, they're doing Bananas Foster by the hundreds every single night.
Yep.
So instead of scooping out the ice cream and breaking it, taking the thing out and having to, let it not be frozen or somebody's wrist getting hurt because they're doing all the ice cream, they just have pre-scooped ice cream. They just drop right in. I had a delicious helping of that pre-scooped ice cream. Never would have known they didn't scoop it right there.
I was like, I actually asked him, I was like, is this pre-scooped? Because I could tell, my sophisticated palate could tell the difference.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. At the top here at 4 o'clock, we're going to give away that pair of tickets to a show of your choice. You're going to get tickets to choose what you want to see at Wolf Trap. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Some baseball action going on right now. The Royals lead the Brewers 4-0 in the top of the 6th inning. The White Sox leading the Twins 9-0. The Twins getting no hit by the White Sox right now. The Orioles lead the Red Sox 4-3 in their home opener. The Phillies and the Rockies are scoreless in the bottom of the 4th inning. The Nationals in action tonight. First pitch at 7 o'clock, taking on the Blue Jays in Toronto. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Michael Soroka making his first start for the Nationals. Bowden Francis goes to the hill for the Blue Jays. In the NBA, Wizards taking on the Heat tonight at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. College hoops, both of Maryland's starting guards, Rodney Rice and Jacoby Gillespie, have entered the transfer portal. Some local teams in action tonight in the Crown Tournament. George Washington taking on Boise State. That'll tip off at 5:30. Georgetown in action against Washington State at 11 o'clock. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. In the Final Four, all 1 seeds advanced to the Final Four for the first time since 2008. Also just the second time ever all 1 seeds in the Final Four. Florida going to take on Auburn. Houston going to take on Duke. That'll get underway on Saturday. NFL annual meetings going on right now in West Palm Beach. The tush push on the agenda. We'll see if that gets banned. Also, Adam Peters was on with Kay Adams earlier today and said, quote, "We want to make Terry a Commander for a long time." In hockey, the Capitals signed forward Ryan Leonard to a 3-year entry-level contract. He's expected to make his debut tomorrow night against Boston. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller number 10 is promised at 800-636-1067. Congratulations, you're going to win a pair of tickets to a show of your choosing. 2025 Wolf Trap season. Coming up this summer at Wolf Trap, James Taylor, Steve Winwood, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2 in concert with the National Symphony Orchestra, so much more. You're getting to pick what your 2 tickets are to right now and all week long at 4 o'clock each and every day here on Grant and Danny.
That Grant and Danny Show, we're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condor and Mora. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
I want to get to our Beltway Blitz in just a second, but as we told you, the NFL League meetings are ongoing. There are some fun stories coming out of day 1 of the owners' meetings at the Breakers in West Palm Beach. Some of the headlines today. Browns owner Jimmy Haslam said that the Deshaun Watson deal was a gigantic, and he blames himself.
How about that?
I kind of wondered how he was going to handle this, but this to me seems like him saying, don't pin this one on our GM, who we really like, Andrew Barrett. He's done a good job. I think he's successful. This is my fault, not his. So good for him for saying that. But it's also hilarious. Well, true.
I know, right?
Deshaun Watson's still on your roster, probably still going to start games for you, and you're already acknowledging this a huge loss.
Yeah, I mean, it's the elephant in the room, so good for him for owning up to it, in all sincerity. And I know it's not a popular thing to say now, especially given all the data, but I get it. I got the desperation. I felt the same desperation. They were in the Bears, Washington, the Browns. They took a first-round quarterback, I think, like 3 times in 4 years at one point over the last decade plus.
You wanted Watson.
Yeah.
For whatever it cost.
He shouldn't be available. He is. I understand the baggage, but if he's eligible to play according to the league, let's do it. Thank goodness nobody listened to me, and that was wrong. I mean, the whole point is I'm so desperate for one of these guys, a quarterback that can play, I'm willing to try anything at that stage. So were they, and it blew up.
I think the lesson here is when someone's out of the league for a year, basically not playing, that needs to be taken really seriously at that position.
And then don't sign him to the worst contract in pro sports history also.
Big deal.
As a part of that.
Yeah. And look, guys come back from injuries all the time. It takes a little bit of time. See Aaron Rodgers and Kirk Cousins this past year, whatever. But I think when a guy is, for reasons that are not health, not able to play for a full season and out of the league, probably means that they're starting over, essentially. There's another owner in the news today, the Jets owner. This is Woody Johnson. I thought this was hysterical. So he's just not a good owner. I mean, we could file the Jets into the circus category of teams that you were just referencing. Washington was in that for a long time. And it all comes back to ownership largely. Woody is the ringleader. But he ripped the NFLPA survey stuff today because the Jets got an F grade. I think they were the lowest rated team out of 32 for where do you want to work. And he said that this was bogus, that this is not a real thing, that he doesn't believe in the results. Mind you, it's his players being asked about it.
Yep.
It's not my take, having been in your building once for a joint practice or something. It's not the beat reporters take, Rich Samimi, who covers you every day. This is your players talking about travel and how you treat their family. And is there a lounge that their wife likes to have the kids at during the game? And do I feel like I have enough room at my locker? And he's saying that the results were completely bogus. Not really sure how that's the case. Here's what I do know, though. When you find out that the reason you've been doing things terribly, this reminds me of like John Taffer coming into your bar when you're about to be closed on.
Mm-hmm.
And John Taffer goes, dude, you got cockroaches in your kitchen. You're not getting any food out on time. Your bartender's drinking the drinks with the people. Like, let's not do this way. And you start blaming John Taffer or saying, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You didn't see this. You came on a bad night. That's what this is. The owner is getting feedback. We know you're a bad owner. The results have been the results for a long time. And now you've got the feedback to prove it, and you're going, I don't believe that.
I don't see it.
It's like the emperor being told he's not naked, man. He just can't handle the results.
Not our city. We're not used to that. Doesn't happen around here. I mean, it did forever. I mean, it was to the, I mean, that's it, Woody Johnson's on that level of Snyder type stuff. Probably not as much harassment, allegedly, whatever I have to say, so nobody sues me from England. But you know what I mean? Like the level of incompetence, gross stupidity, isolated arrogance, where you couldn't hear negative news because you didn't believe it.
One more from the NFL and from the owners' meetings today. The Giants, and I don't know if this was Daboll or ownership, Mara, who said this, but they are not going to force a quarterback pick at 3. They've kept their options open. I think this is what you say one way or the other when you have the third pick.
Mm-hmm.
And they now have 3 veteran QBs that have started games. Tommy DeVito probably never should have, but he did, and he actually beat Washington. Thank God, because it helped them get Jaden Daniels.
Thank you.
They've also signed Jameis Winston, who would be more interesting and fun to watch than their projected starter, Russell Wilson. But it's a wild quarterback room. They also have the third pick. If Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders don't go 1-2, Ward will almost certainly be gone to either Tennessee or Cleveland. But if those 2 guys aren't both taken and Shedeur Sanders is there, would you take Shedeur Sanders and cut Tommy DeVito, or would you just roll with your QBs and take the best non-quarterback in the class that you love the most, which could be either an elite edge or Travis Hunter, who could play both ways?
You know, now assuming, well, there's so many things that it's okay. I need to clear the deck. I'm not having this coach that's about to be fired with a GM that's about to be fired doing anything, first of all. But assuming that those guys are there, they're going to take a quarterback if they do that the next group's going to inherit. I probably wouldn't let him do that. So if I'm having him there, I'm not going to set up this quarterback for failure. So I would probably not take a quarterback, if that makes any sense.
But you are the GM in this instance.
Yeah, if I am the GM and I plan on being here.
You're speaking from Mara's perspective, which I think is true. I would tell them, you guys don't get to pick a quarterback.
Right, you've lost that privilege.
But if I'm telling them that, then I probably already should have fired him anyway.
And there you go. So let me clear the deck on that. So if, let's just say I'm Danny Shane. I'm taking the quarterback there because I don't have a long-term answer, and until I do, everything's a waste of time. And that is my philosophy on everything. And if this one doesn't work, I'll be back here in a couple of years and I'll do it again. If you don't have one of these dudes, everything you do is a waste of time. So that's where I'm at. So I'll take Sanders. And hope.
But I know that I'm gonna be fired at the end of the year if I don't win. And drafting Shedeur Sanders to be
not gonna help you a ton
my
this
number
year.
2 or number 3 ain't the answer now. So I'll take Hunter, or I'll take the best defensive player on the board that I like the most, and I'll try to steal a win with those guys making a play or 2, probably. All right, let's get to our Beltway Blitz on the teams we care the most about in town. Spencer Nussbaum of the Washington Post joins us to get things started. Spencer, let's begin with the starting pitching through 3 games, 17 1/3 innings of 2-run ball. Mackenzie Gore still has the best start anybody's made in Major League Baseball to begin the season. Can't ask for a whole lot more through 3 games from the rotation.
Yeah, I mean, it's been unbelievable. And this is a point, like, coming into spring training and coming into the season, it's a lot of guys that you were kind of waffling on. You could go, oh, he might be great, or oh, he might take a step back. The fact that all three of the guys we've seen so far have taken a step forward is fantastic. And I mean, McKenzie in particular too, like if he's able to replicate that in Toronto, or maybe not even replicate it, but do 75% of what we saw, I mean, that is a massive development for the Navs.
What's going on with Dylan Cruz? Looks like he needs a map and a compass to figure it out at home plate there. A little lost.
Yeah, it's been a tough start, and it's a little odd to see just because, again, his spring didn't really suggest that this was coming. Again, he was, again, perfectly fine in the spring. Not bad, not amazing, but perfectly fine. Right now, pitchers are just challenging him with fastballs inside and basically everything else away, and that seems to be a strategy that's working. Again, he's not a guy who's gone through prolonged struggles in his career, whether in college and the minors or up here. It's a small sample so far, but I mean, 8 strikeouts in a row is not what you want to be looking at. So I'm kind of curious to see what he'll be working on in the cages in Toronto, and finding out about that soon.
This bullpen was terrible in the first 2 games. I'm not saying it'll be that bad all year, but I also don't look at this bullpen and say, that's a good bullpen. They didn't really spend money, which is how you improve your bullpen generally. They don't really have proven commodities other than Finnegan, who's just okay, and they had kind of moved on from at one point this offseason. What do you think is the floor and the ceiling for this group?
Yeah, that's a really fair question, fair point. I think the floor is probably, honestly, a touch better than we're seeing now, just because I don't think a bullpen is going to have an ERA over 9. But I think that it could be rough if you can't count on Poche, Sims, those two especially, to get you from the 6th and the 7th down into the later innings. And again, like Finnegan, like we saw, very good first half last year and a so-so to kind of disappointing second half. It could cost the Nationals a lot of games and make for, honestly, a pretty disappointing season if they're not able to get it together. That being said, I don't think all hope is lost. I think one of Poche or Sims is going to hit. I don't know who that's going to be yet. I still have a ton of faith in Ferrer. I think we're looking at maybe an all-star closer over the next, 3 or 4 seasons. I think that he's got the stuff and command to get it together. Finnegan, I think, is going to be a decent, closer. I think this is probably going to be one of the worst groups in baseball, but if we're talking ceiling, I think you can get it to a league average bullpen if maybe 1 or 2 of those fringe arms hit. But at the moment, it's looking more like 25th, 26th in baseball, unless they turn something around.
Spencer, you're a very influential person in this sort of baseball marketplace, and your voice carries a lot of weight. I need your help, okay? I would understand this if this was like if this was the Dodgers or, the Phillies, even Mets, Braves, a team that's going to win the mid-90s games, and you had to platoon Luis Garcia just because each game is so precious and important. It's not as if he doesn't know which way to hold the bat against lefties. It's not, it hasn't been good, but for God's sakes, it's not some sort of tire fire disaster over the course of his career. What are we going to do this again, where he just sits against every lefty? We're platooning him so that name that Rosario can get more at bats. Like, I know he had a good game the other day, but please, Spencer, use all of your influence. I need him to be an everyday player. Let him break out. Let him have the experience. What say you?
You, I, and a lot of people are on the same side on this. Look, in a vacuum and in a small sense, I do think that because of how Louis has hit Jesus Luzardo, I can see the first series of the season sitting him. However, if we get to whenever they face the Phillies again, I think it's late May or early May or whenever it is. If they're facing Luzardo again and he's sitting, that's a problem. He was their most consistent batter last year. I get, potentially throwing off his mechanics if you're facing a lefty, but he's clearly figured something out at the plate, right? So I think I understand sitting him maybe 25% of the time against lefties, against absolute toughest guys, and occasionally giving him at-bats there. But if this is your everyday second baseman of the future, you kind of got to let him struggle through that, and you kind of got to let him work through it. So I get setting him every now and then, but it can't be as consistent as it's been the past few years, and it really can't be what it's been so far.
Spencer, thanks for the info. We appreciate you.
No problem.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, let's talk Commanders. Nick Ackridge of PFF. Nick, Adam Peters spoke today about still being draft first. That's his philosophy, even though this offseason was not that. And he said we were able to go out and get some really good players. Are you cool with that? Like that he can have his cake and eat it too here with him continuing to say we're about the draft, even though they're trading a lot of draft picks?
Yeah, I think so. I like, I'm a huge fan of building up to the draft. What he's saying is kind of making me believe that they're not going to stick there at 29. Obviously, you have to have someone that's willing to trade up with you, but I think them trading back, getting some more draft picks would work out well for them. Obviously, you'll need to see how the board shakes out and who's available at 29. If they get somebody that falls to them that they like, they probably won't trade back. But I think really with him kind of going all out through free agency, I think he's really just kind of building up, the foundation of this roster, which is something that's really lacked over the past 3 or 4 years, just with these kind of 1-year deals, just build up the floor and just make the floor of this roster a lot better.
Yeah, I'm a salad first guy, but I eat a lot of bagels and donuts, Nick. Let's go to this in terms of their free agency haul, trades and otherwise. Kind of last year, it felt like, hey, we're plugging a lot of holes for a talent devoid roster. What did that big theme of what they've done so far feel like to you here in offseason number 2?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of what I touched on again. I think it is still building up that depth, building up that floor of what you had. Because, again, this roster, despite making the NFC Championship game last year, was still lacking a lot of talent in some pretty important positions. So I think, again, you are building up that floor of your team so that when guys have to step in, there's not that big of a drop-off. And then going to make some kind of big splash trades with Laramie Tunsil to get the star power that they were missing. And I think overall it's a really in my what I think is a very great way to kind of build your roster. I like what they're doing. I like these kind of 1-year deals for some veteran guys, and then go out and draft some guys, and hopefully they can kind of pick up where those veterans left off.
If they stick and pick at 29, does it have to be an edge?
I think so. I think you're going to have a lot of options there at edge. Whether a guy like James Pierce kind of falls to you, who's a great pass rusher, but doesn't really have the size right now. I think they would stick with edge. Again, I just think there's going to be a lot of guys that can fall there. Maybe you have a nice wide receiver that falls there, but I do think edge is the move.
What's Luke McCaffrey going to be?
Anyone who follows me on Twitter knows I'm a big Luke McCaffrey fan. I think he was really unlucky last year. I watched a lot of him. He's consistently winning against man coverage, which you don't see a lot from rookies. He just didn't get the ball. Whether that was pressure got home to Jaden before he could see it, someone was open earlier in the progression, but he's winning against man coverage. So I still think there's a role for McCaffrey. Whether that's, I do think he could play outside. Like I said, he was still winning in man coverage outside. So like I said, I'm a big Luke McCaffrey fan. I think he should be in some more reps.
Nick, are you expecting a breakthrough and a bit of a renaissance at cornerback from Marshawn Lattimore, or are you worried?
Yeah, I'm a little worried. Lattimore's kind of he's been up and down really these past couple of years when he was with the Saints. He's not really that lockdown that everyone kind of thinks that he is. But yet last year was pretty rough. There was not a lot of really great moments. And I'm kind of banking on all of that being him trying to push through an injury, come back early so that, he could be ready for a playoff run. But then that makes you think that he does have injury problems and he's constantly always feels like he's coming back from injury. So I am a little worried. I don't think they really gave up too much for it, but that's the guy that they want to kind of step in and be that lockdown corner for them. And I'm a little worried.
Nick, thank you, buddy. Have a great week.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. You too.
Nick Ackridge of PFF. There are 2 rules that could be changing this week via the owners' meetings. Grant and Danny Flair, too, because it's something that you've wanted for years.
Oh, yeah.
And the other one is something that I've been talking about for 4 or 5 seasons now. Let's get into those next on G&D right here on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Ruya here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Now, during Ford Truck Month, the sales event scored a new 2024 F-150 from Ted Britt, the F-150 HQ in Fairfax and Chantilly. Almost $13,000 off the MSRP, plus no payments for 90 days. How about a Bronco Raptor? Almost $20,000 off the MSRP. The MSRP, quite frankly, getting smacked around by my guys at Ted Britt Ford. Again, plus no payments for 90 days. The new Bronco Sport as low as $26,335. Again, no payments for 90 days. Bottom line is this. Unbelievable selection of new pre-owned vehicles, right? At Ted Britt Ford. They got some great cars. It's the best customer service, best customer care I have ever experienced. It's why I'm a Ted Britt Ford customer and have been for more than a decade now. They've been doing this for more than 60 years, making folks just like you and me happy. When you buy from Ted Britt Ford, it means peace of mind for life. It means Ted Britt for life, right? Powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, state inspections, and so much more. Go see my pals at Ted Britt Ford. As I said, Fairfax Chantilly. Click away at tedbritt.com. And when you go, do me a favor. Just tell them Danny sent you.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp, CoachWooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. College hoops, Maryland guards Rodney Rice and Jacoby Gillespie are both in the transfer portal. Basketball tonight, local teams in action in the Crown Tournament out in Vegas. George Washington taking on Boise State at 5:30. Georgetown in action tonight taking on Washington State at 11 o'clock. Near that game over on the Team 980. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Heat tonight at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. tip-off. Near that game over on the Team 980. And in baseball, the Nationals taking on the Blue Jays for the first of 3 in Toronto, 7:07 p.m. first pitch right here on The Fan. Michael Soroka makes his Nats debut. He'll be opposed by Bowden Francis. And in hockey, the Capitals signed Ryan Leonard to a 3-year entry-level contract, expected to make his debut tomorrow. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, they instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps. Coach Wooten. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Tell them, Huey. Party till you die, baby. Let them know. James Wood is goated. Do we have one that says, let Mackenzie cook or something? Didn't he do that? Let Mackenzie cook? Come on, Rouye. You got this thing.
What do I got?
You know. Watch it drop. Darius, crank it.
What am I
Let's
supposed to
listen
be doing?
It drop. Listen to it drop. Nothing?
I mean, nothing.
Like a little bit?
Like just waiting for it to be over.
Just a little bit?
Couldn't be more out.
Nothing. Here's something you'll be in on. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Danny Huhe. I'm Grant Paulson. The removal of the automatic first down for defensive holding illegal contact.
Yeah. Here we go. Come on.
This has been your baby. You have nursed for years. You have been trying to get this baby to grow all the way into a real rule. How does a bill become a law? They need to make a cartoon version of that for you.
Grassroots campaign. I got my 20,000 signatures. Just knocking on the door. Hello, Congressman.
Now, we don't know if it's going to pass, but
It's
it will
not gonna.
be voted on here. And I think, Danny Rouye, you got a shot. And I hope you do.
There's a chance.
It's just so stupid. The 3rd and the 21. I've got a sack on 1st and 10. It becomes 2nd and 17. You get a 5-yard penalty. It's 2nd and 21. Then you get an incomplete pass. And on 3rd and 21, an illegal contact 5-yard penalty bails you out away from the play. It makes no sense. Can't be an auto first. Make it a 5-yard, 10-yard, whatever it is penalty. But if that number of yards doesn't add up to more than what you need, you should not get a first down.
It has driven me crazy forever. So, of course, you get the naysayers who are like, get ready for some purposeful holding or get ready for some purposeful illegal contacts. You want to make it more punitive? Have at it, Hoss. Let's call it a spot foul for illegal contact, right? Let's say it's, as you said, because those are the cases that I care about. A 3rd and 7, I can understand a play the average pass play generates 6-7 yards, or the average drop back does, an average run does X, Y. Totally fine. Make it a spot foul. Whatever you want to do, that's fine. It's the 3rd and 21, just as you keep alluding to. A penalty that occurs at the 6-yard mark, you automatically give them the benefit of the doubt that the offense would do a thing that happens once or twice a game, a 20-plus yard strike. Wrong. No, it's the dumbest rule and principle. The automatic first down is insane. Anyone that likes it, rethink your life. Go into a dark room and stare at the darkness and contemplate yourself and come out when you're ready. No.
Is that an Aaron Rodgers joke?
No. It's you need time. You need time away to think. You got to contemplate your own more values and your own code. Make it so that it is a reason. If you want to make it a more punitive thing, where it's 7 yards, 10 yards, 12 yards, whatever you want to do, spot foul. I don't care. The automatic first down is stupid.
Well, it's more simple than that for me, respectfully to my guy Huhe. It's so easy. Do the penalty yards surpass the yards you need to gain? If the answer is no, you don't get a first down. Done. What can I solve next?
I got more time today.
Got any more brain busters? I mean, I am just checking things off the to-do list, right? Any more honeydews for me? How many yards did you need? Pick a number. Give me it, Danny. How many yards you need?
19.
19. How many yards was the penalty?
6.
seems like you got 13 yards that you still need.
There you go.
See what I did there?
Perfect.
Little
yes.
thing called math.
Good job by you.
Addition, subtraction, not even the hard stuff. That's
So,
not even.
so what do you say in all sincerity to the people that are going, well, then defense is just going to clutch and hold because it's more worth it?
First, I would say I don't think that's going to be as prevalent as you think it is.
I agree with that.
Number one. Number two, it happens in other sports. Like, that's a decision you've got to make. In hockey, you commit a penalty to save a goal sometimes, and you take your chances on the penalty kill or with a shootout opportunity against you or whatever. To that, I would say, okay, you just added some strategy, I guess. So what? I'll read this for you along those lines. This is from Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk. He says that changing this rule will have unintended consequences. So he's driving the lane you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
For starters, the removal of the deterrence that comes from an automatic first down will make defensive holding and illegal contact more likely on 3rd and long. The greater the distance needed, the more likely the defense will strategically risk giving up 5 yards. It will become part of the coaching of defensive backs. When in doubt, grab the receiver. If it's 3rd and 15, it'll be 3rd and 10 if a flag is dropped. Okay. And then we do it again, by the way. And if they hold again, now it's 3rd and 5. And if they hold again, now it's a first down. Or guess what? They won't hold on 3rd and 10. People are coming at me as if this is some deal breaker. And when they're done talking, I go, yeah, you're right. To me, that what is lost by this? So he's saying on 3rd and 15, someone's going to purposefully hold the receiver. Okay. And then they've got to run another play. And then the defense has to get a stop still. What's changed? Except that
Just the yardage, yeah.
Yeah, 5 yards closer. So what? He says that's the other unintended consequence. If removing the automatic first down causes a proliferation of illegal contact and or grabbing receivers before the ball is in the air while the quarterback's in the pocket, they won't all be called. Officials won't want to bog the game down by repeatedly calling defensive holding and or illegal contact, even if it's happening. Agree or disagree?
So I do think that's a bit hyperbolic. In other words, there'll be this epidemic of clutching and holding. I think it's every play. I mean, there's discerning and there's discretion that always has to happen, right? You could call a hold on every offensive drop back or every run play or whatever. And the inconsistency of the application always kind of drives us nuts as fans. I'd like to save it for when it's egregious most of the time, where think about a defensive end who's beaten the tackle around the edge and he's got the advantage of the guy has to reach back and grab him by the jersey or whatever to hold him up. You go, okay, call that one. I think Brian Orakpo tried to beat the Dallas Cowboys, right, in that one environment where they scored a touchdown, but no, they didn't because there was a hold, game over.
Do you know what game that was?
The home opener.
What
Shanahan.
year?
God.
You got this. You're on it.
I don't. 2010?
Danny Hoohay.
Somewhere in there? Here we go.
Week 1, 2010, Mike Shanahan's debut.
Yeah. So, part of the dude's story is the worrying and the like, oh my God, is way overdrawn or way overwrought, for example. But again, that's why I always offer, if you want to make the penalty stiffer on a 3rd and long, I don't want it to be worth it to you to just clutch and grab the receiver down the field, right? So make it a 10-yarder, make it come up with some sort of other arbitrary thing, a spot foul or whatever. But the automatic first down, I keep coming back to the same thing. 5 should never equal 20. 5 should never equal 19.
Boom.
Ever in a billion years.
What about this? So we have pass interference. There is an illegal contact as well. What if there is a defensive holding like you see on defensive linemen?
Mm-hmm.
There's never been a defensive holding called on a defensive back. But this is set aside for the obvious grabbing of a receiver in these situations, and it's a longer penalty.
Yeah, all in. Fine.
So pass interference is a spot foul, can be wherever down the field it happens, could be a 50-yard penalty, right? The illegal contact is a 5-yard penalty, which is within the play. I have decided that you illegally contacted that guy, but it wasn't egregious or ridiculous. And then there is what Mike Florio is worried about, which maybe he's got a point.
So my counter to that, super quick, is imagine this. If you have one of those New York Giant or Tennessee Titan this past year possessions where you've already committed a penalty, a snap, gets a shotgun snap gets thrown over your head, you have a tackle for loss, and it's 3rd and 31. Talking about coaching points for the defense, right? Well, here's my coaching point for my offensive players. We're going to run 4 verts. Every one of you find a defensive back and run into him. See if we can get illegal contact and start this thing anew. That 5 yards will be worth more than 30 to us.
Yes, but I mean, they're not calling a ticky-tack ran into him thing.
You wouldn't think, but that's my best shot. I have no offense at this point.
But I just think you could have a defensive hold that you implement that is a 10-yard penalty if you wanted to do it that way. or college's PI, as an example, is 15. If you really wanted to do it, it would have to be obvious that they grabbed him because they were trying to, do this Mike Florio fear tactic of we're not going to give up the first down. You could do it 10 or 15 yards. I don't think it has to be 15, but it could be 10. And so 3rd and 21 becomes 3rd and 11. I'm meeting you in the middle if I need to, but I don't even think I need to. I think it's pretty simple. If you need 20 yards and it's a 5-yard penalty, then you still need 15. And unless I do it 4 times, eventually we got to play football. And you're going to call a penalty on me, or I'm going to make a stop, or you're going to get a first down. But I just don't think it's going to be as big a problem as everybody makes it out to be. So that is the Danny Rouhier rule that you want changed, that we have a chance to change.
I'm so happy. I hope it happens.
Here's mine. I've talked about this to you a lot over the years. It sounds like it could be happening this week as well. There's going to be voting done on this. One of my pet peeves has been when a wild card team has to visit a terrible division champion in the playoffs when the division champion won a terrible division by default. Examples. Washington, with 7 wins, only won the NFC East because the Eagles basically were tanking and didn't beat them when they could have easily in Week 18 a couple of years ago. Ron Rivera's first season in 2020. And so I think it was the Giants at the time that would have won the division, oddly enough. And the Eagles basically said, we're not winning this game, put in Nate Sudfeld. So the Giants are watching the game from afar, and the Commanders end up coming back to beat them. But anyway, they got to host the Bucs, who are actually much better. You see this from time to time. I think the team with the better record should host the playoff game, period. Sometimes we've seen 12-win teams, 11-win teams go to 7-win teams. Yeah. It is a joke to me. Now, I know you're a huge proponent of the division championship mattering, and this is something coaches have talked about and harped on for years and years and years, as old as time, like talking about blocking and tackling. If we win our division, we get a home playoff game. And I'm saying you shouldn't just deserve it outright. If you accidentally win the division because the division sucks, not because you're good, but because the division is bad, and that happens once every few years.
Happens all the time.
And Rivera twice. He did it in Carolina and here.
Every NFC South runner pretty much wins 9 games.
But look, and if it's 9-7 and the team's 10-6, maybe it could get complicated wording wise, but maybe that doesn't have to be the case. But if you don't have a winning record and you're playing a playoff game at home as a division champion, you should not host it. If the wild card team does. Word it however you want to, but a 10-win wildcard team should never travel to a 7-win division champion again. I'm out. So I love this. They're talking about it. It's been a long time coming. I kind of like the caveat, by the way, of like the 500 element, and now that we have an odd number of games,
which I love, yeah.
For the moment, that's the case. Maybe it'll be 500 in the future. If we're playing 18, you have to win 9. But if you are under the threshold of 500, basically, you should not be hosting a playoff game against a team that won 2 or 3 more games, even if they're the wild card team. Your Mr. Division has to matter. Regular season has to matter. Are you okay with this?
I am. So this is not one of the ones I'm fiery or passionate about. Like I would change the fumble rule out of the end zone first. I would change a million things before I went to die on this hill. I'm generally like, I think there should be a reward for winning your division. I don't have a great case for it, but this is not one of the ones that I would take to court pro bono and try to, argue in front of the Supreme Court to keep it. Just how I've always felt. I love the idea that a division winner, because those things tend to ebb and flow. There are going to be years where the division's terrible. Then there'll be years where there's 2 great teams in the division. 2 of the 2 NFC title game representatives came from the NFC East this year. There'll be a year where the NFC East is garbage. The NFC North was great this past year. Those sort of things should matter. These teams are beating each other up, and it kind of goes, as I said, it ebbs and flows. But I don't hate that. If you offer me just kind of as a little compromise, a little meet in the middle, and as they said in Ocean's 12, an olive basket of you can't have a losing record and host a playoff game. Okay, now we can talk about that.
Well, that one's real easy for me.
That's simple for me. Like the division thing, like because as you said, if one team's 10-7 and the other team, the wildcard team, is 11-6. That's not that big a deal to me. That 11-6 team has to go on the road.
say the team with the better record should host the playoff game, and you could just stop and keep it really simple.
That, yeah.
And it's bad luck if it's 10-6 and 11-5 or whatever, but that's fine. If you have an identical record, the division champion gets to host. But what I'm saying is that's like I like it. I love it. You cannot host a playoff game as a division champion if you are a losing team. You can't. I actually think that's embarrassing for the league. It looks like a just a bad product. It makes it look like an amateur hour spring league or something. And I'm a UFL guy. I watched the Defenders this weekend. They get their first big win of the season. But to me, it just looks less than the NFL when we start having 7-win playoff teams hosting games at home.
I get that. And it's happened enough times where you go, let's actually write something down where this doesn't happen.
Oh, bro,
again.
an 8 and 9 team hosting playoff games, I'll bet you will happen twice in the next 5 years, 6 years. Like, this is a once every few years thing. I think the way the league's all jumbled up now in the middle. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll get to Adam Peters at the top of the hour, the Commanders general manager, meeting with the media today, talking about why he made the trades, giving up the draft picks that he did. Next, we'll tell you where Washington is going to be practicing this summer. What team are they going to do joint work with? And some huge Caps news today. You're listening to the Fan. Hey, guys, it's Grant. FanDuel's America's #1 sports book. It is the best place to bet on sports. I've been telling you that for a long time. There is absolutely loaded calendar right now in sports. This week is wild. So get on FanDuel and enjoy it even more. Whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of their exclusive promotions. Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day Parlays on FanDuel, Golf Profit Boost tokens over on FanDuel over the weekend as well, and so much more. Right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets with a $5 bet. FanDuel.com/GP to make every moment more. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21 present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The NFL owners meetings are underway in West Palm Beach, Florida. We just got back from there. We'll have to tell JP about our different restaurants that we like to hit up. Send him to get some good eats. As we welcome you back on Grant and Danny on the Fan, we were talking about some possible rule changes in the NFL. Your one seed is to get the automatic first down and an illegal contact changed.
I would get the automatic first down just out of the lexicon of the NFL. A 3rd and 30, a personal foul. There should be no automatic first downs. Does the yardage go past the first down marker? Then let's dance. It's first down. I would never. To me, there'd be no such thing as an automatic first down.
I would do the exact same thing. I don't have nearly as big a problem with a personal foul or a roughing the passer or any of what are considered to be the most grave blunders being an automatic first down. But the 5-yard illegal contact, basically, I put my hand on your chest for a split second at 6 yards, and a referee sees it as serious, throws a flag, and I just cost my team the 27-yard third down that you needed to get. That one I can't abide. But I'm more excited possibly about the idea that I might never see a 7-win division champion hosting a 10 or 11-win wild card again. I think that's a long time coming. Nick's in Warrenton wants to hop in on Grant and Danny. What's up, Nick?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey, buddy.
I couldn't agree more. As Danny said, nowhere other than the NFL does 5 equal 20. It's ridiculous. I'm even for, like you mentioned, a lot of the personal fouls. Remove the automatic first down. But look at a personal foul, for example, with the face mask. You get the 5-yard, and then if you want to change how it's called, if it's egregious, call it a personal foul holding and give them 15. But don't make it an automatic first down. If that's how you want to clarify it, that would work.
Yeah, and that's I love that. I mean, I like the example you had with the face mask, where it's not like we don't already occasionally ask the referees to be arbiters in that way anyway. Was it 5? Was it 15? It's not quite hockey.
Like, did he mean it? Was it 15?
You're looking at a guy's face. If there's blood, it's 4 minutes. If there's no blood, it's 2 minutes, which is still one of the funniest things
that is
in
incredible,
sports.
by the way.
I mean, it's just like, that's literally how they do
They're
it.
sitting in a room in Toronto going, what standard should we use? The blood standard.
But yeah, I think that's true. I'm looking at it. If it's quick contact, it's 5. If he's holding him to try to basically get one over on the rule, I can give him 10. And if it's pass interference, it's 15. I think you could divvy it up that way. One of the other developments coming out of the owners' meetings, though, Commanders-wise, got this nugget today. They're going to practice with the Patriots, barring league approval. I don't know why it wouldn't be approved. But New England and Washington want to link up. That could be fun. Drake May, Jaden Daniels practicing together this summer. They would then play in the preseason game in Foxborough. So that would be a road preseason game in New England, which who cares? I mean, that's just, they're going to play somewhere, whether it's New England or somewhere else. I don't think people are overly interested in that on March 31st. But I am a sucker for the joint practices. I think you get a lot out of them.
All about them.
You're able to dictate and get to things that you might not in game. Short yardage, red zone, goal line. It's just a better way to prepare you. They obviously got a lot out of their work with the Jets this year. Dan Quinn said as much, and it looked like it thereafter. So could stay in the AFC East to be practicing with the Patriots, it looks like.
All about it. A young team on the rise with Mike Vrabel, by the way, who is is a hard ass, and you can imagine him having guys giving max effort there in the August heat. But I'm all about it. I mean, to me, this was the wave of the future. 10, 15 years ago. Now, of course, everybody's caught up, but more work was being done there than in almost any of these preseason games. Bill Belichick was one of the guys on the forefront of it. I think it's so smart, so productive. It's so good because, as you said, you can dictate so much of it instead of just hoping that a situation that you want to work on comes up in the game. You could say, we're now doing this period where we work on those things. And it's not just against your own guys who have to kind of give you the dummy look, right? If I declare, Grant and I, hey, you're on defense, I'm on offense. We're working third and shorts. Well, third and shorts are coming. You already know what some of the plays look like. You can't help but you give me a good faith effort, but it's not the same. Your opponent doesn't know. It's another jersey. It's like that adrenaline that you can't fake, even in your own intense workouts. It's so welcome. It's so good. I love it.
The Patriots have had a good offseason. Not a great offseason.
Good.
They had a lot of money to spend, probably too much money, and they had to give out some contracts they might not love in the end. Like the Jan Mahimi situation. Someone's got to get this bag of money, So like what they did with Stephon Diggs, I don't necessarily love, but I think he was the best available player.
Who's their Andrew Nicholson in that one?
Exactly. But on defense, I liked what they did a lot more, honestly, than on offense. On offense, they got Morgan Moses at right tackle, a little long in the tooth, gets banged up a bunch, but can still play a little bit. Garrett Bradbury at center, who's okay, former Viking, first-round pick at one point in time. And then Stephon Diggs coming off of an injury. They also brought in Mac Hollins in the receiver room. Remember Wes Schweitzer, the guard that was here?
Of course, yeah.
He signed with them this offseason to be some line depth as well. On defense, though, Milton Williams was their big ticket item, who's a beast, the D tackle from the Philadelphia Eagles. They also brought in Harold Landry as an edge rusher to get to the quarterback. They have not been able to rush the QB the last couple of years. Linebacker Robert Spillane, who's played with the Steelers and the Raiders, really good, just wrecking ball, tackling machine. And then Carlton Davis, one of the
Carlton Davis,
top DBs on the market, former Detroit Lion, came over. So that's, I would think, at least 4, if not 5 new starters on defense. Then some role guys like Clavon Chason, Marcus Epps, Jack Gibbons. They did a lot more on defense than offense around Drake May. But I still think they had a solid offseason under Mike Vrabel. What's funny is that division now, Danny, when you look at the AFC East, how quickly this happened, it was like a year ago that there were 3 really good teams: Bills, Jets, Dolphins. Remember, everyone was picking the Jets to get to the Super Bowl. The Dolphins were this sneaky team that was the best offense in the league. It's now a one-horse race.
It is.
Everyone else has completely fallen off. Right now, it's the Bills at minus 250 to win the division. The Dolphins are like plus 550, depending on where you look. The Jets are 15 to 1. The Patriots are 7.5 to 1. The Bills are going to run away with the East. And we're a year removed from a 3-horse race, kind of even the way people saw it going into last year.
That's right. The Dolphins were the team on the rise, right? The Jets were a quarterback away for a couple different seasons. I mean, every metric said so. Then they got the quarterback, and then they were worse off somehow
Or
than
did
they were
they?
before. Yeah, who knows what they did. So I was one of those idiots who thought that they would finally win the AFC East as Buffalo had taken a step back. Couldn't have been more wrong about that, of course, but you're right. In New England, in this post-Brady Belichick era, has been searching for some sort of port in the storm. Now, all of a sudden, you look up, and it's not as bad a roster as it was a couple of years ago. A dubious honor, because that was the worst roster in the sport probably for 2 straight seasons, maybe more. I'd have to go back and look. But this now looks like a team in Mike Vrabel's image. Didn't take long, did it?
Hey, Adam Peters, how can you be draft first but trade all your draft picks?
Hey,
Something
bud.
he was asked about today. We'll get to that next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Games going on in baseball right now. 3 games currently in action. The Royals leading the Brewers 11-1 in the 9th inning. The Orioles leading the Red Sox 5-3 in the bottom of the 8th. And the Rockies lead the Phillies 1-0 in the bottom of the 7th inning. One game already complete. The White Sox beat the Twins 9-0. The White Sox off to a 2-2 start. The Nationals taking on the Blue Jays in Toronto for the first of 3 tonight. 7:07 first pitch. You hear the game right here on The Fan. Charlie and Dave on the call. Michael Soroka making his first start for the Nationals. Bowden Francis starts for the Blue Jays. In hockey, Capitals signed Ryan Leonard to a 3-year entry-level contract. He's expected to make his debut tomorrow. In the NBA, Wizards taking on the Heat at Capital One Arena tonight. 7 p.m. tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. In college hoops, Maryland guards Rodney Rice and Jacoby Gillespie have both entered the transfer portal. Local teams in action at the Crown Tournament in Vegas. George Washington getting set to take on Boise State in about half an hour. Georgetown taking on Washington State at 11 p.m. tonight. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. And the Final Four set all 1 seeds. Florida and Auburn, and then Houston and Duke on Saturday. It's the second time all 1 seeds have made the Final Four. First time since 2008. This March only, get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
We'll take you up to 6:30 tonight on Grant and Danny. We are brought to you by the law firm Kandorian Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them that we sent you. You'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Adam Peters spoke today. There's a lot to get into from his press conference. Eventually, I want to settle on a discussion on the draft picks that he has traded and what their philosophy really is. But a few things we have not hit on that I think are notable. He did talk about Terry McLaurin today. This will be cut 8. McLaurin, as most of you know, is due for another extension. It's funny how quickly that happened.
Isn't that amazing?
Time going quickly? Is that what you're? Or
well, it just feels like a couple minutes ago I was going. I think, and by the way, they were right. I was wrong. What? They're waiting so long. What are they doing? They're botching this. I don't know what Ron Rivera and company are doing. And they got it done. McLaurin came in at the right amount. It seems like a year ago we were doing that.
His cap hits $25.5 million this year, which is about 9% of their salary cap. But he's going into a contract year. So if the season starts and he hasn't been extended, he's almost certainly hitting free agency. I don't think that's going to happen. I would bet just about anything that they get an extension in place with him, by the way. And it'll be a 3 or 4 year extension or whatever. He's 30 years old, and he's going to be on the team for the next 2-3 seasons, and he'll end a Commander. That's my guess. But I would say on a 1 to 10 scale, I would be 10 being the most shocked, 1 being, the opposite. I would say I'd be a 9 out of 10 if they don't get an extension done with him before the start of the year. I'm almost positive they do.
It feels like the vibes are very, very good.
How could they not? Why wouldn't they?
Like if the time for McLaurin to have bailed would have been, hey, the writing's on the wall.
Exactly.
This Rivera thing is a disaster. That's a no from me. I can't wait to get out of here.
You Army crawled through the 500 feet of feces.
You're in Zewataneo now, man. You and Red are running your boating company, dude. Like now's the time.
I'm with you. It's happening. But this was the question to Peters and his answer on getting an extension done with Terry.
Yeah, I think. Short answer is we want to make Terry commander for a long time. He's a great commander. He got better and better as the season went on, not only as a player but as a leader. It was really impressive to see him grow so much. When you think of Terry as this pristine, polished player, but then he got even better. So it's really cool. Everybody can get better. Even the great ones. So but we've had talks with Terry's representation, and I think just like any talks we'll have, those will stay in the house. But it's been really positive.
Good sign. Positive means they're working in the right direction. McLaurin had only caught more than 5 touchdowns once, and it was as a rookie, and he had 13 to set a franchise record this year. Peter's saying he got better. We have seen Terry at his peak, I would say, be better than he was last season in terms of explosivity, vertical playmaking. His average per catch, we've seen as high as 15.8, 15.5. This past year was a little over 13, but it was 82 catches, which was the second highest total of his career for almost 1,100 yards. It was the third highest receiving total of his career as well. So hard to argue with the results. It's a matter of time.
113 yards short of Bobby Mitchell for 5th all-time in franchise history. About 1,500 yards behind Santana Moss for 4th. You talking about 2, 3, 4 seasons.
Well, that's... So hold on. Let's see. So 1,500 yards, he will surpass Santana for 4th probably in September of next year. So not this coming season, but next season.
Yeah.
Assuming he signs an extension. So then who else is in front of him and how many yards?
Gary Clark, 8,700. So that's 2,400 yards, give or take, behind. Charlie Taylor, 9,100 yards. So that's now, whatever the math turns out to, almost 3,000. And then the great Art Monk, just over 12,000 yards. So he's about halfway there.
He is not catching Art Monk. I think there's a very good chance if he signs a 3-year extension, he could be the number 2 receiver all time, though. He could surpass.
He could do that.
Everybody not named Monk.
It's just under 3,000 yards shy of Charlie Taylor. That's very accessible.
That's 3 seasons.
Yeah.
And I'm saying at 30 probably plays at least that, if not 4. Now, it's also stands to reason that at 33, maybe he doesn't go for 1,100. Like he falls off at some point. But yeah, he could be the number 2 all-time leading receiver in the history of the organization. And he hangs up the cleats, but needs an extension to do that. I think it'll happen probably right before training camp, if I had to guess.
Feels right to me. It feels like one of those, okay, now everyone's assembled. We're all getting ready to start our business. So be there for the offseason program. You're part of this thing. Everybody wants to be taken care of. And that's one of those, hey, what a nice positive announcement. What a great way to start training camp kind of things.
One of the big developments of the offseason for Washington's player movement was the aggressiveness on the defensive line. Made a lot of changes, right? John Allen out. They bring in Javon Kinlaw, took some heat for that. He's slimming down for the role that they're going to ask him to play defensively, which Adam Peters talked about, just the body type and how they envision using him a little bit.
Yeah, he's have you seen him in person? Yeah, he's a monster. Like the Zoom doesn't he's unbelievable. You might have seen him if you went to the joint practices against the Jets last year, and he was probably the heaviest I've seen him there. But he can look like he can be 350 and be chiseled. Like he's a freak. Like that's unbelievable. But I've seen him when he's as low as 275 in San Francisco, and then as high as 330 plus last year with the Jets. So he can play at any position or any weight. Excuse me. He played a lot last year. It was really impressive to see how much he played. 60% of the snaps at that weight, which is really impressive. But if he loses 10 or 15 pounds, if that makes him feel better, he's still going to be just as effective. He's still a monster.
He clearly really, really likes Kinlaw. We knew that already because he brought in a guy that was with him in his previous organization that he knows personally and helped draft. So we already knew that there was a rapport there. But just hearing him talk, that's about as open as Adam Peters gets. I mean, he's given a legitimate answer, talking about the dude's body type.
You hear the kind of enthusiasm in his voice about it, too. And you're not going to be like, it's kind of a bum. I mean, you wouldn't do that. But even still, there's an extra layer of he's like sort of drooling over the traits. That's kind of like the scouts take over somebody, right? Where you watch him play and you go, I know you're not seeing much production and there aren't many numbers in his column on Pro Football Reference, but the traits, like, oh, he's a monster, he's huge, he's this, he's clearly dreaming on still the potential of a guy that hasn't really done it at a high level.
Well, that's kind of what I like about it, though, is he is out there on this one.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people who have watched this for a long time. And by the way, I would say that Adam Peters might push back, talk about scouting in his eyeballs or whatever. But the numbers and a lot of the people that watch him have one story on him, which is different than seemingly what Adam Peters thinks, which is that this guy is a real impact player. And I don't know that he has been in his career, but they need him to be based on what they paid him. A lot of people thought it was an overpay. But what about the state of the D-line in general? He's not the only addition they made.
Yeah.
They've gotten busy there. It's a huge turnover, and they still lack edges. I mean, other than Dorrance Armstrong, they have a huge need for a defensive end that can get after the quarterback. This is what Peters had to say about the D-line moves.
Feel really good with the guys that we brought in, the guys that were here, that you're going to have a second year in this system. So, we brought in we brought in Wise, who's a big physical defensive end. We brought in Eddie Goldman, physical defensive tackle, and then the big one was Kinlaw. And Kinlaw is a tone setter. He's explosive. He's physical. He can line up across the line, and we think he's going to be a great commander. And he wanted to be here. We wanted him to be here. He's from DC, so there's a lot of extra incentive for that. So they're like kind of the bigger guys that we brought in. We brought in Jacob Martin, who's going to be able to rush the passer and do a line a lot of different ways. And then with the guys that we have in there, they'll be a second year in the system. So we feel like we have really good depth, really good competition, and but also the optionality. If we do want to add for the draft, we can do that too.
So he could say all of those things. They still need a defensive end.
They need someone to rush the passer from the edge spot.
Yeah, right now your edge on the first snap of the season opposite Dorrance Armstrong's like Cleveland Farrell or Dietrich Wise,
probably. Yeah. I mean, what? So,
but real quick, let me say this.
Go, please.
That was even more obvious how much they like Kinlaw.
Yeah.
Playing that cut. Because he kind of goes through everything. We got Wise, he's big. We got Goldman, he's huge. We got this. And then he talks about Kinlaw again. He's aggressive. He's this. He went on for 20 seconds again. I mean, you just cannot convince me Adam Peters is not sold that Javon Kinlaw is so much better than everybody thinks.
Yeah, he is Team Kinlaw, if there is such a thing. So you're still looking at it, and I think this could be one of those where I don't have the vision yet of what they see. In other words, you could have this sort of early down, we are a run-stuffing defensive line with 4 guys that are there meant to hold the point of attack. And if you want to throw on us, you probably are going to get away with it, right, on first down. And then when it comes to be third down, maybe Dietrich Wise trots off the field, and you've got Newton, Payne, Kinlaw, and Dorrance Armstrong, and maybe Luvu's lining up as kind of like a standing edge, or we're sort of flexible that way. We're going to create with packages and movement, less so than one guy who can go beat his tackle. I don't love that, but I think I wonder if that's kind of how they envision pressure right now, right?
Well, they can't line up and get pressure. You can't line up with Cleveland Farrell at defensive end and get pressure, or Wise for that matter, who I like, but that's not his game at this point of his career. So they have to. It's going to have to be scheme. It's going to have to be drawing stuff up in the dirt. It's going to have to be moving Frankie Luvu all over the place. That's the only way you would be able to do it. Bring in corners or safeties or dialing up blitzes. But this is my point. There's a happy medium here where I'm not saying when you draft an edge, if you do that at 29, that all your problems are fixed, because that's not the case. Late in the first round, taking a defensive end, normally you're getting a guy who might have 4.5, 5 sacks this year or whatever. Hopefully you guess right, and over a couple of years they can become something. But at least you have another pass rusher with a move, or another guy that can win. Right now, this moment, who is their best pass rusher outside of Frankie Luvu?
Armstrong,
who's an off-ball linebacker. Dorrance Armstrong, who's okay.
Yeah.
He had a good finish to the year, but for the first 2/3 or so of the season, I would say he's
solid, if not unspectacular.
Very average.
Yeah, he's very fun.
I don't want that. I mean, I want him. I could have him as my second end. He's probably honestly a perfect third defensive end and like a great rotation.
Which is what he was in Dallas.
Yeah. If you want to have a really good defense, like Dallas did top 5 when he was their third defensive end, that's probably about what you want. But you need your Micah Parsons, right? You want DeMarcus Lawrence. Like you need those guys, and that's who they do not have at this point. So I'm not knocking the construction. I think he's right when he talks about depth, but they have quantity. They do not have quality, especially at the defensive end position. So you can name all the guys. We got this guy, Jacob Martin. He's big. He may or may not make the team. You know what I mean? Like, yes, you have a lot of players that you have brought in here, but not a whole lot of them make a ton of money, and not a whole lot of them are players that I would bank on putting up a whole lot of productivity. I like Wise some.
Yeah.
He obviously loves Kinlaw. I will take his word on Javon Kinlaw. That didn't make a lot of sense to me for what they did in terms of the money, but I'm never going to argue with trying to make your team better and throwing money at a problem. But that was maybe my biggest takeaway of his avail today, was he wanted to send the message, my name's Adam Peters, Javon Kinlaw's awesome, and I endorse this message.
Yeah, we have a couple of headliners, Laramie Tunsil and Deebo Samuel on offense, and our third headliner is Javon Kinlaw. Right now, he's a headline to me for different reasons, where you're going, hey, you're being a guy that hasn't done what you think he's going to do. But in their minds, like, that was the big ticket item, right? There are 3 big ticket items this offseason, and that's the third of 3.
We're working our way through Adam Peters' press conference and some of the things he had to say to the media today at the owners' meetings. How about Laramie Tunsil, cut 4 here? The new left tackle who comes over from the Houston Texans. Tunsil to Washington on a trade where Peters had to give up picks he discussed how it came about.
Those guys don't come on the market very often, right? Left tackles in free agency or any time really. And picking 29, it's not like you're picking top 5 and it's a sure thing, or as close to a sure thing as you can get. So when you have an opportunity like that, and we really wanted to bolster the offensive line, and he's, in our opinion, one of the best. You can say he's top 3, top 2 in pass protection. I think he's underrated as a run blocker too. And understanding too, we have people in that building that really vouch for him as a person. So we knew he'd fit in with our team, with our locker room, within that O-line room. And early returns show like he's been great. When he came out here, he's connected with a lot of our guys, and I think he's going to be a great addition. So, those opportunities are rare. So we thought it was the right to pounce on it.
I got a tweet from a listener earlier when we were talking about the Laramie Tunsil trade, who said, would they have made that trade if Jaden Daniels wasn't their quarterback? He wasn't going into year 2. How much of this is about protecting the kid and keeping him healthy? I think it's a great question. I obviously don't know the answer, but I would imagine you make the deal either way. I don't think you make the deal if you have, Taylor Heineke or a bridge quarterback at this point, because you're not ready to win anyway. But if you have a veteran quarterback that you like, that you've paid, if you're any type of contender, left tackle's too important a position. Guys like Laramie Tunsil, as Peter said, just aren't available. So when they are, you got to scoop it. It's like going to the store, Danny, and seeing a thing that's never there.
Oh, they never have this, and you get it.
And you just grab it, and someone's like, well, we already have eggs at home. Or we already have we've got dinners for this week. Doesn't matter. I won't be able to get this. I'm grabbing it.
Yeah, I'd even go further than you just did and say, I don't, if Jaden Daniels didn't exist and it was named that bridge, I still think you do this, because they've gotten away with it at left tackle for
I don't think you'd give up the picks, but that's probably not worth arguing about right now. But sure, I mean, they could, because it's Laramie Tunsil.
Because to me, they're going, we've got the previous regime got lucky as hell that Charles Leno got cut, and he was adequate to even plus at times for us. That was not a plan that they had. They did not know that dude was getting cut. There's no way you'll convince me. So they've gotten away with it, and we can't try to get away with this anymore, regardless of who our quarterback is. We have to upgrade at that spot. I think you'd spend some of those mid-round picks, but that's neither here nor there. Kind of your point. The fact that you have Jaden Daniels makes that all that much more premium. I mean, it seemed to me to be an essential part of this offseason.
Well, he did speak about roster construction with a rookie quarterback. Here's what Peter said today about that.
It's interesting because I've seen it happen where teams have to pay their quarterback eventually, and then you have to make some decisions that you don't necessarily have to make right now. And so to be able, we do have the flexibility right now to get some higher priced players around them. So that is a good thing. Eventually we're gonna have to pay Jaden, and I think we'll be really excited to pay Jaden when that comes. But I don't know if Josh will, but so yeah, maximizing that. But I mean, it's just the same. Like, we're just trying to make our team as good as possible all the time. And so that does give us more flexibility. But, knowing that eventually at some point that'll come to an end.
It's a good line. I bet you Josh will be okay paying him. That's a butts and seats guy there.
Yeah.
He's going to help that business of yours just a little bit. One of the big stories of this offseason, again, has been all the one-year deals that they've signed players to. Is this a Peters thing? Is this what they've got to do because they weren't left with enough talent?
I think it's that.
I do too, but I mean, it's 2 off seasons. It's his only time we've ever seen him run a team. And it's not just that they've done it and majored in it. It's all they do, seemingly, is sign veterans to one-year deals. I mean, that probably 80% of their free agents since he got here. Clip or so. This is what he said about that paradigm.
I think that's just kind of how the market is too. A little bit of that also. We do have a lot of flexibility in the future because of that. Like what you're saying, like we're not tied to a ton of players in 26, 27. And so not a ton of guarantees that are out there down the line. But, just building this team and like I said, we try to build through the draft and that's, going to be a real big focus here. But, you only have opportunities if a player wants a one-year deal, then, you can't give them a 2-year deal. And so a lot of the players that we have, we're kind of in that mindset. And so the guys that we were able to sign the longer-term deals, we're happy to do that. But this does provide us optionality and flexibility. But ultimately, like I've said, and obviously, you can argue with that, and I understand that argument, but it's, you get the guys that are under 3 or 4 year contracts, essentially that helps build the foundation of your team. And that's where we want to get to.
See, I think he likes it this way. I mean, when he talks about the versatility we have. We don't have guaranteed money.
Mhm.
We don't have a lot of money to worry about on the books in 26 and 27. It might be both. In fact, I'm quite sure to some extent it's both. But I do think that he enjoys this part of roster building a little bit where I'm not worried about 2 years from now, especially with Jaden Daniels as the sun in the solar system, so to
Mhm.
speak. We can rearrange the deck chairs constantly. As long as we still have the couch in the middle of the living room that everybody wants to sit on, whatever we're doing with our little side chairs and side tables, it's going to be okay.
And that's the sense I've got. And again, I think this approach that also, by the way, includes trading some of these draft picks away. That's included the way they've gone about it is a direct. We got in here and we're like, okay, we just bought the place. Let's see what we got. Oh my God, there's mold everywhere. We can't do anything. We didn't inherit good bones either. Like we've got to do a total reno. And I'd love to fix every room. I'd love to fix everything at all times with a bunch of young pieces. There's nothing here. They don't have a first-round pick on their team from the previous regime. I don't name a team where that's ever happened in the history of this game, right? Like a new regime takes over. They go, well, at least we got Forbes, or at least we got Davis, or at least we got somebody. Most of the second rounders are gone too. It is such a giant disaster in that regard of young talent passed down that I think this is what they've had to do just to be competent, just to be mildly competitive that they're trying to instill.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. I want to get into what Adam Peters said about trading for Deebo Samuel. And speaking of trading for a veteran, what he said about moving draft picks, even though his philosophy is to build through the draft. The question for you guys, we'll open up the phones on this next at 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. Can you be okay with claiming that this is a draft first organization, but trading as many picks as they have if that becomes the norm around here? You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball today, some games already concluded. The Orioles beat the Red Sox 8-5. They're now 3-2 on the season. The White Sox beat the Twins 9-0. The Royals beat the Brewers 11-1. Milwaukee off to an 0-4 start. The Phillies currently leading the Rockies 4-1 in the middle of the 8th inning tonight. The Nationals taking on the Blue Jays at 7 o'clock, 1-3. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Michael Soroka makes his first start for the Nationals. Bowden Francis starts for the Blue Jays. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Heat at Capital One Arena tonight. 7 p.m. tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. College hoops, Maryland's guards Rodney Rice and Jacoby Gillespie have entered the transfer portal. Georgetown in action tonight in the Crown Tournament in Vegas. They're taking on Washington State at 11 o'clock. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. And in hockey, the Capitals signed forward Ryan Leonard to a 3-year entry-level contract, expected to make his debut tomorrow in Boston. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
A rare day in the offseason where we hear from the highest ranking executive running the Commanders, General Manager Adam Peters. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're taking you up to 6:30, about an hour to go. Nats baseball tonight here on your flagship home for the Nats. Deebo Samuel is a Commander. Before we get to the draft philosophy of Adam Peters, I want to hear what he had to say about Deebo. Obviously, he was with him in San Francisco, was there when they drafted him, knows him very well, and then went and got him. He talked about bringing Deebo Samuel in and why he thought this was a good idea.
Yeah, well, obviously I know Debo really well. We drafted him. We were actually coached him at the Senior Bowl, so I got to know him there pretty well too. So I know a lot about him, know what kind of competitor he is, what kind of playmaker he is. I've seen firsthand like him take over games, and it's really infectious throughout the team too. And just a great person, great human. Like they came in, his whole family came in when we signed him, and they're on their way to Disneyland. So the big old crew, they're ready to go to Orlando. But just what he can do for our team, being a playmaker with the ball in his hands, he's very versatile, and he's a great teammate. So he really kind of opens up our offense when you have him and Terry at receiver, and obviously a bunch of other guys too. But being able to get a playmaker like that and understanding that it wasn't a huge cost for us made it something enticing.
The last part there is key. You gave up a 5. It's what I've been saying all along.
That's right.
Worst case scenario, it's a 1-year deal. Deebo is washed. You gave up a 5. Who cares? It's well worth the opportunity that he could be good. But here's my follow-up question if I had one. He gave the answer for if you got Deebo 2 years ago. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like he's like, you guys, you've seen it. He takes over games. He's invigorating in the locker room. I've seen him completely change games on screen passes, and he breaks tackles and turns it upfield. The narrative, and maybe it's not right, but out of San Francisco, the national perception right now is that this guy has declined, that he does not have that club in the bag to the same extent. And Adam Peters obviously did not acknowledge that. But what I would ask is, do you have any concern about that? And maybe that's a truth serum conversation in a boardroom where he's not going to say it publicly in a presser. But that would be really what I want to know. He gave you the breakdown on why Deebo Samuel became one of the great weapons of the National Football League over the last several years. And if Deebo is still the guy that he was in San Fran 2 years ago, they just stole him away. But a lot of people don't think he is. A lot of people look back to last year, 13 yards per catch, only 50 catches, only 650 or so yards, and they go, that was the beginning of the regression. Only 3 yards a carry. That he is a bigger-bodied guy who's taken on a lot of pain and contact and missed a lot of games and been sore a lot. He's about to be 30 years old, and he wasn't in shape. And I would want to know what Peters thinks about that narrative.
So what it reminds me an awful lot, honestly, of the narrative on Austin Eckler as he was aging in for the Chargers, where nothing went right the year that Austin Eckler had his final year in LA. Nobody could run the ball effectively. Nobody did anything good. He was, battling injuries, was nagging stuff, just didn't look explosive. So he's washed. No, he's not. Just he needed a new situation. And it reminds me of this here in terms of Deebo Samuel. And again, if we get what San Francisco got last year, that's already a win for a 5th round player. That guy closing in on 800 total yards, give or take, 50 receptions, averaging not an overwhelming amount, but still that's better than any number 2 receiver or playmaker or whatever. Those catches were going to Jamison Crowder and Alameda Zaccheaus last year. With all due respect, let Deebo Samuel have those, please, and thank you. I'm thrilled with that. I think that's the floor, and that's a pretty good floor. That's worth this whole exercise to me. The upside to me is you're on with a guy that was on 60 yards per game pace last year, close to 1,000, or 2 years ago rather, close to 1,000 yards, could still run it effectively, still draws a ton of defensive attention, still makes things easy. The 2nd and 9 turns into a 1st and 10 with him catching a little screen pass or something and matriculating, takes attention away from other guys too to make them easier, make their lives easier. To me, there's a lot of upside here.
No, but we've talked about that for months.
Sure.
Specific to today's news and Adam Peters, though, and like what he thinks about that narrative. Again, he's not going to acknowledge it, but I wonder what he does to determine whether Deebo's got it. Because it's not like you're working that guy out. You're watching the tape. You're seeing the same performances that everybody else saw when they're telling you he doesn't really have
So
it.
why is he sluggish? Because the pneumonia and he's overweight, or is he sluggish because he actually can't move that quick anymore?
But he might also say, and again, truth serum style, he might say, hey, man, he was 14 pounds too heavy last year. We think he's going to be down 18 pounds this year, and he's going to have the speed and the twitch and the wiggle back. Like, I have no idea. He might also just say, he had a bad year. You're allowed to have a bad year. He will not have that bad of a year this year. But notice they didn't extend him.
No.
It's not like they brought him in here and gave him an extension. They actually did a weird thing where basically some of his money with escalators can be elevated and he can get some extra like guaranteed cash with a couple of things. And I saw people refer to it as an extension. It's not at all. An extension means you're adding time to his contract, which they have absolutely not done, which might be somewhat telling, I would say, but there's no reason to. Make him earn everything. This was Peters on Deebo Samuel as a fit offensively, something that, I would say he would be a fit anywhere if he's right. Like, how could you not want to add just a Swiss Army knife? This is what Peters had to say.
Well, just everything he can do, really. You can put him in the backfield. Cliff's a really creative guy, so it gives him another quote-unquote toy to play with, in terms of where you can align him. You can line him wide. You can line him in the slot. You can align him in the backfield. And we do a lot of screen game. And so Deebo's incredible in that, just catching and run, making plays with the ball in his hands. So we thought he was a really good fit for what we do.
That's what I'm most excited about.
Yep.
They do run a million screens. I'd have to look this up. I'll bet you they ran as many or more screens than any team in the league. I mean, Cliff Kingsbury's middle name is spelled Screen, okay? Deebo Samuel in the screen game is the best. Now, I go back to, is he still the best? I don't know. But there was a several-year window where he was the best.
So if he's not the best, he's still pretty damn good. He's still better than what they had, right? I mean, and that's, to me, the key central point in all this, right? The one man's trash is another man's treasure. When your second receiver is ... Sure. Well, I don't know if he's a true number 2, and I don't care. He is a weapon for an offense in dire need of those things. So, yeah, I wonder what, deep down in places you don't talk about at parties, what they really think in terms of what he's going to be when he's here. I think if they loved him, you might have seen that extension, and we'd be kind of going, damn, I guess they're all in. But they didn't do that. It's this 1 year where they converted stuff to guaranteed, as you talked about. But it's an upside look-see for 1 year where if it doesn't work out, who cares?
This is a tire kick, bro.
Yeah.
You are lifting up the hood to see what's underneath.
Mm-hmm.
And if it works out that he plays really well, he's going to want to be here. Because as you said, you got Jaden Daniels. He's going to want to play with him. And if he plays really well and things go well here, you're going to be a back-to-back year playoff team who's got a chance to go win a Super Bowl in a year. Why wouldn't he want to be here? Let's go to Dez, who's in Waldorf. The question we've been asking Dez is about Adam Peters. He says that they're a draft-first team, but they keep trading their draft picks. Can both be true?
Yeah, both can be true. I feel like both of them are true. I mean, he did what he did last year, but you can't consistently every year be like, we're going to covet all of our draft picks. That's how you end up in situations with like the Cowboys where you're paying all your premium players at the same time, and that's not smart. And the second thing, like I was talking to Danny on here like 2-3 weeks ago when Grant, I think he was sick. He had Toby on, and you guys agreed with me. I was telling y'all like the general consensus for this draft since 2023 was that this draft is trash. So you got to at least let this draft go past and wait until next draft for real to really see what's going on. Because at the end of the day, we got our premium players.
Well, there's always going to be great players available, even in bad drafts, right? Number one. But I do think your point has some merit in this sense. if this is a down draft, it's another reason why I don't have a big problem. If that's their evaluation, and I don't think they would have made some of these moves if they thought they could get everything done that they want to by standing pat. But if you decide it's not a great draft, and we have to keep remembering, they're not picking 5th like they normally do.
Right.
They're not picking 8th or 9th or 12th or 14th. They're picking 29th in round 1. Basically starting their draft at the beginning of the second round almost. 29 is almost a second round pick, right? At the end of the second round pick that they have in the 60s, basically a third round pick. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So between that and it being a light draft, this is not the same as when you normally pack up your bags to go to draft night.
No, that's right. And it's an essential part of it. So they listen, as you said it very well. Of course, you can find gems, diamonds in the rough, whatever you want to call it, in mid-round, second round, where somebody's going to outperform their draft position. We'll look back in 5 years and go, can you believe they didn't take this guy? That's everybody. That's time in memoriam. But the point is, you may not be as heartbroken about missing out on that second round pick or that third round pick in this given year because you don't feel like it's not as strong as the middle class of the next draft or 2 years from now, et cetera, or for planning purposes. I mean, think about the NBA when this happens. It's great to win the lottery. It's much better to win the lottery when Victor Wembanyama's at the top of the board, not when Zachary Risacher is. You know what I mean?
Alex Ovechkin's chances of breaking Wayne Gretzky's record may have improved today without him playing a game. 5 goals from surpassing Gretzky, 9 games to go. We'll explain why his chances may have gotten better next, right here on The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant. FanDuel is America's #1 sports book, and it's the best place to bet on sports. There's absolutely loaded sports calendar right now this week, and whether you are into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, you can check out some of the exclusive promotions on FanDuel right now. I like Dinger Tuesdays, a lot of fun. That's tomorrow. Hump Day Parlays on Wednesdays, really, really good. Golf Profit Boost tokens over the weekend as well. If you're new to FanDuel, you're going to have a good time. Customers are going to get $200 when they sign up in bonus bets. Any $5 bet hits, you get to $200. FanDuel.com/GP to make every moment more. That's FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code GP. Must be 21, present in Virginia, first online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required, bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Nothing. In 15 minutes at 6 o'clock, where do the Maryland Terrapins go for their next head coach? We will ask their radio analyst, Chris Nockey, when he stops by. Also, what does he make of how Kevin Willard handled the last 2 weeks? Should have been a splendid time and a celebratory time for his players, and instead, they ended up having to answer a lot of tough questions about their head coach. We'll get into that coming up at 6 o'clock with Nockey. But before we do that, Ovi scored over the weekend, Danny. Pulls to within 1 goal closer of Wayne Gretzky, so he needs 4 to tie, 5 to break the record. He's sitting at 890.
Unbelievable.
I mentioned that it got a little easier for him today to possibly break the record. Here's my logic. I think the Caps got better today. Ryan Leonard, the 20-year-old elite prospect from Boston College, signed a deal with the team. He got eliminated from college athletics last night. BC got knocked out of their tournament. So the NCAA leader in goals, 30, game-winning goals, 9, points, 49, in 37 games this year, is going straight to the NHL.
Pretty cool.
He will make the leap from college to the National Hockey League. I was told that the team expects him to make his debut in Boston tomorrow night against the Bruins. The first player in college hockey with back-to-back 30-goal seasons since Cam Atkinson did it back from 9 to 11 has turned into a really good NHL player. But this, whether he plays really well or not, it's hard, man. He probably is going to look like, honestly, a college kid trying to find his way in the NHL for a few games. I don't think this is going to be like 3 points and 2 goals in his first 2 games or something crazy. He's going to look like a dude who's a fish out of water for a little while. But he's got 9 games to figure it out before the playoffs to try to crack the playoff rotation, which I like. And I do think he'll just give them a bounce. Now, you know this, Danny, like a young guy. They've been hearing about this guy for a while. He plays with a ton of energy. He's got TJ Oshie vibes. He's an American kid. I think it's just going to give them like a shot in the arm, figuratively, that they really, really need right now after 3 losses.
They could use a jolt, and that's exactly what this is, right? When you've heard so much about it for so long, there's like this anticipation that kind of comes with it. Like, in other words, just wait till this happens. Just wait till this happens. The word gets to them. They know. They're not dumb. They've been on cruise control for a little while. Even in some wins, they're so good that they were winning some of these games, getting away with a few bad habits here and there. They're now only 3 points up on Dallas, who's a few points behind Winnipeg for President's Trophy for the best record. That doesn't really matter. But the point is, they're not playing their best hockey right now this minute. And that sort of new youthful enthusiasm, they caught a little bit with well, I'm blanking on his name. The young super fast guy that came up from Hershey for a few minutes with a bear.
Ethan Frank.
Ethan Frank. 'Cause I kept thinking of Ethan Bear. I'm like, who's Ethan Bear? Ethan Frank. So for a couple of games, as he's flying up and down the ice using his speed, that helped them tremendously, I think. And this is kind of that same deal with the prospect with a much higher ceiling. So to me, this is one of those like very well timed. I hate the cliche, but it's that shot in the arm. It's that injection of life that they could probably use at this point, as the season has been such a grind for them.
I just think that they need a change of pace a little bit. Like just almost, what I would say the equivalent is, I don't know if you've ever done this, but if you just decide as a teacher, we're going to go outside and work today. You know what I mean? Just mix it up a little bit. I don't want to work from my house. I work from home every day, hypothetically. I'll go sit at the bar and break out the laptop and try to get something done. To me, it's nothing major. It's just if the attention is on something else, if the storyline shifts into something fun and positive. I also just think there is a exuberance. There is a youthful exuberance that can be really, really fun when somebody debuts. We've seen it for the Nats with guys like James Wood and Dylan Cruz and some of these other guys when they've come up. On an altcast I did this season, this is a couple of months back, Craig Button, who is an NHL hockey analyst for TSN, played the National Hockey League, family of executives, studies the game, and is an expert on prospects outside of the NHL. He was talking to us at that time about Ryan Leonard, and this is going back to late December, but it was known at that time that he was probably going to join the Capitals for the playoff push at the end of his college hockey season. He was already off to like a 19-point start in 10 games. This is what Craig Button said at that time.
It's to the NHL. Listen, Ryan Leonard might be the best player outside the NHL. I don't have any problem saying that. He's somebody that can play the game any way you want. You want to play fast, you want to play skilled, you want to play heavy, you want to play hard. He's got every quality you want. And coming into a Washington Capitals organization where you have Tommy Wilson there, now Ryan Leonard can come in and be himself because he's got Tommy Wilson there that can take on a little bit more of that heavy lifting. And I think Ryan Leonard, the Capitals fans are going to love Ryan Leonard.
And tomorrow's your first chance to start getting a peek.
That's so cool, man.
I always say with these guys, temper the expectations initially. Like what James Wood and Dylan Cruz are eventually going to be. Specifically Wood, who's got a chance to be a superstar, right? Cruz will be a good player. But it's not in the first week. You're not always going to see it right away. There's going to be some flash moments. Maybe Cruz goes yard in his first game or second game like he did. Maybe James Wood does something crazy in his first week. Maybe Leonard gets an assist or somehow scores a goal first couple of games. But you're just looking for the flash bulbs. Those moments where you go, damn, that was athletic, or what a dangle, or look at his hands. Look how he got back defensively and made a check there. Whatever it was, you're going to see some of that. But if you're a Caps fan, you've been waiting for this for a couple of years now.
Yeah, as you said, it's sort of that delayed Christmas gifts. It didn't happen last year. He went back to try to win that Frozen Four. Didn't happen. But sorry about that, but I'm glad for us here in D.C. So sorry your college career, your amateur career is over. Why don't you meet the team in Boston and get on that third line or something?
Going to take a little pressure off Ovi, though, I think.
Yeah.
For a day or two, that is a big story. Like, what has been the biggest story every single day for the Capitals since, I don't know, a couple weeks into the season? It's been Ovi.
It's Ovi.
For one day tomorrow, I think the biggest story as he shows up in Boston, having played at Boston College, is going to be Ryan Leonard. It's not very easy right now to push Ovi to if he was one goal away, I wouldn't agree to this, but to the back of the page, the sports page, so to speak. But that will be the A topic for the Caps beat tomorrow, the Leonard debut.
That is cool.
And the chase is kind of secondary because he's still 5 goals away.
Who gets parked?
That's the billion-dollar question.
That's why I asked you.
I could show you like my brother and all my buddies that I talk Caps with. Like we've been arguing about this all day.
Uh-huh.
So there's a couple different things they could do. Does he play center? Does he play wing? Okay, he's a center. I would actually like to see them put him at third line center and just take Lars Eller out of the lineup. Not that I want Lars to not play, but that would be, you've affected the fewest things around everybody. What I think they'll do is, it's a little harder early in your career, play center, setting guys up, the defensive responsibilities. I think they'll put him at wing and they'll park either Mangiapane or Radish. I would park Mangiapane. I would guess it would be Radish. What I would do is I'd stick with what they've got in the top 6 with, that's Ovi and Stromer and Protas and Willie and Luke Dubois and The last couple days it's kind of shifted
Pavillier has
around.
been up there.
Bavillier was there in a pinch, just kind of, oh, by the way. But McMichael's really the guy in the top 6. So Bavillier has to stay in the lineup for me. I would have him, Dowd, and Duhaime probably on the 4th line. And then it's a matter of who gets a sweater on the 3rd line. And it's 4 guys, Mangiapane, Eller, Radish, and the kid, Leonard. And depending center or wing, you got to draw somebody out. But I think for me, it would come down to either 88 Mangiapane or 16 Radish. And I would sit Mangiapane.
But you're basically, to me, do you know if he's more comfortable on the left or the right? Or do we even care at this point?
He's played center so much that I can't answer that really.
And I can't either.
Probably, it depends on if they want to base it off of a stick. But again, how much do you want to affect other things? It might be a get in where you fit in, kid.
And that's kind of, and this is where I was
best
going.
Team in the NHL.
And this is where I was going. It's a, if it's simplest for him, but my priority may not be him right now for a Stanley Cup contender.
Right.
You know what it may be
so
like.
Let's say, can you give me, I'm just making this up, but 9 really good minutes a night. Here's how I'm going to use you.
Yeah, I want 12 minutes of hair on fire, please. How am I best doing that? That fits in kind of what we're looking for with the team.
But this will be fun. We will get our first chance to see him tomorrow night in Boston. Storybook, just Boston College. Grew up in America here and getting a debut there is about as good as it gets. We should also mention really quickly, we're going to have a Caps watch on Friday night. A Grant and Danny field trip, 2 to 6:30. We're going to be broadcasting live ahead of the game over at City Tap Kitchen and Bar on April 4th. Coming this week on Friday afternoon. This is ahead of the Friday night game the Caps are playing at home. So we're going to be right near Capital One Arena in Penn Corner at City Tap House coming up on Friday, 2 to 6:30. Come hang out with us as you're getting ready to go over to the building.
I've heard very good things about that spot, by the way. I've not been. I will be there on Friday with you, hanging out with you guys.
Chris Naki calls Maryland basketball games. We will ask him what's next for the Terps on Grant and Danny in a moment.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. College hoops, Maryland guards Rodney Rice and Jacoby Gillespie have both entered the transfer portal, and Georgetown in action tonight, taking on Washington State in the Crown Tournament, 11 p.m. tip-off in Vegas. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Blue Jays tonight. First of a 3-game series up in Toronto, 7:07 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Michael Soroka making his first national start. Bowden Francis goes to the hill for the Blue Jays. Also, Braves, new Braves player Jurickson Profar has been suspended 80 games for violating the Major League Baseball PED policy. In hockey, Capitals signed forward Ryan Leonard to a 3-year entry-level contract, expected to make his debut tomorrow in Boston against the Bruins. Other college hoops, Final Four. The 4 teams making the Final Four, all 1 seeds. The second time that's ever happened. First time since 2008. Florida going to take on Auburn. Houston going to take on Duke. Both those games coming up on Saturday. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Heat at Capital One Arena tonight. 7 p.m. tip-off over on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny. We'll take you up to 6:30. The Nats play the Blue Jays in 1 hour at Rogers Center in Toronto. You ever been to that ballpark?
I never have.
Been there a bunch. Was covering LCSs for MLB Network Radio for a few years when they got there. It's very loud in the playoffs because they closed the roof. There's also a hotel
right there in center field,
out behind center field. Did you guys see the video of Colton Cowser launching a baseball up to like the very top row of the hotel rooms? Another funny thing, not necessarily G-rated, but still funny.
Okay.
So earmuffs, everybody. There are some like viral videos of like games in the 6th inning where it's just quiet and nobody's there. And there are some people enjoying themselves in the hotel room, very obviously with like the window open so that everyone can hear them at Rogers Center.
Oh, the window's open? I thought it was like you had a visual you could see, but it's not even
but like
that.
they're making noise so that it can be heard out and about.
I wonder what they're doing.
And you're in a
up there.
hotel room, so no one can someone going to come stop you and kick you out.
Are they playing Twister up there?
I don't think they're playing Twister.
The spirited game of Twister.
Yes, very loud game of Twister.
Playing Pinochle. This show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Moran. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That is kmlawyers.com.
We got to get to our guy, Chris Nocky, in just 1 second, but my phone was recording everything I was saying and trying to send it to my buddy Kyle Gibson.
Oh, no.
Who pitches for the Orioles.
Oh, no.
Like, read that. What is that text? What
Okay.
is it with me and relievers?
I'm not going to send it, I promise.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
What is it with me and relievers?
Stretch out. Okay, stretch out of Grant and Danny. We'll take up to 6:30. Nats play Blue Jays in 1 hour. Rogers Center in Toronto. Have ever been to that ballpark there? A bunch have covered LCS for the MLB Network Radio for you. This is the
it's just what we
Siri
were saying.
trying to keep
Yeah.
up. Yeah. No. There's also a hotel out behind center field. Did you guys see the video of Colton Cowser launching a baseball up to like the very top row of the hotel rooms? Another funny thing, but still funny. So earmuffs, everyone. There are some like viral videos of like games in the 6th, which is quiet in there. Nobody's there. And there are some people enjoying themselves in the hotel room.
Yeah.
Very obviously like that window open, et cetera, et cetera. Not as bad as what you said to Kinsler.
Not as bad. All right, no good transition, but let's go to the Rude guest hotline right now. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and apologize for how this segment has begun.
Sorry, Chris.
Just a couple of guys off the rails here. Let's get to business with our guy, Chris Nocky. What's up, Chris?
That's a hell of an intro right there. That is, I've been on the station 1,000 times. That's as good as you can get.
Nocky,
for sure.
you ever stayed in the outfield?
I was going to say,
at,
have
Rogers
you ever
Center?
been to the Rogers Center? Shock style.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
All right, well, let's talk Maryland basketball. So before we get to what's next, because I do want your insight on where they go from here, what is your take on how Willard handled the last 2 weeks?
How about clown-like? Is that a? I just think he just it was as poorly handled as you could have done it. And in retrospect, and you have the benefit of a little bit of history now in your rear view. It's hard for me, fellas, to think that this deal wasn't done a month or 6 weeks ago. Everything you think. Just think about these things. Any coach in America who's got the kind of team he did at Maryland would be worried about distractions as you get into the NCAA tournament. Those distractions became man-made by their head coach. There was never any word or inkling from Villanova or Villanova's camp about any other candidates. That is a great sports town. There's some great sports journalism there. Never a peep about other candidates. And, I'd heard from a lot of friends, some of whom are basketball coaches in that town, that Willard was wired into that situation. So in retrospect, it feels like it was done a long time ago. And all the public hand-wringing that we saw from him was really more of an act that he started at Seton Hall before he left for Maryland. And then we just saw him almost word for word say the exact same thing. Angst-ridden, I haven't talked to my family. I haven't talked to my agent, yada, yada, yada. And I was on the trip with the team out west, and I may have my travel privileges revoked after saying this, but I will tell you that there were people there that looked a lot like his wife and kids on that trip. So to think that,
well, they just didn't have any time to talk.
There's no speaking time there.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, he was watching film the whole time. So I don't know. It just defies logic. It was handled so poorly. And the other thing it did too, there are two byproducts of this too. And I mentioned this to Doc when I was on the air with him yesterday. It made it so Maryland fans couldn't enjoy a Sweet 16 moment. When Derek Queen hits that shot, they're the toast of college basketball for a matter of a couple of hours, and then all the Willard shenanigans started. And so you don't even get a chance to really appreciate that and have fun with that after 10 years of not being able to get to the Sweet 16. And then lastly, and I'm sorry, this is a long-winded answer to your question, but the last thing is that there were some really great candidates that would have been ideal for this position if he hadn't left everybody hanging. And those guys are gone. Now, it's a fantastic job. It's a great college basketball coaching job. They're going to get somebody good. But there were a couple of guys out there, whether it's Ryan Odom at VCU or the guy at Colorado State's just fantastic. Nico Medved, just fantastic. And those guys are now, of course, long gone on the market. So there's so many parts to this that kind of stink. I'm not sure where to start. How did I do?
Pretty darn good, Chris. Chris Naki with us here on G&D. So so help me understand something. You're much closer to this than I am. So if we go with the premise, and I think what you said made a lot of sense, that this was all but locked in, him going to Villanova, then what was he doing? What it looked like to me, Chris, is the kerosene was dumped on the Maryland program with the whole press conference and outing the AD and all this other kind of stuff. Dump the kerosene, sitting there holding the match going, I'll drop it unless I get all these things I want. What was that if this was already kind of a done deal?
I was creating a narrative. So if and when he left, these are the reasons why I've made them all public. And in fact, all those things, and I it's hard to argue with some of the things that he wanted to make sure that he was in line and competitive with the people he recruits against. They gave him virtually everything he wanted. The last offer sheet he got had absolutely all of those things on there. They're also bringing a new practice facility online next month. Every box was checked. It was just simply, it was a public airing of the grievances so that he could sort of document, here's why I'm going to leave.
Chris Naki calls Maryland basketball games with Johnny Holiday on the radio, joining us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. You went into the candidates that may have made sense had the timing been better. What does that pool look like now?
I think that people are back channeling this. I think you've got a lot of sitting Power 5 coaches that are really intrigued. While there are no Big Ten teams remaining in the tournament, it's a very strong conference in a lot of ways, not just the level of competition. It's also the financial stability, the TV contract, the TV money is just outrageous. There are a lot of positive reasons to be a part of this program. So my guess is, and I'm not a part of this, and thank God I'm not, but my guess is that there's a lot of back channeling going on. And of course, there'll be some young guys that want the job that you want to make sure you talk to, even if it's just briefly. This job has to be filled pretty quickly. Every day you're out of the portal. The transfer portal means you're a couple miles behind. So I know they've got an open AD position. This is one of those ass backwards things where they'll hire a basketball coach well before they hire the AD. It's out of necessity at this point.
Yeah, not ideal, but it's Argo, man. Best of the bad ideas, I guess. Right? Yeah,
exactly.
You gotta figure it out as you go. What do you make of this perception that they have to hire a Maryland guy, like a Michigan man kind of thing? And I ask that because I am not a believer in shrinking your talent pool and hiring processes generally. Like, my issue with Moneyball over the years was, wait, so you're telling me I can't draft the best high school baseball player in America? You know, you're telling me I can't get this athlete because I need to get this on-base percentage dude who plays first base? I don't like how many guys are there that have a Maryland background that are qualified? I know that Simpkins is awesome, but otherwise, like, who's the guy?
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. And I should also give you this caveat that I didn't wear the uniform. I don't have the letter jacket. I've been doing the games for 26 years, and I think I understand sort of the psychological profile of a lot of Maryland fans. And I get why they would say that, but I think that's biting off your nose to spite your face. You really want to make yourself available to a wide swath of people, whether they went to Maryland, whether they didn't. That's just so self-limiting to take that approach. I'm respectful of a guy like Steve Blake, who stepped up on Twitter. He was a wonderful player, a great competitor. I'm respectful of that. I just don't think that you can make that hire that way. But that's my own opinion. Others may feel differently.
Okay, so to me, Chris, and again, you're closer to this than I am. I've watched from afar. Both my parents went there. I used to be a much bigger Maryland fan than I am, because Maryland told me with the move to the Big Ten and, sort of football being this priority, we're trying to change. We're trying to be something different than we were. And that's sort of what I still see at the kind of the core is I don't want to call it an identity crisis, but something close to it. To me, basketball kind of took a back seat wrongly for a while. And now it seems like it's coming back in this era of NIL and to keep up with the Joneses to the point that actually Willard was making. So where is the school now in terms of its athletic department and the overall mission here? If there's a pie, is the slice going to be big enough for basketball going forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the changes they made, after Willard brought that to light. And I think that'll absolutely be in place for the next guy. And just as a really brief history lesson, I know there are a lot of Maryland fans that, were wringing their hands for a long time about the move from the ACC. My guy, Kevin Sheehan, I had to tell him 5 or 6 years ago, you got to get over this. That we're in a far better place. You look at where the ACC is right now. But Danny, to your point, I mean, Maryland football could have a great, great season next year and still be the 6th best program in the Big Ten. We just, we don't have the tradition, the stadium size. And I know Locks, I know he's trying like hell to overcome all that. I just think that the realization has to be, who we are. And traditionally we've had some good years in football, but I mean, we've had a run in basketball. Or you look at what the success over the last 50 years or so, and it's pretty remarkable. Some of the talent, the players, the coaches that have roamed those halls.
Is the perception, and we're talking to Chris Naki, color commentator, Maryland Radio, is the perception that they care more about football than basketball reality? I mean, that's what outsiders like. That's what perturbs along the question that Danny just asked you. Like, hey, you're a basketball stool. Act like it.
No, I don't. And so here's the deal. You've got 105 players on a football team, or whatever that number is. It's literally 7 or 8 times what you have in a basketball program, right? And so the piece of the pie is going to be bigger. And you also have to come to the realization. I get it. Football is the tail that wags the dog here. Football is the reason why the Big Ten has the kind of money to distribute to member schools. It's largely because of that football contract. But I do know also that there were 8, 9 Big Ten teams in the NCAA tournament. There will be a significant slice of that NCAA pie that goes to member schools as a result of that level of participation. I just think that some schools Penn State to me is a football school, right? I mean, they've had middling success in basketball. You know, there are very few schools really that do it all really well. And you know, Michigan comes to mind. Ohio State sometimes, you know, they've had some pretty good years in basketball. Won some championships back in the 60s. I don't know if that's relevant now, but I just think you have to know who you are for sure. And I agree with you. I don't think that it's an inordinate amount to spend on football. I think it's, you know, if I'm reading what I'm reading about the way they've sliced this, it seems like appropriate to me.
So, Chris, my last one for you is here. The timing of this, I think, is also really hard. You already mentioned it, right? Some of the candidates would have been great are off the marketplace now. But what about also player movement and some of those other things? I saw or heard a report that Rodney Rice is already entered the transfer portal. Going to be tough to kind of get guys back. Going to be tough to get guys in. This process needs to kind of go light speed, but you also want to do due diligence there. What about the timing for maybe this next coming season or two?
Yeah, so if I'm advising any player in this day and age, Danny, I'm telling them to go into the portal.
Yeah.
And the reason is it allows that guy to benchmark himself. You don't know what you're worth until you find out what other people are willing to pay you. That doesn't mean you're not going back. I can tell you, knowing those guys enjoyed Maryland. They had a really good time. They were prime guys on a really good basketball team. This doesn't mean they're not coming back at all. This is them kicking the tires, and I completely understand the way the system is set up. Hell, it'd be silly not to go out and see what they can get elsewhere. That doesn't mean they can't take it back to Maryland and say, "Listen, I want to stay, but you're going to have to hit this number because that's what Michigan just offered me."
No, that's well said.
Yeah, it's a good point.
I do think that this is just a massive setback, though. I have a hard time believing with the timing of his exit, the momentum that they had, that this is a 3-4 year kind of setback and crippler. Do you disagree with that?
I do, because I think that what we've seen over the last year or two is you can build a team in short order. Maryland did that in 1 year. I mean, they got lucky with an all-time great freshman in Derek Queen.
Yeah, you need another DQ walking through that.
You got another one of those, Chris?
Well, but they hit gold with Jacoby Gillespie, their point guard, who you wouldn't have been able to pick him out of a lineup 2 years ago at Belmont. So they did the work. You can turn things around. That doesn't mean you can automatically turn yourself into a top 10 team. There are no more 3 or 4 year plans. It's a 1 year plan, maybe 2 years at most, and then you redo that. That's just kind of where we are right now, sadly.
Chris, thank you, buddy. Really appreciate the insight, man. Thanks for this.
Hey, may your NFL rule changes all come true.
We need them, brother.
Bless you.
We got our shot every year for about 72 hours. We try to solve the world's problems. And this is our time.
By the way, and how good is that league, by the way, whatever that is, where they're like, we get the sense people may be talking about something else. Let's dangle some rule changes for the peasants.
Yeah, they need the help, right?
That's right.
They need to become more popular with those rule changes, for sure.
Poor league. All right, thanks, Naki. Good talking to you, pal. There's Chris Naki, Maryland basketball on Grant and Danny on the Fan. Nats baseball coming your way tonight. They are in Toronto to take on the Blue Jays, which means we've got to get you set for the first pitch. It is time for the leadoff ahead of Nats baseball, brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com. Check out their all-new Fairfax showroom.
Looking for a batting order, Grant? I can give that to you if you want. You want one of those? Batting first, playing shortstop. Check. Abrams batting second in left field. James Wood batting third. Oh, hello there. Have a nice opening weekend. Get yourself a 3-hole situation. K-Bear Ruiz doing the catching. Nathaniel Lowe batting fourth at first base. Josh Bell, your DH, batting fifth. Luis Garcia Jr. at second base, batting sixth. Paul DeYoung at third base, batting seventh. Dylan Cruz batting eighth in right field. And your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young in center field, batting ninth.
So the theme for this Blue Jays series offensively for me is going to get the kids going. Got to get C.J. Abrams swinging it, hitting 154 through 3 games. And again, tiny sample, doesn't really matter. But you're either going to get off to a good start or bad start, right? You don't want to be 6, 7, 8 games into the season looking up, seeing a 154 batting average. So let's get a 2 for 4 if you're C.J. Abrams. Let's turn it around. James Wood hitting 167 with a 481 OPS. His lone extra base hit was comical. Just kind of flicked the ball out on a whoopsie swing that ended up hitting off the wall in left field.
He can do that. Most people can't.
Dylan Cruz is hitting 0 for the season. He is not yet gotten a hit, and he struck out in 8 straight at-bats, I think 5 of them on 3 pitches. It's really been a struggle for him. So I'd like to see those guys, Abrams, Wood, Cruz, Young, the key youngsters that are in this starting lineup every day, start to have a little more success. They're going to Rogers Center. It's an easy place to hit the ball out of the park. The Orioles hit 9 home runs in a series against the Blue Jays there. So I think this could be good to get the bats going a little
You
bit.
said it. There are 4 young, athletic, dynamic, hair on fire, really fun players in this lineup every day. It's Abrams, it's Wood, it's Cruz, it's Young. None of those 4 guys have gotten going. They're all hitting sub 170. Now, as you said, it's through 3 games. You wouldn't even notice it if it was June or July. You do notice it because it's now at the end of March. But I would love to get those guys going. That is the time to do it. Would be a good one tonight in Toronto.
The first start of the Nationals' career of Michael Soroka. What's going to become of Soroka? Do they trade him at the deadline because he's pitching well and they're bad?
That's my hope.
Does he pitch poorly enough that he's not even in the rotation for the rest of the year? Might he become an effective starter that ends up re-signing here, that they want to actually keep around and build around? People forget that this was a great young talent at one point in time. He started on opening day for the Atlanta Braves as a 21-year-old. He's only 27, so they're taking a flyer on a guy who was a reliever for the most part last season with the Chicago White Sox. He's made just 18 starts since 2019. But in 18 and 19, first couple seasons of his career, it showed a lot of promise. So I'm excited to watch Michael Soroka tonight.
This is a very intriguing player to me. So they think they found something in his pitch mix that he adjusted when he went to the bullpen in Chicago. Did everybody follow that? So he was not pitching particularly well. Struggling an awful lot as he's kind of trying to reclaim his career from the time in Atlanta. He missed two full years with injury. So the pitch mix wasn't good. So they adjusted that when he was in the bullpen in Chicago. And Washington said, well, why don't you just do that, what you did out of the bullpen, but as a starter? And that's what they're trying to go with. We will see. That is a fascinating case to be made here.
Quick reminder, the Capitals game on Friday night is at home at Capital One Arena. We're going to be broadcasting right near the arena. A lot of you guys I know will be rocking your red, going to the game to see Ovi try to chase down Gretzky. But you should come hang out with us first. This is Friday afternoon from 2 to 6:30. Our show is going to be live for our Friday field trip series, which is back this spring. We're going to be at City Tap House, Penn Quarter. City Tap Kitchen and Craft. It's an awesome spot. I've been there. Food is really good. It's a great bar, good vibes, especially right before a Caps game in Penn Quarter in the neighborhood over by Capital One Arena.
901 9th Street, right there. Love it.
If you're making the trip, if you're planning on being at that game, you should just come by with us and have a little pregame situation.
High five, have an adult soda. Let's go watch Ovi.
Enjoy yourselves this evening, whether you're watching the Nats, of course, listening to them here on 106.7 The Fan, catching up on the shows you missed over the weekend on the other side. It's all good. Just make sure you're back here at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Thanks to Darius, Ryan, Toby, Grant, and Danny saying so long on The Fan.
Thank you for coming.